We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. We knew that coming out of that full moon in Cancer was going to do a little bit of a doozy on us. We can recognize this. The thing you have to understand with full moon in Cancer energy is, and all the lunation cycles have that tendency of attaching or connecting to our energetic feelings. But particularly and especially, full moon in Cancer energy can be very, very intense. It can help us really get to the bottom of our feelings. It can help us understand them better. It can also create upsets. It's really important. I always like to define this. It's really important that one does the shadow work prior to moving into a Cancer full moon cycle, because when those feelings come up, it's a continuation of the understanding that the best work that we do in terms of moving towards healthy relationship is understanding the self. Because the identification point of being able to recognize and understand our feelings, and even working through new feelings, even the modality by which we are effectively able to address the unknown within us, helps us build that sense of stabilization externally upon us. And this type of work is everything that we're kind of navigating right now. I want to describe this energy. I've been saying it all week. There's a bit of rut quality to it. Sometimes those modalities or those experiences by which you feel energetically frustrated, particularly and especially as it relates to the space by which you're trying to direct one's efforts versus seeing the energetic effects of that energy, right? Energy can't be destroyed or created, but often, right, in the space by which we're navigating the tangible world, right, the space by which we're effectively trying to work on something, it can sometimes feel like that, right? You can have those moments being like, where did that effort go? You got to be patient. You have to be patient with yourself. You have to be patient with yourself. You have to be patient with your purpose. You have to be patient in relationality to the spaces that you push patience towards. And if me saying that, okay, if me saying that gets under your skin, welcome to Jupiter retrograding in Cancer for a prolonged period. And I want to help you understand, and this is something that we have to recognize too. For a good portion of the last few months, we've been going through a majority of the planets in retrograde. Now, I want to explain to you what you might be feeling right now to help you navigate some of the energy that we're currently feeling activated. Now, and I want you to understand, don't be confused by the fact that we're out of the retrograde season, because what do we effectively see? And this is why I would almost articulate that the energy that we're experiencing right now may feel harder than the energy that we experienced during the retrograde cycle. Because what do we effectively see that's happening right now? We've got a lot of planets that have pulled out of retrograde. So everything feeling like it's picking back up. But what are the planets that are still stuck in retrograde? Jupiter in Cancer, very focused on the self, okay? Uranus retrograding into Taurus, right? Pulled back into Taurus via the retrograde. So the modality by which it feels like things are picking up, and except for you, except for you, right? It feels like everything else is moving back into motion except for you, right? It creates the feeling of not only navigating through a retrograde, but also feeling like the exclusivity point of the retrograde that's just happening to you. I'm literally here to tell you that that is the vibe. So don't you dare, okay? Don't you dare get frustrated right now, because it's not the it is effectively the space. Like, do not, this is not the energy to be giving up on things, okay? It's not the energy to be giving up on things, but the thing about it is, like, it really is the type of energy that feels like there's that modality that wants to really impress upon the space of the feeling of something not working. This is a good energy right now. Remember, all of these planets in Capricorn, we have a lot to learn. And this is what Capricorn energy can teach us. Love Capricorn energy, right? Because Capricorn energy is often working through the space that when you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. The modality of understanding that work does not need to be antithetical to joy, but is something that the more that we understand ourselves, right? The more that we energetically understand ourselves, the work becomes our joy. This is the beauty that we see in the Capricorn cycle. This is why we see that, like, legendary creature that is often articulating the sign of Capricorn, right? Because it's like, if you take the work, right, you take that goat energy and you stick the dream to it, you stick the fish energy on it, you've got there that beautiful harmonic experience. But it requires, right, what does one require in the modality of working through that path work? Got to get good with yourself. Okay. You aren't able to energetically experience that unless you get good with yourself. So this is a lot of the energy that we see about getting good, getting to work at getting good at ourselves, like getting good with ourselves. And so a lot of that work I want to describe, we see that's happening here, and it is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. We're going to start talking first about masculine energy right now. Now, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. One of the things that we're seeing that may be happening, and it's interesting because while there isn't, it's feeling very scorpionic in masculine energy right now. And I'm going to be doing a little bit more investigating as to why that might be the case, but it's the observation of what it means when we actually go through inner child healing. It's healing from the misconception that inner child healing has anything to do with children or the child self. It's the understanding that the unhealed child self is the self that believed that they knew everything. We're often in those modes because this is the fallacy that we often experience or we move towards when we're going through a maturation cycle, right? That feeling of saying, I'm done. You're never done. How dare you? It's not, it's a continual understanding. It's a continual learning. So and often those modalities by which we are really much like, no, I figured it out. No, you haven't. But you're getting close, right? So a lot of that modality or that experience, that ability of continually working towards the space of our own energetic involvement, it's working into the context of being able to heal, particularly from those past versions of self that feel like they were energetically in that point of completion. Because and this is why we often articulate that the biggest cautionary tale that one can find on a healing journey is moving towards the identification of perfection, right? If you feel like you're done your healing journey, like you like that is concerning, right? Because we're always learning. Like that space, like that is concerning because we're always learning. There's always more to understand about the self. So we see that for a lot of the energy going through that work, healing in that way, it's heavy, right? It's painful. It can create those modalities by which we look back upon the past version of the self and we say, like, oh, that was dreadful. But if you're feeling like that, congratulations, because that is the modality by which we are effectively able to understand what it is that we're putting our invested effort into, right? The work that we do to change, the work that we do to evolve, the work that we do to understand ourselves to a deeper way. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy working through that, it's heavy stuff, but it's starting in the context of being able to effectively articulate upon that path work, right? Working into the space of, and I keep on hearing like the ability to desire, to understand the self is the beginning of which everything opens up, because it's through that understanding that we're able to see our vulnerability as a gift that allows us to become energetically stronger within it. And also, and this is now working towards, and this is moving us towards the feminine energy right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Now, one of the things I want to be put a point of caution to is the fact that we see that a lot of the energy right now is working through disparate lessons. Feminine is having a lot of energetic clearing that is happening right now. So we've got masculine in a point of deeply investing in understanding the self in order to facilitate healthy connection outside the self. Feminine is doing a lot of auric cleaning. And what we're seeing with a lot of that auric clearing is the modality of understanding. And this is what's heavy for a lot of the energy of the feminine. When somebody is in an unhealed space, their aspiration of counterpart is effectively a non-entity, right? The observation of recognizing that often the qualities and characteristics that someone energetically unhealed is seeking in counterpart have to do with the feminine being in a modality of having absolutely no boundaries, having absolutely no understanding of self, right? The echo chamber that occurs when we're in an unhealed space, by which we're not looking for a true counterpart, but just someone that comes into the space of effectively padding the overly large ego of the self. This is a lot of the feminine that is working through those modalities of feeling the energetic frustration in experiences by which they look back and they see what they thought to be a failure point on an account of their person, but then they're seeing the qualities and characteristics an unhealed relationship was seeking within them, which is potentially the modality by which they don't effectively know the self, right? I keep on hearing the energy that is perpetually forgetful of the past, but also in the space by which they don't have any energetic boundaries, creates the non-state of being that often doesn't feel like it's energetically supportive to the self. And that pathwork of discernment, right? Once you recognize and understand that, applying that sense of the standards that effectively help us move towards healthy relationship, this is why we become so deeply, deeply, deeply in love with our standards. And we also do, but here's the thing, it's not enough, right? It's not enough just to do the work in understanding the standards, right? Because your standards are beautiful. Your standards will keep you out of rooms you should never be in the first place, right? The modality by which we heal from comparison and rejection is how we do that work. Because as long as we understand our energetic standards, then that capitulation that we have towards them allows us to move towards that point of celebration, and the ability to talk towards them, the eagerness by which we apply that space of being able to talk about our standards, it allows us to move deeper into the relationships that feel like they are energetically supportive towards us, the spaces by which we feel seen, supported, secure, and honored. But it's not just that easy, because for a lot of the energy of the feminine, that understanding of the standards is heavy work. Recognizing that one of the tendencies, right? It's not enough just to claim that one has standards, because you have to be very conscientious, because what do we recognize in relationality to our trauma? There is nothing our trauma likes more than to disguise itself as our standards, which is why it's important that we're able to speak upon them. Because in the modality by which we're able to effectively articulate upon what our standards are, we're able to effectively articulate and define what is a true standard, right? Something, and what is the sign of a true standard? Something that we're proud to hold, right? You don't ever mind somebody finding you holding one of your standards, right? But the modality by, and this is why often the modality by which you articulate that you have a standard, but you don't feel inclined to talk about it is very concerning, because that's often the space by which you say it's probably trauma, right? It's probably trauma because it's an experience of understanding that healthy standards can always stand the test of energetic explanation. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. And the non-binary energy is working through a lot of energetic healing, particularly as it relates to the work of understanding the challenge of being able to stay energetically vulnerable in a hard world. And for a lot of that energy, that modality of working through situations or experiences that almost feel like the inclination that occurs in the desire to effectively become harder as you're navigating something that doesn't feel necessarily healthy to the self. This is a lot of the energy that is working through how strong you have to be to stay energetically vulnerable in a hard world, because that modality of being able to articulate upon the vulnerability, right? Like I keep on just hearing the same message that says there's nothing harder than being soft, because it's the work that we do to energetically protect the heart space, right? Working into that pathwork of understanding that the vulnerability that we find in each other is a gift. And when we are energetically protective of it, we articulate and communicate how important it is, because that is where we effectively hold our energetic standards. Those modalities of kind of working through or healing trauma that felt like the inclination was to make us harder, but instead allowing it to effectively keep us soft, right? Keep us in the space by which we still hold empathy. It's a continuation of the understanding that empathy isn't enough, right? Because what happens when you have too much empathy? It's often the modality by which you feel energetically clumsy holding one's standards. When you can do both, right? You're able to maintain the empathy of the self. You're able to feel everything that you can feel, but also staying very energetically firm within the self, right? Being able to hold the energetic standards in relationality to where you need to hold them. This is energy that builds into the context of moving towards energy that is supportive of that work, because that identification point, that recognition that we have in relationality to how difficult that work is, I keep on seeing it's often the space by which the energy navigates others' projections to them, right? I can almost feel like some of that energy is working through experiences by which they felt the projection of someone saying, how dare you be soft? Like, what right do you have to be energetically soft? Because often what happens, right, when we're too trapped in our ego, and this is why when someone's too trapped in their ego and they see someone soft, they feel very energetically triggered, because it's almost like the internal self that is moving in accordance to the fact of understanding that they themselves don't feel that they can be that way because they're too trapped in their egoic self. So that modality by which they have to navigate others who haven't done their shadow work effectively. But even recognizing that, that's a lot of the energy that continues to work in that stabilizing fashion as it relates to talking about why it's so difficult, right? Why that energy takes so much time in relationality to facilitating healthy connections, because they've been hurt before by those who haven't understood themselves properly. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also like to encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we will be holding this August. I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through 13th. We will be traveling to one of the destinations by which the tarot was first immediately discovered, to understand more not only about the cards, but to understand the culture by which the tarot was able to grow and thrive. I would like to invite you on a tour of Florence, Tuscany, and Rome, where we will be working to sharpen our tarot skills. Everyone who participates in that retreat will be getting not only one-on-one training with me, but will also be eligible for a complimentary mentorship class where I will meet with you to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize the cards to the best of your advantage going forward. You can find all about that over on my stack, and everyone who joins this month will also be receiving a complimentary $200 discount on that retreat. I'd also like to invite you over to my Stack to learn more as well about our next tarot class, which will be happening this Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card, the final card in the major arcana. We will be studying the symbology of that card, the history of the card. I'll also be moving you through spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'll also be presenting you a unique spread that will help you channel the messages of the World card into your own readings. And if you would like to become a part of that class, all you need to do is head over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live class each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we studied prior to beginning the next class, but it's a great time if you want to join, if you want to start studying up on some of those classes before the next class begins. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, and you'll have the option of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we have been studying or seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this full moon that we just experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. As I mentioned, these are for my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Adam, so good to see you today. Thank you so much for those gifts. And welcome as well. Thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I like a 7, Adam. We like to see a 7. Selena, a 5. Okay, make sure that you're resting your voice. Make sure that you're drinking a lot of tea right now. Put some honey in that tea. Also, please remember that legitimate readers will never ask you to message them directly for a reading, and this is my only site. Oh, thank you, Kira. That's really kind of you to say. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today, dear. Katerina, thank you for that heart. Welcome, Lynn. Good to see you as well. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for the heart me, guys. Please remember to recharge your heart me's if you're joining us on the clock app, if you would like an additional card in your reading. And healing is the vibe. Tap to claim. Grand Rising Avatar. Thank you for those gifts. Bridget, so good to see you. And thank you for those giggles this morning, Avatar. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget, as well. nobody has ever done. Drea, thank you for the follow. Bridget, some days I feel like I just started my healing journey. That's the right way to be. Embracing that full energy. The older I guess, the less I know it seems. Tap to claim avatar on that journey as well. Oh, and I hope you're feeling better. Oh, Bridget, I know she seems to be. I think Bridget is feeling. I'm so glad. I've been checking on her too. I've been checking on her too. Good to see you today. And El Weiss, thank you for the follow. I got you on the list, Per. You'll also have an additional card in your reading for being the first person on the list today. If anybody wants to get on the list right now, it is a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Yes, you needed that. And thank you. Good to see you today, Ophi. And how are you doing today as well? Tris, good to see you. Julia, how are you doing as well, dear? Oh, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate you. And thank you, Nina, for the cake slices. Hi there, Mamo. Right back at you, my dear. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Meeting with people in the meantime, trying to find an aligned roommate. That is all a really good stuff to do in this energy right now, Julia. It's like doing all the necessary stuff. Oh my goodness. Grand Rising, Esteban. Good to see you as well today. How are you doing, Jareen? Welcome from Uganda. Thank you. And Nina, thank you for the compliment as well. Faith, thank you for the follow as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started today in the next few minutes. If you wanted to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 5.3K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. We'll be able to do that giveaway. The other giveaway we're going to be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. At the moment, Avatar, you are in the lead for that giveaway. Thank you so much with 511. Thank you so much for those gifts. So make sure that you guys are, if you're participating, I wish you luck in terms of that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animals. Come on, animal spirit guides. I've got the animal spirit deck here. I'm going to draw a card. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Also, for anybody who's interested in getting on the list today, keep in mind we do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, and you can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. That said, also, if you are across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you just need to head over to the tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can also be on the list. Why don't we get started with that intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl energy. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Thank you, Modern Muse, for sharing the live. Thank you as well for the follow, Joreen. And as I mentioned, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, January 9th, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the Tower card in its reversal, in combination with the Page of Cups in its upright. I like to see these 2 cards in combination together. And it's interesting too, because I often like to have this. It's interesting. You know, the thing I notice is that the Page of Cups can bring out a lot of feelings. in relationality to seeing it. And it's interesting because it's reminding me of a conversation that I had recently with someone, and they were like, is the Page of Cups a is the Page of Cups a positive card or a negative card? And you guys know how I often teach. I always like to articulate the fact that there are no positive or negative cards. Everything we have to understand about the cards is really important in relationality to the proximity of the cards that are surrounding the cards. And the thing I keep on seeing that we often have to remember that can sometimes create the frustration point in seeing the Page of Cups has to do with energetic seriousness, right? Like it is oppositional. Like the Page of Cups is not a serious card. It's not a serious card. And I think that to a certain extent, in that way, it can sometimes feel like it's frustrating because if there's modalities by which there's something serious and you articulate it, then the modality by which we arrive to situations or circumstances is often and I like to point this out. And this is what I like about Tower card in its reversal with a Page of Cups, right? Which is the modality by which I keep on hearing our seriousness is a gift. And when we know ourselves, we know what we're energetically serious about, right? And I like to talk about it too, because one of the things I think that's happening, especially with the Tower card in its reversal with the Page of Cups, is it talks about the understanding of being able to move through something and recognize one's own facets, right? The ability of being energetically multifaceted is a gift because it's the modality by which I keep wondering, it's the modality by which we are constantly in the space. And it almost feels kind of like Gemini energy to a certain extent, because you often see this with individuals who carry a lot of Gemini placements, right? The modality by which we build into the space of holding our own sense of energetic integrity, but also the recognition of being able to understand our own energetic facets, which is often the modality or the experience by which we know what we have to bring to energetic situations. And I keep on getting that is effectively what we see that's happening there. And this is what's effectively facilitating a lot of this energy that we're currently identifying that is moving deeper into the situations or circumstances by which we see those moon relationships that are occurring, right? It's the sense of, I keep wondering, it's the sense of proportionality, right? And it's being able to move towards, and I keep wondering, proportionality is energetically conditional in relationality to the point by which we are effectively able to navigate or address or articulate something that is energetically meaningful to us. Now, this is happening in a big way, and I keep on getting it's different depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first by talking about the energy that is in solitude and moving towards that right now. Center card for today's spread. Can I get one card, please? We've got the 10 of Cups in its upright. Now, the 10 of Cups in its upright center of the spread is exactly the type of energy that we like to see, because it's working through situations and circumstances with a sense of proportionality. The ability to effectively identify or articulate proportionality is the modality by which we're able to energetically address something, but such as a way by which we're able to effectively, I keep wondering, when we bring proportionality to things, we elevate experiences, is what I keep on hearing. When we bring proportionality to things, we energetically elevate experiences because it's the modality or the circumstance or situation by which we're able to effectively facilitate or articulate something that has energetic meaning to us. And this is what I continue to see that's happening right now for a lot of those moon relationships. That conversation or that articulation point in being able to recognize and define something that has a lot of energetic meaning. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those that work in solitude, for a lot of the energy in solitude right now, this is the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships or those moon lessons that we saw that have been occurring from the period of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present, right? And this is what we talk about the highest gift is understanding the self, right? Because when we understand the self, we're able to easily recognize an inside problem versus an outside problem, something that we're working on within versus something that we're trying to resolve upon without. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, that modality of effectively facilitating upon that, I just keep on seeing it's working through productive conversation. It's being able to identify and articulate what it is that they're working on upon the self. And this is what I keep on getting that feels like an energetic celebration for a lot of those relationships, right? Because I keep on hearing this is a lot of energy that's in solitude, that is understanding. And this is why we have to let go of the sense of being perfect. You don't need to be perfect to find an energetic relationship. You just need to know what you're working on. You have to understand the self. And that's the greatest gift that we bring in as it relates to counterpart relationships. Because that understanding of knowing the self means that we don't go into relationship with a flashlight, right? We don't walk towards it searching to understand ourselves. We arrive into partnership with a complete understanding. And in that modality, we are effectively able to energetically elevate our relationship, because it's not, keep wondering, it's not a relationship that's based upon trying to figure ourselves out. It's the understanding of having already figured ourselves out and being able to effectively just move to the space by which we're energetically working, right? It's like it's just working into the context of being able to identify how much of a relief it is when you're not searching, right? And so this is the gift. This is what's happening right now for a lot of those relationships. And I've got 3 different modalities, right? 3 different modalities that are happening right now as it relates to partnership. Now, for the energy that is working through solitude, this is the work that I see. It's the understanding, and this is why I keep on hearing the same message coming through. It's the difference between being centered in self and self-centered. What is the difference between being centered in self versus self-centered? Being self-centered is the modality or the experience by which we recognize, or we don't build any energetic compassion or empathy for anyone else's experience, right? The modality by which we effectively just work through something, but even in the context by which we energetically work through it, it's the identification point of not taking that empathy into consideration as it relates to the energy around the self. And this is often why we do the work to heal the ego. We can experience this a lot with Jupiter retrograding in Cancer, right? The understanding that the ego is not something that we can ever shed. The ego is always there. But having an ego that's healed is having an ego that feels like it's very much an approximation of what we feel within. The streamlined ego, what is within is the same as what is without. So that's what I see, that a lot of the energy in solitude is working on, right? This is why we talk about, if you want to find the healthy relationship, start healing the self. Because when you start to do the work to understand the self, it becomes the greatest gift that you can bring to a counterpart connection, right? You're not looking to relationship to understand the self, right? And this is why there's nothing more dangerous, right? If you're in a space of unhappiness, right? If you're in a space of perpetual unhappiness and you've convinced yourself that a relationship is going to fix you, I hate to break it to you, there's no relationship on the planet that will ever fix your unhappiness, because you'll bring that unhappiness to anywhere you go. So when we work to effectively find that point of joy within us, then we effectively heal our relationship to counterpart, because it's that identification point of finding the love that feels like love, right? The modality by which we work to heal ourselves so that what we feel within is expressed or experienced as the same without. This is the result of the healthy ego, because it allows that vulnerability, right? That it allows the vulnerability of something that doesn't become distorted in the modality by which we try to have another person experience it. This is why it's so important that we address the ego. And the other thing you have to understand, that doesn't mean we try to get rid of it. Your ego is your friend. Your ego is the defense mechanism of the soul. And the more that you're able to see your ego, the safer that you are, because it's that modality of understanding that the ego that we're energetically proud of is a reflection of ourselves. So I keep on getting like that is a continuation of a lot of those moon relationships, the understanding that being centered in self, right? The work that we do to understand the self immediately becomes the gift to everyone around us because it doesn't feel like we're bringing them our energetic complications. We're arriving with our sense of personal understanding. Now, that is what I see that's happening for a lot of the energy that's working through solitude. There are relationships that are coming together and they're literally saying how easy it is to be with you. The ease, the absolute ease, right? They're finding each other. They are becoming each other's source of peace. Because when we understand ourselves, we don't look to counterpart to help us solve the problem of the self. We bring our own solution. We understand ourselves completely. So that modality of being able to understand the self and being integral within it, this is the energy that speaks to each other about the fact that these are the relationships that are moving deeper into relationship. And they're saying, literally, they're saying, it's the easiest relationship I've ever been in. Right? And why are they saying that it is? And they're saying that again, right? How easy it can be when we do the work when we do the work to untangle those tangled parts of ourselves, because that modality by which the easement point of working through difficulty is often experienced by which we don't navigate difficulty in the space of being ego driven, right? The modality by which I can see this energy, look at this, and this is what I meant about this being a positive page of cups. Look at the cards. Look at the cards that are surrounding. Look at the cards that are surrounding this energetic individual. Look how easy, right? Look how easy it can be with someone that does the work to understand the self, right? And so that is the energy that says when we work to understand the self, we become the source of each other's peace. So there's a lot of that space by which this is the energy, and they're articulating, right? They're not saying to each other, you are my missing piece. They're saying, you are my peace. P-E-A-C-E. You are my piece that was missing, right? They're not saying to each other, you are my missing piece, going, you are the thing I was looking for that makes me happy again. They've already solved that. It's the energy that goes, you are my piece that is missing. Because when we work to find our joy, how easy it can be to be in a relationship by which we don't look at each other to be the source of our joy. We just bring our own. Continuing, and then again, I need to see that I do see some separations that are potentially occurring during this time. We're going to talk through them. And the hard part about some of these separations is difficult conversation, particularly because this is why it's so important that we have to heal our egos if we ever want healthy relationship. Because the thing about the ego is the ego's afraid of feelings. There's nothing more dangerous than the ability to disassociate. The best relationship you ever find will make you feel things you've never felt before. So you have to understand that the ability to be brave in the space of our feelings, right? This is what we get with Pluto and Aquarius. There's nothing more dangerous than disassociating from your feelings. You don't get stronger disassociating from feelings, right? And that's the hard part, because the more that you move towards things that are for you, what are you going to discover? Feelings that you've never felt before, right? So imagine a situation by which you work towards a space of disassociating and you're like, it's good. I don't feel anything. I'm fine. And then you start moving towards something that is like literally your bliss, and you start feeling all of these weird feelings, things that you've never felt before, and you run strictly in the other direction, right? You run strictly in the other direction, and then energy comes back and they go, oh, I feel okay again, and they move back towards relationship and they go, I think I'm ready for relationship again. No, you're not. Because then you're going to move back towards the relationship, and what's going to come up again? All those feelings that you don't want to address. Relationships are emotional refinement centers. Relationships are emotional refinement centers. We don't move further away from a feeling to resolve the feelings that come up within them. We move deeper into the energetic relationship. And that conversation, right, potentially having to articulate to another the modality by which they're able to effectively amplify or articulate and say to one another, I know that there is the desire, right? I know there is the energetic desire for a relationship, but you have to be able to navigate one's own fire, right? The modality of the feelings that arrive within the context of moving towards partnership, right? I keep on hearing, it's like the energy that says, I can literally hear the energy say, I know that you desire, but are you ready for the fire? Because it's the energy that says we prepare ourselves. This is why it's so important to navigate the feelings that come up that we aren't ready to address, because when you spend your whole life trying to disassociate from your feelings, I guarantee you, you will find the blessed relationship and you will go running away from it because you're not ready to address all of the feelings that come up as you're navigating being within it. So this is why I see a lot of that energy potentially coming into separation with modalities like that, and it's working through, potentially working through the tragedy or the sadness of those circumstances or situations, right? The understanding that that is not something that we can, that we have to, it's not enough to have feelings, right? It's not enough to articulate the feeling that you have feelings. You have to be brave enough to navigate through the energetic feelings to be able to maintain or hold on to the relationship in the process of having them. This brings us to our fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread today. 2 cards, please. We've got here the 3 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Wheel of Fortune in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing that's happening right now? For a lot of those energies or a lot of those situations or circumstances, working through a lot of that, I keep wondering, like working through a lot of those modalities or experiences by which we navigate or find that energetic steadiness. Bearing in mind that, again, these temperance relationships were effectively the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of the solstice period that we experienced this summer. Working through those modalities or experiences by which they effectively articulate or define what it is like, and this is that continuation that we saw that's happening right now that's a little bit difficult, because some of these relationships, I'm going to say it again, it's not the fact that we're going through, it's not the fact that we're actually going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, right? We're not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, but the energy feels very akin to one. And the reason that the energy feels very akin to a Venus in retrograde cycle right now is due to the fact that we have effectively, we've got Venus that is tucked between Mars and Mercury. Mercury's behind it, Mars is before it. And I want to describe the feeling of energetic frustration, working through a lot of that energetic frustration, but being energetically productive through it, right? Just allowing it the context by which one is able to effectively articulate or navigate throughout those energetic cycles. I keep on getting the same work that we see that is energetically happening there, which is it's a lot of the energy that's reaffirming to each other that hard work pays off, or that there's some modalities by which we just have to kind of, like, I keep wondering, like, and this is what we kind of get, especially when we've got Uranus in Taurus retrograding, right? Some things we just have to push through on. And the modality by which we're just energetically working through something, right? Like just working through frustration is often the space by which we're able to arrive at productivity, because those modalities or experiences by which we're able to effectively, like, just keep ourselves energetically motivated or committed towards something. I just keep on seeing that that's a lot of the continuation that we identify and recognize in relationality to the work that we're effectively setting our minds to. And so for a lot of that experience or a lot of those modalities, that sense or that space of building into the reliable energy, I keep on getting that that is a lot of the work that they effectively articulate and amplify to each other in relationality to patience that effectively pays off. Now, continuing to get clarification here between our Tower card in its reversal in combination with our Page of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Ace of Cups energy in its upright. So what do we see with the Ace of Cups in its upright? The Ace of Cups in its upright speaks to us a lot, and this is going to be moving us into those Magician relationships. And the Magician relationships are effectively the relationships that were coming together between the time of Mercury, coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. So for a lot of these relationships we're effectively identifying right now is working through the space of being energetically productive. It's building into that point of productivity. It's putting, I keep on hearing, a lot of those modalities or experiences by which one is effectively able to navigate or work through something. And I keep on getting that a lot of those modalities by which they're energetically working through things, it's a continuation of being able to effectively articulate upon something that has energetic meaning to the self. And so for a lot of these relationships, that capacity of being able to articulate or amplify to another the sense of being able to make healthy choices, that identification point in terms of being able to articulate upon what they are, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it feels supportive, but it's also difficult because I can see the energy in the same modality by which they're energetically working through something. They're also going through the experience by which they're navigating and letting go of situations and circumstances that do not feel energetically supportive of their healing journeys. This is often something that we experience in relationality to our journey, right? The modality by which we're able to just let something go is what I keep on getting. And what's beautiful about that is for some of those situations or some of those relationships, everything I keep on seeing in terms of those experiences has to do with the observation of being able to effectively work through something. And the modality by which I see that energy navigating is, and this is what often happens, because especially when Neptune and Saturn are both navigating like right on that meridian, moving from Pisces into Aries, the state or the space by which we are effectively able to articulate upon the understanding, like there's literally energy that is navigating the weight, that they feel like they are losing energetic connections because they're making healthier choices, right? That observation, like simply put, right? Like that is what's so devastating for some of those relationships, working through the context by which they have to explain to another person, right? Like literally a situation by which they're articulating to another and saying like, what happened between you and that person? Being like, well, it's a little bit weird to say, but I honestly feel like it has to do with the fact that I'm making healthier choices, right? The modality by which we're moving in accordance with what we know is healthier towards us, and the observation of seeing relationships fracture in the context of making those healthier choices. I know it's heavy. Like I keep on hearing the energy go, like it's heavy, right? But it also feels like it's helping the energy honor, right? Like I keep on hearing the energy say, like the space by which they're saying to another, I'm letting go of that because I'm honoring myself more, right? Like that is literally the context that we see that is happening, because I keep on hearing healthy relationships celebrate the fact that we're honoring ourselves more, right? Unhealthy relationships will often articulate that that is the reason, right? That is the reason by which there's a separation forming. And I keep on hearing it's identifying I keep on hearing something about the fact that selfish energy often tells on themselves, because it's the modality by which when somebody, and you have to be very conscientious when you use the word selfish, right? Because the modality by which you articulate selfishness is the space by which you have an expectation that you put in relationality to another. And so I keep on getting it's not enough to articulate that someone is being energetically selfish unless you're going to do the work in terms of telling another person what you are energetically expecting from them. And that is effectively the conversation that I see that a lot of the energy is navigating right now, deep in those magician relationships. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Cups in combination with our 10 of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Empress card in its reversal. So what are we effectively identifying with that Empress energy in its reversal? It's working through, and I keep on getting for a lot of these, for the culmination of a lot of these moon relationships, I just keep on getting that type of, like, I keep on, and this is what's beautiful about those moon relationships. there is no passive aggressive energy within them. This is what I keep on seeing. This is what I meant in relationality to those those relationships being so healthy. I just keep on getting no passive aggressive energy there, right? The modality by which they're healing is the space by which if something comes up, they just energetically deal with it. They just energetically address it, right? It's like that's what I keep on getting in terms of that relationship, like those, and I want to see, like, and this is what I keep on getting in relationality. I've got those three different modalities, that we recognize or see are happening in those experiences, either working through, I keep on saying working through the capacity or experience of being able to energetically articulate or define upon something that they themselves are working to energetically resolve upon. So the modality by which they're working through the context of the self, right? Continuing to do the work of being good with the self, right? Feeling the sense of self by which one is able to amplify and articulate that sense of feeling energetically good. This is often the modality by which you heal from, I keep on hearing, others misconceptions of the self. And I keep on getting that there's something really beautiful and supportive I see that's happening in relationality to a lot of that path work that has to do with the converse. Like I keep wondering, it has to do with the continuation of recognizing and identifying the space by which we energetically support one another is the modality by which we energetically honor who we are, is what I keep on hearing. And the modality by which we see, like I keep wondering, the modality by which we see and understand that point of honor, right? The space by which we honor ourselves and we honor our energetic journey. It's not, I keep wondering, it's something that is allowing for the space by which it's energetically reciprocal, right? That is often the modality by which I see that. This is why I keep on hearing a lot of this energy working in solitude, building into that space of finding that sense of being centered in self. Because the difference between self-centered and centered in self is the identification of knowing the self, right? It is the recognition point of understanding who we are that allows us to be able to perceive and identify the world. And the truth is, and this is what I keep on seeing that was happening, and it was coming through a lot in the feminine reading yesterday, and I feel like it's arriving into the reading here, understanding that an unhealthy relationship will identify that your highest energetic characters, and I need to like focus on this because this is really important, because there's something that is happening right now for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union versus the energy that is working through healing from past experiences. And it has to do with the similarity, and we're just going to address it here, upon being centered in self versus being a non-entity, right? Now, what is the difference between being centered in self and being an energetic non-entity? The space by which we are centered in self is the space by which we know ourselves, right? The modality by which we understand what is energetically important to us. Now, this is important to notate, because when we know what is important to us, we know what feels like an energetic distraction, right? And often what happens is the modality by which we are energetically centered within ourselves, when others come towards us with things that feel like they're energetic priorities, but we know what is energetically important, we're able to effectively calibrate in those capacities. And this is why that I keep on hearing, when you are centered in self, get ready to hear the word selfish, because it's not the space, unless there is something, right? Unless another's projections of you carry a grain of truth. It's often the modality by which you recognize the difference between someone articulating true selfishness. Now, what is true selfishness? It's the understanding that something that we're giving ourselves is not proportional to what we would give another person. That is what selfishness is, versus the modality or the experience by which another person is overly demanding upon us, right? The modality of being able to energetically recognize what feels like it's over demanding upon us is often the modality by which we recognize that and identify that as we energetically proceed on our journeys. Now, the modality by which we see that there are relationships that are moving deeper into partnership, specifically and particularly because the energy identifies that character and quality and characteristic in counterpart. How easy it can be with someone that knows themselves completely. The gift of understanding the self that allows for the easement in relationship, because it is the energy that effectively has a grip on themselves, right? And that allows for things to be very energetically easy. Simultaneously, I see energy in solitude, having to heal from situations or circumstances by which they recognize that someone is angry at them for being a non-entity. And what would be the qualities and characteristics by which you recognize that someone is mad at you for being a non-entity, for not being a non-entity? The modality by which someone says, "Oh, why are you mad at them?" Because they had feelings. Oh, okay. That sounds normal. What did they have feelings about? Oh, I was hurting them. Oh, okay. All right. Why are you mad at that person? Oh, because they said that they didn't want me doing something that was hurting them. Okay. All right. That sounds normal, right? The modality by which another person, like the conversation that you literally would have with someone, by which you articulate in relationality to the modality of looking at something and being like, yeah, I had to let that relationship go. Why? Because I had standards, right? The modality by which one understands. And this is the type of nuance that I'm talking about here, because it's working through, like we see here, right? And I want you to pay attention, right? Because they can look, you see the difference between energy that is moving in proportionality into a healthy relationship at this time. That is another person saying, I can love that person because they know themselves, right? I adore that person because they know themselves profoundly. They know what is and is not their problem. They identify an internal problem versus an external one, versus those modalities and experiences by which another person is healing and saying, yes, I'm healing from a situation by which someone is mad at the self because one was not enough of a non-entity, right? The modality by which one recognizes and says, I could go back to that relationship. I would just have to let go of the person that I am in order to facilitate it. And that's why we say a healthy relationship will never require you to abandon your standards in order to move towards it. It's the space by which the standards are supported even more as you move in further direction towards it. Now, this continues to bring us to, continuing on this path work, clarification between our 10 of Cups in its upright in combination with our 3 of Pentacles in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got here the Ace of Swords in its upright. Now, this is moving us back towards those temperance relationships. And the temperance relationships, again, were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up in time until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. These relationships are working through, like it's path work of perseverance right now, right? It's the modality or the experience. The modality or the experience by which we work, I keep on hearing, we put that force of intention towards things. We continue in that experience. We continue in the space by which I keep on hearing, we continue to work towards things. And it's the modality by which we continue to work towards things that often I keep on hearing this energy say, some things need to be, I keep on hearing like the counterparts working through these temperance relationships are understanding and identifying that, and I keep on hearing that it's not enough just to have a manifestation goal, but the work by which we navigate and identify what it takes to energetically endure, like in the path work by which we move towards it. And everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that work is, I keep on getting, it's a further amplification of building into energetic steadiness. And there's something important that I'm seeing in relationality to that energetic steadfast energy, because the modality by which we articulate to each other. I keep on hearing our steadiness is readiness. So the modality by which we work, through something, but not just the space by which we work through it, but the state by which we effectively are energetically patient, right? We don't, like, I keep on hearing like the space by which we take things like in a, I keep on hearing we take things in a step by step approach, right? And we don't rush through things. I keep on seeing that that is like a lot of the work that I keep on identifying that is happening right now for those temperance relationships, because I keep on hearing it's the articulation of someone saying steadiness equates to readiness. Steadiness equates to readiness, which is the modality by which we work through difficulty, but the space by which we're just energetically steady through it articulates our readiness in relationality to how we energetically address circumstances or situations. I just keep on getting that coming through very heavily there. And so that's a lot of the counterparts that are effectively supporting each other as it relates to navigating, I keep on hearing, as it relates to navigating situations and circumstances with a sense of proportionality. Continuing right now between our Three of Pentacles in its upright in combination with the Wheel of Fortune in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now, and this is bringing us to those Magician relationships. And again, the Magician relationships were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. And for a lot of these relationships right now, like I literally, like I see this energy right now. Like I see a lot of this energy deep within divine union. Like I just see the energy deep within divine union. And it's funny too, because did you notice how like I put like my hands behind my head? Because it's a lot of the like it's and I want to describe this. I feel like there's something about those magician relationships that are working into the context of another person deep within their ego. And when we identify the space by which another person is deep within their ego, usually you can identify someone's deep within their ego because, and this is literally the sound of the trauma that you'll experience when someone's deep within their ego, it seems like nothing I ever do is the right thing, right? Like literally the modality by which another person articulates and says, and the answer is yes, right? When you like, that is literally like that is music to the ears of someone that is deep within their ego. Because when another person is working into the context of the observation of the understanding that the ego is overly demanding, right? The ego is over, like it's, and here's the thing, when you're deep within your ego, you will never find joy there, right? You will always be in the space by which it feels like something is not right. So that modality, right? The experience, the torture, like this is what happens. The tortured energy that is deep within their ego then puts that out on everybody else around them, right? The modality by which one feels the space by which you're navigating that, and often the characteristic of understanding. And here's the thing about it, right? Sometimes when you recognize that that is the energy around you, the only thing you can do is get out of proximity to it, right? Because that modality or that experience by which we effectively, I keep hearing the modality or experience by which we effectively work through something, but not just in the context by which we energetically work through it, but the modality by which we bring reason to things when we're in a healthy space, right? Literally, I see some energy that is moving away in the context of a healthy relationship from unreasonable energy. And they're articulating the fact that they potentially recognize what is happening there. They're understanding the modality of someone being deep within their feelings and not doing the work to effectively understand them, but instead projecting them out onto those around the self. That is reaffirming their own energetic commitment as it relates to the energetic direction, right? And so I just keep on seeing it's painful, right? Right? It's painful, but I keep on seeing that the pain, like the pain that is happening in those modalities is the pain that they're recognizing based upon observation, right? It's painful because they recognize it's not within them to resolve. And this is what's hard when you're in that space. Like I can almost see the energy that wishes that it was something within them that they could change, because that's something that they could work upon. But when you're in those modalities by which you see somebody in that experience, you will, like, I keep on seeing the energy that they maintain hope, right? They maintain hope and relationality to what can be healed in the long term, but they're moving in that state of practicality in relationality to how they effectively recognize or identify what that work is in the present space, is what I keep on seeing. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in combination with the Empress card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? We've got here the Six of Cups in its upright. So what are we seeing with that Six of Cups energy? The Six of Cups moving us back into the energy that is in solitude right now. I feel like there's a lot of this energy, and this is feeling like new relationship path work. I want to state, and I want to describe what I'm effectively picking up on here. I've either got some energy that has been spending the last few months deep within hermit energy and is moving into the space by which they're articulating their own readiness to build into healthy connection right now, right? Like I literally see some energy that potentially spent like this moon relationship period in hermit mode. But the modality by which they're working through that experience and understanding that, I just keep on seeing that there's something really important as it relates to the energy that is working to effectively, I keep on getting, identify and define and articulate what feels energetically, I keep wondering what feels energetically stabilizing, but not just in the context by which they're working through what feels energetically stabilizing. I'm also identifying that this is the energy that's articulating or working through the understanding of knowing the self, because it's the space by which one says, when I know the self, I don't go to relationship searching for something. I arrive to relationship ready for it, right? The space by which I almost feel like there's some energy that is changing, like that is changing their perception of relationship in the context of their healing journey. And what's beautiful about that is it's the understanding. Like I keep on hearing, the beautiful energy of a relationship does not define us, it refines us. Like that is the culmination of moving through that energy, right? A healthy relationship doesn't define us, it refines us. It doesn't come into the context by which we articulate that we are energetically, like we are defined by it, but the space by which we see, like the space by which we become even more energetically improved within it. But you'll never be refined in a healthy relationship if you're looking towards the relationship for definition of the self, right? Because the modality by which one is seeking to understand the self, that's not something that anyone can bring you. That's something that you have to find within. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, like this is the energy that's like working to understand themselves in the best way possible, because they understand that that is a gift that they're not only doing for the self, but they're doing in order to facilitate healthy relationship outside the self. We're moving into world partnerships, aren't we? Yeah, that makes sense. Continuing to get clarification between, and this is why, right? This is why those moon relationships are effectively articulating or defining to each other or stating, like, this is why you're my energetic easement point. Clarification between the Empress card in its reversal with the Ace of Swords in its upright. Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups in its upright. So for the Queen of Cups in its upright works, like the Queen of Cups in its upright works us through, I keep on hearing, it works, and this is bringing us into the temperance relationships, right? The observation, I keep on seeing the observation of that energy effectively identifying or articulating to, I keep hearing identifying or articulating to another in relationality towards the understanding. And I keep on seeing like this is what the temperance relationships articulate to each other, the modality or the experience by which they amplify or articulate to each other the sense of energetic meaning in relationality to how they hold one another. And this is why I keep on hearing like a lot of those temperance relationships. There's a lot of alignment today that I'm seeing, right? Like the space by which the energy is effectively able to articulate. But I keep on saying it's not just the fact that they're able to energetically articulate upon something, but the state or the space by which they recognize and work through something in the capacity by way of which they're able to talk about their emotions. This is what I keep on getting in relationality to this is a beautiful, and I want to describe this because this is a beautiful pillar that we see that's occurring in the center of this spread today, because we've got the 10 of Cups with the Queen of Cups, which is working through the space by which the energy identifies that the healing by which the counterparts bring to each other is the modality of being energetically present. And I keep on getting when we're working towards, right? When we're working towards they're working towards a better present is what I keep on hearing. And why do I keep on hearing this energy that is articulating that they're working towards a better present? Because the modality of the understanding that when we recognize, like when we bring that koan to things, when we understand ourselves, then there is no rut, right? Because when we are building into the space by which we're always identifying or recognizing what we're putting our energetic priority to, I just keep on hearing a lot of that energy saying they're working on a better present, because it's the space by which there's always something to do, isn't there? There's always something to do when you're working towards a better present, right? When you feel like something is energetically blocked, just turn your attention to what would allow for a better present. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that's not getting caught in the rut space. They're just allowing that sense of productivity to help them through anything. I keep wondering anything that a past version of self would have seen as a rut, but the present version of self sees as a possibility, right? When we're working towards a better present, there are possibilities all around us. It's not the space by which we're waiting for something to energetically change, but we work to facilitate towards it. So I keep on seeing that that is the gift that they give each other, right? The understanding that they love each other because they always see each other operating in that space of improving, right? It's like the energy going, like, what are you, like I see the energy constantly looking at each other being like, what are you doing? And they're like, improving. What are you doing right now? Improving. What are you doing right now? Improving. continuing continuing to get continuing to get clarification. And we're going to talk about these magician relationships, because the magician relationships right now, this is where I see a lot of the frustration coming through. And we're gonna talk about some of those feelings that are coming up, and they have a right to it, is what I keep on getting. So clarification between the Ace of Swords, and I got to stress this, guys. We got two of the four aces out on the deck right now. This is a very, very strong reading. Ace of Swords with a 9 of Cups and it's upright. Boom. Yeah, feelings coming up from the past with the 7 of Swords. Let's talk about this. Now, I want to walk you guys through. I tried to tell you that this was going to energetically happen. Every time Saturn and Neptune come out of retrograde, so there's been this thing that's been happening. Okay, I'm going to walk you through it. Like about the last year, like Mercury, Neptune, and Saturn, right? They start climbing into Aries, and what happens? They go into retrograde and they're pulled back into Pisces, right? Climb into Aries, pull back into Pisces. Climb into Aries, pull back into Pisces. This is very hard for anybody with Piscean placements right now. It's doing a number. If you got a lot of Piscean placements, every time they move into Aries, you have an abandonment wound occur, or you feel like the abandonment wound rises up, right? So this is what we see that is energetically happening right now with a lot of that energy. This is literally energy that is articulating the space by which they're articulating the fact that they're trying to move towards something that they know is healthy, but they feel like they're having to heal from a situation by which another person will not allow. And this is talking about situations outside of relationship, where it feels like somebody is too trapped in the past in order to be in another person's future. And what occurs, right? What occurs in the modality by which another person is too trapped in the past to be in another person's future? The space by which another person energetically harbors something or refuses to let go of something, right? And this is why we talk about, and I keep on hearing, healthy healing isn't about letting go of things. It's about understanding what you're holding on to. I'm going to say that again. Healthy healing is not about letting go of everything. That's forgetfulness. Healthy healing is understanding what you're holding on to. If it feels like it's energetically important, if it feels like it's a standard, or if it feels like you're trauma in disguise. So that's what I mean in relationality to some kind of energetic frustration that's happening right now for some of these magician relationships. Because I can literally see a situation by which another person is articulating the reason why they're coming into conflict with someone at the time that they're moving deeper into relationship. And they're saying, explain to me what's going on between you and that person. They're going, let me explain it to you. They're holding on to a trauma, but I recognize that it's actually, they're holding on to a standard, but I recognize that it's actually trauma in disguise. Is what I keep on hearing. They're holding on to a standard, but I recognize that it's trauma in disguise, is what I keep on seeing. They're trying to articulate that their trauma is a standard, but I can recognize, I know them well enough, like literally the energy going, I know them well enough that I recognize that it's a trauma in disguise. And there's an argumentation that's potentially happening right now for some of these magician relationships that feels like that is the context by which they say, like, and they want to point out the way that you can usually define, and I'll like to point this out, I'm going to say it again, the way you can usually define what an actual standard is if you are in this situation is a healthy standard is one that can be explained. A healthy standard, I'm going to just keep on dropping that little insight there. A healthy standard is one that is completely logical and reasonable in relationality to why you're holding on to it. That helps move things forward. You're welcome. All right, continuing right now, moving towards continuing to get clarification between our Six of Cups in its upright in combination with the Queen of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Knight of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about it. I'm starting to notice a trend in relationality to what the new energetic cycle is moving towards. And I want to articulate that. I want to clarify something I see is happening right now for some of that energy and solitude. We got to get to it because I see something here. So I'm going to keep on saying what I just said. A healthy standard is only a standard if you can explain why you're holding it. If you can't explain your standard, I'm afraid to break it to you, that's probably trauma in disguise. I hate to break it to you. It's just, but like that's the modality, right? And this is also in the context of, again, following, and this also talks about the modality of intuition. Like I've had this question coming up a lot, and we're going to address it. There are energies that articulate to me and say, how do you tell the difference between, between delusion and intuition? And I'll tell you right now, because when you follow intuition, you discover a miracle. But when you follow delusion, you usually find confusion. Like that's literally the modality by which you understand that. And that's what I work with my clients to help discern between, right? The modality of understanding what feels like it is healthy energy is not the modality by which we just follow feelings. And you have to be very conscientious about that, because here's the thing about it. Feelings have no direction. Feelings have no direction. But the modality by which we understand and recognize, right, the ability that we work, and this is why it's so important and impactful to be invested in your feelings, because how do you know how your feelings work if you don't let yourself feel them? You don't get to figure out how to operate. You don't understand how your feelings work unless you let yourself feel them. Right? This is what we talk about when we talk about feeling into things. Okay? We talk about feeling into things. It's not about shutting them off. It's about turning them on. It's about the modality by which you're able to effectively understand them further. You can't close a book and say that you know everything. Because when you allow yourself to believe that disassociation is what you're supposed to do with emotions, it's literally like someone gave you a book. They gave you a giant tome, a really complicated book, and you're like, nah, you just got to get that. You got to put that away. Don't worry about that. No, the first thing you got to do is get rid of those. That's ridiculous. But when you look at the emotions and be like, these seem important. I got a lot of them. They seem really complicated. I feel like I should be invested in understanding them, right? We work to start to understand the language of our feelings is what I keep on hearing. We get very invested in understanding the language of our feelings because our feelings are trying to tell us things. And some of those things are silly. some of those things some of those things are silly and they're unnecessary, and some of them are very important. But the only way you'll ever know which is if you put the intention into understanding them further, right? It's the investiture into them and not the obsession with them. The investiture into them, but not the obsession with them. So we see that that's a lot of the energy facilitating and building upon that. But even in the context of doing so, it's not easy. And this is what I keep on seeing. And even in the modality by which the energy identifies or works through the fact that it's not perfect, they understand the fact that it's not supposed to be, right? And that modality is where I see a lot of energy of solitude. And this is why, and this is what's so painful for some of this energy I see coming into separation, because somebody's coming to them being like, I have an announcement. I'm ready to talk about my feelings. And someone being like, my love, my dear, my like the feelings were never the issue. The feelings were never the issue. It's your understanding of them that seems to be the issue, right? Because the modality by which we articulate the fact that we're ready to face them means the fact that we haven't been ready. Like, it's not that it's like, that's why when another person says, I'm ready to face my, like when someone says, I'm ready to admit my feelings, they're basically coming towards you being like, I'm ready to face the complicated emotions that I feel about you. And you're like, congratulations. But that's not a you thing. That's a them thing. It's like the modality of another person saying, I'm ready to face the fact that you make me feel complicated, being like, I'm very happy for you. I'm very happy for you. You have fun with that, right? Because it's the understanding. Like, it's a good step. It's a good step in the right direction, but it's not but also it's not enough to articulate that one is ready to face them, but being energetically brave enough to navigate as they come up is what I keep on seeing. Right? It's as they come up, it's like, yes, I know you want to face them, but even and this is the thing that's happening from them, that energy. You're saying you're ready to face them, but you let them go away. Right? There's literally a situation by which I see somebody moved away from a relationship because they had all these complicated feelings that came up, and they moved away from the relationship instead of facing them. And then what happened? The feelings regulated, and now they're coming back to someone going, I'm ready to face the feelings, and the energy's going, no, you're not. The feelings have died down, right? The feelings have energetically died down. You're articulating you're ready to face them because they're not there. Continuing to get clarification between the Queen of Cups and the Seven of Swords in its upright, one card to clarify, Hierophant in its reversal, right? It's easy to articulate that you're ready to face something that is not there. It is easy to articulate that you're energetically ready to face something that is not there. But this is why we see that relationships are emotional refinement centers, right? When we're feeling a lot of the energy, we don't move further away from it. We move deeper into it, because the modality by which you understand that the energy, that the relationship that you have will make you feel things that you've never felt before. And the modality by which you work through, right? The modality or the capacity by which you work through that ability of being able to, I keep on hearing, this is what we talk about with expansion. This is why we identify that when we're talking about healing, we talk about expansion. It's not the space by which you control how you feel. You find the ability to hold everything that you do. And this is why I see that a lot of these temperance energies are saying to each other, I know you're feeling frustrated. Keep on going through. Some energy, I keep on hearing this energy going, I know you feel like you're in a rut. Continue to be energetically consistent, because the modality by which you navigate, and this is why we talk about a fact that a healthy manifestation, the first thing you do is let go, surrender your expectation in relationality on as to what's on the other side of it. Because guess what? You are arriving to the person that you need to become in order to navigate that manifestation. The manifestation finds you too. It is a direction that leads you closer towards it. It's not one that one is just moving in the direction of it. It's the ability to arrive to the understanding of how to energetically achieve it. And this is why we talk about the necessary importance of letting go of your expectation in relationality to how a manifestation is going to occur, because you don't know anything yet. You learn as you go, and the more that you move towards it, the more you learn, the more you grow. So the ability of understanding that the joy of a manifestation isn't just what's on the other side of it, but the joy that you build in every day, moving closer towards it. It should not feel like an energetic endurance test, right? It should not feel like one is pressed as one does so. It should feel like every step towards it is a part of the joy that you expect to find when you arrive to it. Because if you don't find that joy on the journey, I guarantee you when you get to the destination, the joy is not going to be found there. You bring the joy with you to your manifestations. You don't find joy at the manifestation point. You bring the joy with you, or else you're never going to find it. Final card for today's spread, between the Knight of Wands in its reversal in combination with the Hierophant in its reversal, Four of Wands in its upright. And this is the conversation that we see that's working through the understanding of why it's so important to find our joy. If you don't find your joy, I hate to break it to you, there's no manifestation on the planet by which you'll find your joy. You will not find your joy in any manifestation. If you're articulating the fact that you, and this is why we talk about a healthy manifestation is always an ode to joy, because the modality by which you move joyfully towards it is often the case or the space by which you arrive to it, right? So the modality by which we work through this, and this is why I like the fact that we've got the Four of Wands in its reversal here. The modality by which we understand that it's not just, you can't look at something and be like, well, what do you want? Like, and this is the conversation we have with the universe. The universe goes, well, what do you want? And you go, I want that. And you go, why do you want it? And I'm like, because I'll be happy. And be like, okay, cool. Did you want the stuff that you have now? And you go, yeah. And they're like, how did you feel before you had that stuff? Oh, well, I felt miserable. Okay, cool. And what did you think when you arrived to where you were here? I thought I'd be happy. Okay, are you happy? I'm not happy. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so let me get this straight. You keep on trying to go places expecting to be happy there, but everywhere you go, you're not happy. Huh, okay. There's only one solution to that, right? You have to bring joy with you every step of the way. It's not enough to have a manifestation. You have to articulate joyfully. Joyfully, I'd like to move toward that manifestation, and I'd like to have joy every step of the way. I would like every moment of that manifestation to be one where I find the joy. Because the understanding of, and here's the important thing, right? A healthy manifestation isn't about finding things. It's about understanding why it's so important to the self. And in the modality by which we move towards that understanding of why it's so important, we find ourselves there. So continue to do that work, because that's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now. And for a lot of those magician relationships, that's what's hard, right? It's the modality of potentially seeing a situation by which they feel the desire or the wish to bring joy to something, but understanding that the joy, we cannot give joy to each other. Joy is something that we find within. Bottom of the deck on this reading, King of Swords in its reversal. King of Swords in its reversal, right? As long as our joy does not cost anyone anything. But when someone is deep in their ego, there's a false belief that it does. That's the beautiful thing about joy. It's generous, right? Joy is generous. And the way you heal, the only way that joy becomes generous is if you let go of comparison. If you work towards your exquisite. If you spend your whole life comparing yourself to others, you will not find joy at any single point. When we come into the space of honoring ourselves and recognizing that everyone's journey is unique, we build into our exquisite, we find joy in everything. And it's the hardest thing to do, right? because often the modality by which others take things out on each other, that is the modality by which, and that's often the space by which our trauma, right? This is why. And I want to point out, pay attention when you listen to that voice inside you that says you, because that's not you. That's what the trauma says. What does the trauma say? You don't deserve that. You're not good enough. Who gives you the right? What makes you think, right? The ability of understanding that that is the work that we do to heal that, that is how we effectively arrive to the understanding that we don't need to be perfect to find joy. We have to understand that joy is our birthright. Thank you so much for that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book a reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into private readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the World Card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World Card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied in each class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you will also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, and you'll receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. You can also learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I would like to invite you to join me as we travel to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence, where we will be studying the tarot in the locationality by which the tarot was first discovered. Also, everyone who participates in that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me as well, and you can learn more about that over on my Stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer for those who are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey. And also for my students, I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you so much, Avatar. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 28.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Thank you for the compliment, Julia. And Nina, thank you for those gifts. Thank you as well, Mamo. Excellent. Oh, glad to hear it, dear. And good to see that you're making progress there, Julia. And thank you for sharing the live, Mamo. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. Hi there, Jareen. Good to see you from Uganda. Thank you for joining us as well. And thank you for the follow. Hi there. Good to see you, Estevan. The beginning recap is so helpful. I'm so glad that you find that to be the case, Avatar. Page of Cups is wishy-washy. I don't think, here's the thing about it, and I want to point out, this is the best Page of Cups here, right? I like to see this Page of Cups in the context of the cards that we see surrounding it. Thank you for the compliment, Mez. Hi there, Lisa. How are you doing today? You're happy? I'm happy to answer any questions, but if you'd like a reading, these are donation-based readings. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. And thank you for the follow, Maz. And thank you as well. Absolutely. And how are you doing, Coral? I'm a new self-care. Excellent. Hi there, Glock. Good to see you as well. Jeannie, thank you for the follow. Selfishness and something along the lines of selflessness. No, exactly. That's a lot of the work that we're seeing right now. How are you doing today, Tina? And Tam, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the help, Bridget. I appreciate you. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you, Tina, for also connecting to these messages. Looking forward to this easy relationship. Tap to claim. Peace. Tap to claim, Tina. Thank you as well. Blessed be. Right back at you, Jel. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You're so welcome, Tina. And thank you as well. Grand Rising B and Adam, thank you for those hearts. 144 likes. Tap to claim, Jess. No problem. No, I appreciate you sending more. And Ella, thank you. Grand Rising. Good to see you today. This is on brand. Thank you as well, Selena. Absolutely. Angelia, thank you for the follow. And thank you as well. Nora, you're so welcome, dear. And Metallic, thank you for the follow as well. Star, thank you for the follow. Couple of months. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Per. And thank you as well. Creative, good to see you today. We're due outside, exactly. Yeah, Ryan, I feel like a lot of the old anger coming up right now is potentially for a lot of energy and magician. Like these magician relationships, I see a lot of that coming up right now. Yeah. I feel like I'm not trapped anymore. Just needs constant reassurance to self. Can tap to claim, Kath. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Damien. I appreciate you. I miss what you're fond of. I miss what you found of delusion. Wanted to write that down. Oh, yeah. Like, so delusion leads to confusion. Intuition leads to miracles. You're so welcome. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Ryan. Yeah, it was reversed, but I understand why it's reversed. Yeah. Comparison is the thief of joy. Tap to claim, Adam. User, the first thing I want you to do in relationality to healing that is dispel the belief that you feel like you're energetically cursed, right? I want you to start building that pathwork and trying to help climb out of whatever it is that you feel like you're energetically experiencing. And Truth Seeker, thank you so much for the follow. Absolutely. Yes. Everything, hold on, I like to see this. Everything is always working out for me. Tap to claim, Bridget. Even in this, a blessing. You're so welcome, Bridget. You're so welcome, Kath. All right, friends, we are going to continue right now. The first person we are going to read for, we are going to get moving to personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now, The list is open. You will be the third person read for. We're also at 30K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, Per. And the first person we're reading for today is going to be Per. So perfect timing. If Per, if you could let me know. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. For anybody who's interested in getting on the list right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, and 4 cards for non-subscribers. Also, you can get on the list with the gift of a baby dragon. And please keep in mind, we do here highest priority messages from Spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, love readings. Hold on a minute. It's hard for me to type and talk. We're also doing love readings. We're also doing animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. And I'm going to take a moment to just bear with me too. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be removed from the hold list and added back to the list, simply let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to it as well. Grand Rising, good vibes. Good to see you today. Ooh, we're doing a dream interpretation. I love it. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And thank you so much, Nanners, for the follow. Bear with me one moment, please. Absolutely. And let me just pull up this dream. One moment. And just a reminder, hold on a minute. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like more information on, or if you have a dream that you would like more information on, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can put those in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post them in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And I'm just pulling up the dream here. Just bear with me one moment. Excellent. And I'm going to be pinning up Per. So guys, make sure to give Per some love. I know I love the dream readings as well. And where'd you go, Per? Let me just pin you. Oop, hold on. Excellent. All right. Per, I experienced several dreams last night, and these are the fragments. I'm wondering why I receive these dreams almost daily with fairly similar themes. Don't get me wrong, I find them beautiful to witness, but do my guides feel that I need to understand them more deeply? Fragment 1. I found myself on a cruise ship. The ship was sitting so low in the water that the water level reached the bottom of the railing. However, I did not feel like an alarming situation. The sun was shining, and I was walking on the deck with my cat. The cat was walking close to the railing and therefore close to the water, which was not an issue for me. A masculine energy, likely my partner in the dream, was very worried about the cat and asked me not to let the cat walk so close to the edge of the ship and the water. I was surprised by this and felt he was overreacting a bit. Fragment 2. I was sitting in a living room with my cat. The cat decided to make a cake for a masculine energy who was not present in the house at the moment. She made a 3-tier cake, and I saw a close-up of her small paws carefully cutting and perfecting the cake. When the cake was finished, the cat sat on top of it. Unfortunately, part of the cake collapsed, and the cat became very upset. I said to the cat, "Don't worry, we'll make a new cake." But she was inconsolable. She became bald and even started to resemble a golem a little bit. I tried to call the veterinarian, but they wouldn't be available until next week. I felt terribly sorry for the cat and tried to comfort her by holding and cuddling her. Fragment 3. I was eating sweets and dessert with female friends in a chic hotel lobby. We were interrupted by a couple of masculine energies during our activities. I don't remember much more than that fact, that we brushed off the masculine energy and continued enjoying our treats. Thank you so much. Let's get to it. Can I please get 5 cards, highest priority messages in relationality to this dream? Mhm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Excellent. All right. So this is fascinating because all of these 3 fragments are effectively facets. They're working through their gifts from the guides to help you understand and identify the nature of the work in relationality to what you're trying to heal within the self. And it's interesting because what we're basically seeing in each of the dreams is a different energetic zone that you're working to heal upon and resolve. The first zone that we're identifying is the relationship zone. So, what do we see in the relationship zone? We identify the fact that you see that you're on a cruise ship. And you said the ship itself was sitting so low in the water that the water level reached the bottom of the railing. However, it did not feel like an alarming situation. You said the sun was shining and you were walking on the deck with your cat. And the cat was walking close to the railing and therefore close to the water, which was not an issue for you. A masculine energy, likely my partner in the dream, was very worried about the cat and asked me not to let the cat walk so close to the edge of the ship and the water. I was surprised by this and felt he was overreacting a bit. Now, when we look at the ship as the work that you're doing to heal your perception of partnership, what we're effectively seeing that is happening is working into, and this is basically showing your like your appropriate energy in relationality to what you're effectively identifying that you're working on within versus what you're healing without. And what we're effectively seeing that's happening here is you're working to strike a healthy balance, right? Now the water the water is a symbol of the emotions, right? The modality by which everything feels like it's going just fine, right? And so this is the work that we see that you're doing in relationality to trying to calm the waters of the mind. And what is that almost creating in the space by which you're working on it? You're building a ship by which you're not so worried about the water because it's the space by which you understand the level of your emotions that allows the ship to effectively sit low in the water, right? But not feeling energetically afraid of them, right? So this is the work that we see that you're doing in relationality to navigating the space of healing your own feelings. Now, we see here that the sun is shining, and you said that you're walking on the deck with your cat, and you said that the cat was walking close to the railing, and you said therefore the water, it was close to the water, which was not an issue, right? So why is it effectively not working through the space of the emotions? Because that's your cat. And the cat is you knowing the self, right? And the cat is, and the thing about it is often the space by which we navigate our energetic cats in dreams has to do with like the work that we do to heal our own shadow, right? And this is a perfect amplification of the shadow work that we see because it's the unpredictable energy that exists within you. But the articulation that you identified with a masculine energy that was looking towards, right, the proximity to the water and the proximity to the ship and the conversation, and this is what the guides are effectively showing you, who is in the wrong here, who is in the space by which they may be bringing the wrong proportionality of balance to things. Is it you, right? You are in the space by which you've worked to understand your cat, right? So there's an argument that's happening between you and this person because they're saying, I'm worried about your cat. And you're saying, I know my cat, right? You're like, you don't have to worry about it. My cat's not going to do anything crazy, right? Like your energetic self enough that it's a modality by which you would say my cat would never, right? It's like the space by which you're saying my cat would never. But you see, you're both, and I like to point this out. This is actually the energy by which you'll potentially find counterpart energy that feels like it strikes a healthy balance. Because the gift of a healthy counterpart is helping to be attentive to things that we are often not attentive towards. So what do we see that is effectively happening in this experience? We have first the modality by which we see the navigational point in relationality to the observation of you doing the work to facilitate to know your cat perfectly. And what's the nice thing about knowing your cat perfectly? You can take them out places, right? You're like, it's okay. No, my cat, this is literally you saying to somebody, my cat's like a dog, right? You're like, I know what my cat will do. I know what my cat won't do. Like, it's perfectly fine, right? But they don't see it like that. And the misconception that you're having, they're not worried about the cat. They're worried about the water, right? That is the misconception that you're having. You are getting annoyed, right? You had the modality and by which you're getting annoyed because you're like, don't worry about my cat. That's my cat. That's my responsibility. You're misperceiving the situation. The cat, the partner in the stream is not worried about how well you know your cat. They're concerned about the water. They're concerned about the unpredictable nature of the world, right? And so this is effectively the proportionality of the conversation that you'll potentially have in relationality to healthy counterpart energy, right? The modality by which someone, potentially a situation where someone tries to put care to your person, right? And says, I'm worried about you. And what do you say? I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. And what do they try to articulate? It's not you who I'm worried about. So this is potentially, again, the beauty of working with a counterpart that helps you identify a blind spot. Now this brings us to the second fragment. How did your cat get to the space by which you trust them so much? This is showing the nature of your shadow work. Okay, so what do we see? You say you're in the living room with your cat. So this is you doing your energetic shadow work. And you said your cat decided to make a cake for counterpart energy who was not present in the house at the moment. So this is how it feels to do your healing journey. And I like to point out this is a good sign. It's a good sign that you're experiencing your healing journey in this way. Because when we talk about a healthy healing journey, every step is a step of joy towards it, right? It feels like a delight to be healing. So this is the context by which you're working to heal yourself. And it's the space by which you feel like you're energetically preparing yourself for relationship. You feel like you're preparing an energetic cake for counterpart, right? Because what are you doing as you're healing? You're becoming sweeter. As you're healing, you're noticing the fact that you're becoming sweeter, which is why it's a cake. And then you said when the cake was finished, the cat sat on top of it. But again, this is also identifying the fact that, like, this is what we talk about, right? Our cat is our shadow. And what does our shadow work do? It shows us things that we need to work on. So what happened? As soon as you finished the cake, what did your cat do? Sat right on top of it. Cats, right? The unpredictable energy going, okay, good. I'm glad that you work. This is what your shadow is saying to you. I'm really glad that you're working on perfecting yourself. But you also have to heal the ability of perfection. You have to do both. You have to be working on perfecting, but you have to recognize that you're not perfect. Because the modality by which you recognize that you're not perfect is the identification of understanding that this is what happens in relationship. It feels often like someone is perpetually spoiling our cake. Okay? Because you have to understand, when you're preparing a cake, what's the first thing that someone's going to do when they arrive? They're going to mess it up. They're going to cut into it, right? They're going to do something that is energetically unpredictable. So what we see here, and this is what's beautiful, your cat in the dream is serving as your guide, which says, okay, it's great that you're working on perfecting yourself, but you have to also understand, you also have to let go of that feeling of perfection. The first thing we do when we're moving towards a manifestation is let go of the expectation on what perfect will be so that we can move towards excellent. So that is why the cat popped up on the cake and sat directly on it in the moment by which you thought that it was perfect, because that's what happens in relationship. And then you said, but here's what happened, right? And this is what we see, that this is you now healing your energetic shadow, because what happened in the modality by which the cat was working through the expectation of the self, right? The minute that you saw that the cake wasn't perfect, and this is showing now you, right? Now you are working into the space of working to heal your shadow. So what are you doing in the context of your shadow that is often working towards being too perfect? You say to them, it's not a big deal, right? We'll make another. It's okay. But the space by which they're inconsolable is potentially you being able to work through those modalities or experiences by which you feel like something didn't go exactly as you aspired it to go, right? So that modality by which you articulated that the energy went bald and started to resemble and I think it's really interesting that you articulated the word golem, because what is the word that the character golem says in the context of everything around them? My precious, mine energy, right? The modality by which we work to release, right? The work that we do to release the sense of preciousness, right? So as you work to release preciousness, you come out of the feeling that others spoil preciousness, because others, it's the cake, I keep wondering, it's the cake we make in order for it to get messed up, right? We don't make a cake to look at it. We make a cake so that it can be shared, right? So the modality by which you're working to heal that, and you said you tried to call the vet, but they wouldn't be available until next week, and you said that you felt terribly sorry for the cat and tried to comfort them by cuddling them, is the modality by which you're working on not being so upset with yourself when things don't go perfect, right? But it's hard, right? It's hard to shed that, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's hard to shed that, which is why you said that they were going bald, because they're saying, like, that is the symbol of saying it's something that's hard to shed. It's something that's hard to let go of. Now this brings us to the third fragment. And in the third fragment, we're seeing that this is the work that you're doing in relationality to healing friendship. And the modality by which you articulate that, you said that you are eating sweets and dessert. So we see the connection point. What did we say? The space by which we prepare things is the space by which we see them energetically destroyed. So I want to point this out. All that work that you're doing on the self is affecting relation in your friendship zone too, because there you were making a cake, and where do we find your friends? They were eating the cake that you made them. They were eating the cake that you made them. That was the modality by which you moved into one fragment to another. There's no fragments here. They're all energetically connected. So the modality by which you went from this context of the cake to the context by which you're eating dessert with the friends. And then you said you were interrupted by a couple of energies during your activities. And you said you don't remember much more than that fact, but that you brushed off the masculine energy and continued enjoying your treats, right? Now, this is this is working towards, and I want to kind of articulate and define this, the modality by which we work to recognize the modality by which we work to recognize what feels like its healthy counterpart connection versus what feels like it's something that you're working to heal from. And it's interesting that you said that it felt like the energy was interrupting your activities, right? Because the modality by which, and I want to point this out, like this is the work that you're coming to do in relationality to the space by which, and I want to describe the difference between healthy relationship that feels like you said, like walking on the ship, right? Walking on the ship with the modality of someone that is holding a healthy concern for you was the same context by which the water was low, right? The vibration by which you knew that somebody was having your back, looking out for you, is the modality by which you recognize the healthy relationship is the energy that says, may I join you, right? It's the energy that effectively identifies or works through the fact that the intentionality of someone who has one's best interest in the state by which they feel energetically protective of you. But I want to describe this. That energy was not insisting, right? That energy was not insisting. They were not trying to force their concerns on you. They were articulating their concerns and being responsible in relationality to how you receive them. Now, the energy we see at the end of the reading feels like it's pushy, right? And it's interesting that you articulated that it said that they were interrupting the energies during their activities because they were trying to join in, right? They were potentially in the modality by which they saw you consuming the sweets and said, can I have some of that, right? And you said you don't remember much more than that fact, but that you brushed off the masculine energy and continued enjoying the treats is working through the space of understanding that, and I keep on seeing this, the modality by which you're working to energetically heal is working towards the energy that is energetically protective of you, right? They don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. So even in the modality by which we saw the first energy, right? The modality by which they said, the point by which another person says, I'd like to, are you like, I'd like to tell you, I'm like a little bit concerned about your cat, right? And the energy that was showing energetic concern, but being respectful of you versus the modality by which I would be very curious. And I want to think, I think it's really, and that's the only area in this dream I wish we had more identification on, because the quality and characteristic by which we saw the healthy concern that was articulated in the healthy relationship, but the distortion point in terms of others potentially interrupting, right? Like the modality by which you felt like it was interrupting instead of polite will tell you everything in relationality to what you're trying to heal from versus what it is you're trying to bring forth. And I keep on seeing that it's hard for me even to read into it because I would be curious about the qualities and characteristics by which you felt like you wanted to dismiss, right? And I keep on getting it's something about the energy that the space by which you energetically dismiss is respective, and we need more information on that part of the dream because it's helping you understand what that balance is, right? The difference between someone being energetically courteous but protective of you versus someone coveting you, right? Can I have some of that? And the modality by which it felt like, and I keep on hearing, like the modality by which another feels like they want to indulge upon you versus holding a sense of care towards you. I feel like that is the work that you're doing to heal in relationality to discernment between identifying the energy that I keep on hearing, protective energy, will always make you feel like they're a tad bit overprotective, right? While energy that indulges in that context will also come on simultaneously strongly. And I keep on seeing like that is the responsibility that we see that you're doing in terms of your healing journey, to notice and recognize the difference between what feels like overprotective but conscientious versus someone that is pushy and demanding. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the devil energy. I'm not surprised to see this here, right? Because they're showing you, right? A good guy doesn't tell us how to feel. A good guy shows us things that reveal things. So the modality by which you're helping to identify the difference, right? The argumentation that you may have with someone that says, I care about you, I worry about things that you don't worry about, versus modality that says, can I have some of that, is the difference between someone that, again, I couldn't help but notice, right? Like somebody who is courteous that wants to give you something, right? Like that's what we see the first energies doing. I couldn't help but notice somebody trying to give you information that they feel is energetically relevant versus energy saying, can I have some of that? Right? Like somebody who comes towards you in a space by which it feels greedy because they're coming towards you from a place of needing something. So I feel like that is the work that you're seeing, because even as you continue on that healing journey, you're starting to notice the energetic difference between someone that's coming towards you in a needy way versus someone that's coming towards you in a conscientious one. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Jason, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. These are donation-based readings, and if you get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. Absolutely. Hi there. How are you doing today, Ilma? Oh, I love these. Absolutely. That was a great dream. The cats again. Yes, I love these. Absolutely. You should turn this into a children's book. I would like a sample of those treats in real life. I know, now everybody wants desserts. Those are actually really cool. I'll think about that. And Lori, thank you for the follow. Yes. How are you doing today, Ilma? I trust my cat not to fall into the water, right? And I keep on seeing like that's a misunderstanding. They did too. It's not their. I keep on hearing it's not your cat that's the problem there, right? The cat's not worried. Like the counterpart's not going to be worried about your cat. They're worried about the water. Yep. Water versus cat worries. Interesting. I love blind spots. Let's go. And Rave, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Have a magical day, Allison. Yeah, there is a lot of that precious energy there. You woke up after every fragment. Thank you for confirming. Have a great day, Avatar. Welcome, Ivana. Good to see you today. And thank you for those heart me's and gifts. This interpretation is amazing. Working on recognizing the right pull. Like that's exactly what it is. It's helping you understand what feels right versus what feels overdoing it. Oh, I know, aren't they great? I know. I'm so proud of you for catching them. I didn't know if anybody was going to see. I know I love these leggings. It's one of my favorite movies too. Hi there, La. The energy in the last fragment was pushing. Yeah, because why? They weren't giving you something. They wanted to take something. Yeah, you're so welcome, dear. And 77, as I mentioned, happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. Welcome. How are you doing today, M? And Lynn, did I not win the free collective? Did you? Yes, let me check. I know you won. Yes, would you like? So the way the free readings work is if you want to claim the reading, you just need to come back and say that you're claiming it. So I'm happy to put you on the list. If you'd like to get on the list today, I will add you back now. And congratulations on winning that yesterday. Perfect. So you will be the second person read for. If anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you so much for the follow. Grazia. General claiming, absolutely. You're so welcome, Lynn. All right, the next person we are reading for today is Kath. Kath, if you're Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, if anybody would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal energy. Thank you so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to be pinning up Kat here. Make sure to give Kat some love. Thank you. We're gonna talk a little bit about this right now. Yeah, because I feel like I see you like navigating through a blockage right now. So let's get to it. And guys, I've pinned up Kath. Make sure to give Kath yeah, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna pin up Kath here. Make sure to give Kath some love. Okay. Hold on a minute. Okay. And we've got one, and it's actually interesting. We had one card that came out before we started the reading. Can I please get 3 more, please? Yep. Oh, man. What's going on? What is going on? You know, here's the thing about it. You know, oh, jeez, please. Who is this energy I'm picking up on? All right, let me do it over here. Like, give me a second. Hold on a minute. Good Lord. All right, we gotta break it up, is what I keep on seeing, particularly between work and career. We're gonna start first, and because I feel like there's literally, I don't know why, but it feels like there's a separation point right now between work and career. And I feel like you know what I'm talking about, is what I keep on seeing. And often, like, I gotta stress this, when it feels like work is interrupting our career, there's something that we need to address. Because I keep on hearing, like, like I keep on getting, I don't know why, I keep on hearing work should not be threatened by the fact that we have a career, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why this is coming through. Work should not be threatened by the fact that we have a career. And often the reason that we have to leave places is I keep on hearing, it's saying to me, and you have to understand this, a rising tide raises all ships. Make it, when somebody's too deep in their ego, they will ruin the greatest possibility of something, like of something that you're trying to do, strictly because their ego can't energetically stand it. You know, like this is what we talk about when we talk about work. Like when we're talking about things, work should be, right? Like work should be an ego-free zone. Like work should be an ego-free zone. Like, and when egos get in the way, everything grinds to a screeching halt, because it feels like somebody's ego is getting in the way of anything getting done. And I keep on hearing, what does ego say? Not without my say so. What does ego say? Not without my say so. Why didn't you run it by me? Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're doing something wrong. Like that's what egos do. You know? Like the modality by which you say, like, and it says to me, like somebody's mad at you for not running them through. Make it make sense. I got to point this out. And I want to point this out, when somebody does something, like when somebody does something for us, the energy we should bring to it is, oh my God, I love you. You know what I mean? Like the energy that we bring to situations where someone goes, I've already taken care of that, is the modality by which we say, oh my God, I love you. Right? Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad you energetically thought of that. I'm so glad that you did that. I'm so glad that this is the context by which you effectively brought something through. And I think that there's something really, like, I think that there's something really energetically important there, because, and I want to kind of like, I want to describe this, like that modality or that experience by which we effectively work through or we energetically resolve upon something, like that is the energy by which things effectively, like I keep on hearing, like it's the space, it's like, and I want to describe this because it feels like someone who hates kite energy, you know? And what is kite energy? And I want to understand, like, and the reason I keep on hearing kite energy is the modality by which you have to strike. And the thing is, kite energy is not energy that you effectively wait upon, right? And the thing about kite energy is, you're like, when you feel the wind, I like to point this out, like the thing with kite energy is when you feel the wind, you're like, oh, now you have to act on it. You have to act on it very energetically quickly, right? Like something by which you say, like, now is the time that we need to do something, is the modality by which you say, and this is what I keep on hearing, egos hate kite energy, because egos ruin kite energy, because in the midst, right, in the midst of you saying, there's a, like, there it is, here comes the wind, like we can jump on that wind, like we can jump on the wind, what does ego say? Not without my say so. Right? And then you have to say to someone, being like, you have to understand, if it's kite energy, you can't wait for another person's say so, because there it goes, and it's gone, right? Like the modality by which, right? The modality by, I keep on hearing, the modality by which you run something up the energetic ladder, like when you run something up the ladder, there goes all the kite energy. Bye. There it goes. No, now it's, and then them going, oh, well, you said it was going to be great. And it's not being like, well, yeah, you missed the kite energy. You missed it. Right? Someone deep in their ego perpetually misses kite energy because they get so caught up in being like, why didn't you check with me? Being like, because it was kite energy. Like, it was kite energy. It was kite. You can't, if I go inside to get you, it'll be gone. Right? Like the modality by which you blink or you miss it is the vibration by which you, I keep on hearing, like, that's a conversation by which you say, if you see it, I give you permission. Right? Like, it's the modality by which you say to somebody, if you see it, I give you permission, which is the identification point of saying, look, if you see something that's rapid, by which we have to energetically move quickly, right? It does not require an energetic conversation, because it requires, like, the nature of effectively doing it cannot allow for too much conversation. And so that's what I keep on hearing. Ego hates kite energy, which is the modality by which, and then what does ego do? Where's like, why isn't this work? And then what does ego do? Ego sits there on the ground and goes, why is it working for everybody else and it's not working for us? And you have to say to them, because I have to run it through you. Because while we're sitting here talking about it, right, while we're sitting here energetically deliberating, another person's outside running up. I keep running. Another person's outside running up and down the street with their kite. I keep on literally having to say something while we're sitting in this room stagnating. There's another person running up and down the street with their energetic kite. So I feel like there's something about that you need to explain to another person, like the modality by which, like the modality by which you help someone understand the nature of some energy does not require conversation. It's a space by which you have to say to someone, if you see it, go for it. Like, this is what's energetically important. Because I just keep on hearing the same message. Ego misses kite energy. And often ego, like, and that's the thing about it, ego will always be in the space of being like, I don't understand why it's not working for us. It's working for everybody else. And being like, because we're literally having this conversation. Because if you're requiring everyone to run things through you, you're missing energy, feeling the sense of having the opportunity to go for it, right? It's not the space by which, this is why I keep on hearing, you can't ask for permission when you're navigating kite energy. Because by the time you get the clearance that you need to navigate a kite, the wind's gone, right? The modality, the minute you finally get permission, you go outside, what wind, right? So I feel like you have to have a conversation with someone. And if they won't have the conversation, this is why I kept on saying work should not stay. Work should be a place, work should celebrate career. Work should not be in a space by which they say, I'm afraid of it. Yeah, right? Yeah, this is why, like, this is what I keep on hearing. Like, I don't, like, you cannot have, this is why egos ruin. Like, this is why egos ruin success. Because it's saying to me, a rising tide raises all ships, right? And the moment, I keep on hearing, this is like, and this is often why energy being going, you didn't ask me to do that. This is why ask me stagnates. Because the modality by which another person, I keep on hearing, and it doesn't require, like, and I keep on hearing, like, somebody not recognizing kite energy will get all twisted up about someone circumventing them, right? Like, while one person is sitting there, trying to grasp kite energy, like, you've got ego in the corner going, they're circumventing me. They're circumventing me. Nobody's circumventing anyone, right? Like, why would that be? Like, it's literally a situation of having to walk someone through, be like, why would I even do that? Right? The modality of understanding that we don't circumvent anything, but often someone too deep in their ego will see somebody moving quickly on an opportunity, and instead of understanding, and instead of seeing that, all they'll see is being like, why is that person trying to circumvent me? Like nobody's trying to circumvent anybody, is what I keep on seeing. Right? And I feel like it's like when you see somebody, you know, when you see somebody in this type of an energy, it's very difficult because often energy freezes. They get scared. Like, I see a situation by which there's energy that's frozen stiff around someone because the modality by which they're frozen stiff, and this is what happens, right? The energy becomes afraid to do anything because anytime they try to do something that's beneficial, another person gets all twisted up and being like, you didn't make it about me enough, right? Like, so I mean, like, you didn't make it about me enough, and being like, like that is the sound of something becoming stone, right? Like the modality, I keep wondering, like the modality by which energy says, not without me, you don't, is the energy like that. It's like, it says to me, it's already like if someone's in that space and they won't hear, if they don't understand, like I keep wondering if they don't understand the kite metaphor, like it's like saying, I know I don't want to say it's like lost cause energy, but it's really saying to me like somebody isn't recognizing that they are the energetic bottleneck, that they are the energetic stopgap, right? It says to me like the space by which I keep on hearing, the room to explore is the energy that says I'm happy to see that you want more, because that is the energy that allows for the context of not taking that personally but taking it profoundly, right? Oh, thank you so much. And so I feel like, I feel like the advice that's coming through is having a conversation potentially with someone, if that's something that you notice, like saying to somebody like, look, I've noticed, I've noticed a tendency by which the energy, like you haven't, like, how do you say to someone, like, I've noticed a tendency by everyone's afraid of, like, the modality by which you have, it's a hard conversation to have, is what I keep on seeing. Because the modality by which, like, I keep on seeing somebody being like, why isn't anyone doing anything? Being like, well, everyone's not doing anything because you've made them scared to do anything. Because if they don't do something exactly the way that you want them to do it, there's a consequence. Is literally, like, that is literally the sound of something grinding to a halt, is what I keep on hearing. So, like, I feel like that, like, that's I keep on hearing, like, that is almost, like, there's a lot of that energy that I'm potentially seeing there. And I keep on getting, like, the modality by which you help another person. I keep wondering, like, the modality by which you help another person recognize that is the modality or the experience by which I keep on seeing, um, like, it's not, I keep wondering, it's only a lost cause if someone refuses to see it, is what I keep on seeing, if that helps. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm really exploring out if they won't allow me to rotate. And that's like, that's what I feel like. I hope this, I feel like that is the conversation that you need to have with someone. I keep wondering, fresh eyes, being able to say, I feel like that's the thing you have to say to someone. Moving away from something is going to bring fresh eyes back to it. Hope that helps. I agree to that. Yeah. And thank you, Gracia, for those roses. And thank you for that being the first gift. I appreciate you. I see. Yeah, I feel that. And I also felt stuck since last year. So, like, let this help fortify that conversation, right? The kite energy, a clear perspective that allows you to tackle a situation in a different way. And Serene, thank you for the follow. I'm taking notes. This could be handy. Absolutely. I'm really close to exploring. I keep wondering, make sure you have that conversation first. I can imagine who's saying that with their ego. Thank you for confirming. I'm fine. I just need to plan. Sending you support, dear. I'll take that into advisement. You're so welcome, dear. I hope that helps. Yeah. No, it's true. And that's why, like, that's what's so, like, I keep on hearing, like, putting the wrong person in that space could make or break a situation. Because, like, and that's why I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing, you never want somebody, like, with a chokehold in that kind of situation. Because I keep on hearing it's like the energy that sees everything as a threat instead of a possibility, you know? Yeah, funny thing. The cat doesn't like you listening to the live. Oh, that's funny because Nikki's is the opposite. Oh, now I feel like, did I do something? All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Lynn. Lynn, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And Kath, thank you for getting back on the list. I appreciate you. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely, dear. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. But before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. We'll do that again after the next reading. Thank you guys for participating, and let me pin up Lynn here. Guys, we're also at 48.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. We're doing a general please for Lynn. 3 cards, please. And one more. You know, I'm picking up something here. So, how do I describe this? I don't know why I keep on hearing the same message. Fits don't stop obligations. You know? Like, I just keep on, and I feel like it's a conversation that you have to have with somebody, right? Like, I feel like it's, you know, I want to describe this. And it has to do with navigating, with like navigating another person's prickliness, right? Because, and the reason I keep on hearing like fits don't stop obligations is an amplification of understanding that, like, when like another person, like, and I want to describe like the space by which, and it's like the space by which another person is like, if I'm unpleasant, maybe another person won't ask me to do something, right? Like, this is why we look at another person and we build into like the pathwork of consistency, because I keep on getting only miserable energy. Like, only miserable energy does that, you know? Like, it's like, and I want to like, and I think that there's something really, I feel like there's something really important to be said there. because, and I think it's almost somebody who's like very much misconceiving you, because, and this is what I keep on hearing, like, that's why I keep on hearing a fit doesn't stop an obligation, which is like, and it has to do um, with the understanding that when we're doing something for each other, like, we appreciate, like, we build into the context of appreciating and understanding the energetic pressure that we're all under, is what I keep on seeing, right? And when we are energetically appreciative of the fact that we're all under perpetual pressure in whatever context, and I keep on hearing pressure comes in many different ways. I almost feel like I keep on getting the same message, like, make sure you're not matching. Make sure you're not matching someone's energy there, right? Like, when somebody wants you to match them, I keep on hearing educate them. And I keep on hearing, remember, educating doesn't mean teaching someone a lesson, is what I keep on hearing. Make sure that you understand that educating doesn't mean teaching someone a lesson. It's about helping them understand something that they themselves might not be energetically aware of, is what I keep on getting. Because it almost feels to me like there's someone around you that has a false impression, is what I keep on seeing. Like, it's giving me miserable, and I like to point out, miserable energy walks around with false impressions. Miserable energy walks around with false impressions, is the modality, right? And what do I mean by, like, miserable energy walks around with false impressions? Miserable energy walks around with the false impression that everyone else has it easier than them, right? That everybody else, like, everybody else that's ever existed has it easier than they themselves have it, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because the space by which you have to, like, inform another person, right? And when you recognize that in another, right? Sometimes all it takes, and this is why I keep on hearing, give them eyes, right? Don't teach them a lesson, give them eyes, which is the modality by which you say, I want to tell you a little story. Like, I want to tell you a little story about that person you have the wrong impression of. I want to tell you a little story about what you're perceiving that you might not recognize. Because you have to understand, and I want to point this out, entitlement. Entitlement is literally the context by which you see another person operating from a state of need, right? And saying, why are they making those choices? So it feels to me, and I keep on hearing the prickliness that you are deceiving, the prickly, and it's funny, I was going to say the prickliness, and I was going to say seeing, but when I tried to say seeing, deceiving came out, right? The prickly deception that you're seeing is entitlement. The prickly deception you're seeing is entitlement, right? Because entitled energy builds into the context, the false impression that nobody in the entire world has had it harder than them, right? That is the prickly deception of entitled energy. The prickly deception of entitled energy is walking around and going, nobody has ever experienced the energetic pain that I myself have experienced. Nobody has possibly understood. But we don't need to go through the exact same things to also understand that there are difficulties. Everyone's difficulties are unique. And building empathy does not disqualify our pain. But I do feel like it's something important to help, like to almost, and I know how hard it is because often in the modality by which you see like somebody working through something in a way by which they have an entitled opinion, right? Like looking at someone who is operating from need and going, why are they making those choices? Being like, I want you to entertain the possibility that those are not choices that you're seeing, that that is someone doing what they need to do. And so allow that to be the conversation that you have. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this, like, especially this Six of Wands today in its reversal does not want to stay in the deck. And the Six of Wands is often what I see when you're reading on entitled energy, because it's energy that goes like, oh, I don't want to think about that. That's ugly. Like that's too, I keep on hearing remember the false illusion of entitlement? Like also is almost saying to me like also false spirituality is what I keep on hearing. You know, I don't know if this is somebody I see that's around you that's got like a false sense of spirituality. I don't like, there's nothing more dangerous. I need to stress this. There is nothing more dangerous than someone that perpetually goes around saying that the present is an illusion. Okay? Because when you're in the context of saying the presence of is an illusion, what you're literally saying is, I don't need to have empathy. Like it's very convenient for someone that tries to articulate that the present is an illusion to hide the fact that someone lacks empathy, is what I keep on hearing. That is spiritual bypassing, is what I keep on saying. Pay attention to someone that is energetically, spiritually bypassing by perpetually trying to articulate that the pain that they see around them is an illusion. Because I keep on saying that is distressing. Like that is energetically distressing. The modality by which another tries to articulate upon the fact that they don't energetically, like I keep on hearing, you don't need to pretend something is not real to heal. That is you, like that is someone who's operating in the context by which they're basically saying like, I've given up on this place, right? That is someone being like, I don't need to care because that interrupts my indulgent opinion in terms of my healing journey. You should care more, right? You should care more when you're on a healing journey, not less. You should care more when you're on a healing journey, not less. That's all I have to say about that. Like when I see energy like that, I keep on seeing like that's what I keep on I don't know yeah, like that's what I mean. I just keep on hearing like from what you like, and it feels like your guide, like articulating, you should care more, not less, right? It should be distressing, like whatever this is that I see that you're working through, and again, it does feel like you and another, like it's like it says like I keep on seeing someone be like, I'm like, you don't go like this, you don't go, I can't look at that, I'm on a healing journey. Being like, no, like that doesn't seem like I literally like that's not like that is not the, like that is not, that's a very convenient view you have on your healing journey, isn't it? I keep on hearing that's a very convenient view that you have in the space where you go, I choose not to look at that, is what I keep on hearing. Being like, that's a very convenient view you got there on your spiritual journey. That's very nice. How does that feel? You know, it's work. It's like, yeah, sending you so much support, dear. It's sending you so much. Yeah, and sending again. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connects to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing. It's like it's giving me a lot of like, take me away. It's like take me away kind of it. Be like nobody like, and that's the thing about it. Like I can't. Like when energy is always like, it's okay, somebody's going to come take me away. I'm like, no, that's you going into, like, that's not a spiritual journey. That's you going through, like, that's you literally living out, like that's you never getting over the abandonment wound that you arrived here in childhood with. Do you understand that? Like that whole save me energy, that's literally the energy that we bring into the situation. It's someone who never recovered from the inner child wound that we arrive to, which says, if I scream loud enough, maybe someone will come to save me. Like that's literally what we need to be here to survive. We work to resolve that within us. We don't just amplify it in a bigger degree. Like it's like crying. I keep hearing like your guide saying it's like crying out for imaginary mommy. Is what I keep on hearing. It's okay. I don't have to do anything. Why isn't it working? I just keep on calling for help. So I keep on hearing. Sending you support on that journey, dear, and thank you again. And if this message connects to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And we got to 52K likes. Thank you guys for participating. We'll be giving a reading back to the collectives. Thank you guys so much. And we have gotten 111 hearts today. So thank you guys so much for also helping us get those heart me's. Please remember, recharge your heart me's if you would like an animal spirit guide card on your 1 card if you're a super fan. And please remember, all super fans receive a free 1 card reading. Excellent. You're so welcome, Kath. Looking forward to our next reading. Yeah, I'm just reading over. I've had a lot of that in my life, having to navigate the prickliness. Yeah, you're so welcome, dear. I wonder if it's twin flame energy. I mean, I don't want to, like, here's the thing. I am not someone who supports the articulation of twin flame. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's energetically supportive. I think that they're often the articulation of twin flame talks to us about unhealed karmic attachments that we feel pulled towards. So even in the modality of that, like I feel like I see something about you kind of and I want it like in relationality to an energetic connection, right? And that's why I keep on seeing if that is someone that you feel like that same, like if you feel like there's something unhealed between you and them, this is potentially the nature of it. Like helping you understand, like avoiding things isn't how you fix things, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you, Ivana, for getting on the list, right? Fixing things fixes things, right? Like not someone being in the context being like, are you going to stop talking about that? Be like, no. And I want to say this again. If someone came towards you in the space by which they moved away from something, because they rather not have that conversation. If they come back, you pick that conversation up exactly where you left off. You pick that conversation. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. Thank you, dear. Yeah, fake news. Exactly. Thank you for sharing the live, Warlock. Bridget, yes, this is me with somebody in my family. Oh, sending you so much support on that, dear. Yeah, the healing journey. Being like, I'm healing. I don't look at anything. It's really great. I'm healed. No, I don't. I don't look at anything. I love that energy. Being like, yeah, I heal now. So I don't look at anything distressing. Be like, that's convenient, isn't it? That's a convenient view right there. Right? I'm like, is it a healing journey? It's not a healing journey to say like, I'm on a healing journey. I don't look at unpleasant things. Like, okay. Okay. You have fun. You have fun on that healing journey. Sigh. All right, we're going to continue right now. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. And the next person we're reading for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. How are you doing today? Absolutely. Happy to do a mind, body, spirit. But before we do so, let's give that 50K giveaway again. Let's give that 50K giveaway away. I am thinking of a number right now. Hi there, Anna. Tap to claim. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 29. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you post them. Oh, are. Congratulations. Well done. We will do that again when we get to 100K. In the meantime, if you would like to get on the list, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. And Kath, you are the next person on the list today. If anybody else, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And per that reading will be available to you tomorrow. The next person, while we wait for Kath's question. Oh, Kath, I think you said mind, body, spirit. What am I saying? Thank you. Got you. All right, before we continue right now, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Air Dragon, thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And in the meantime, I am going to pin up Kath here. Guys, make sure to give Kath some love. Can I get 4 cards, please? Mind, body, spirit for Kath. So I think it's really interesting because the message coming through the mind, body, spirit is identifying, it's effectively identifying, how do I describe this best? It has to do with, it's a conversation on what we put our patience on and what we can articulate or identify is within our capacity to change, is what I keep on seeing. So let's walk through a little bit of what we're identifying here, because and it's interesting, and it's like the message, it's actually coming through, like the message that's coming through on this that's so strong is the modality of saying it is not your responsibility to heal. I mean, it's funny because I know that it is to in a certain way, which is funny because you've got a guide stepping through to kind of articulate it. Your job is not to heal another I keep wondering, it's funny because they're saying your job is not to heal another person's unhealed inner child unless they're paying you, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing unless they're paying. I don't know why for you particularly, like that's the funny part of this reading, is they're saying unless they're paying you, in which case it is your job, is what I keep on hearing. Even if it is your job, it's not to do it for free, is what I keep on hearing. Even if it's like your specialty, I'm getting, it's not your job to do it for, like they keep on going, for free, is what I keep on hearing. And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Because you like, it's saying it's hard, right? Like it's hard for you to have to say like I leave my work at the office is what I keep on you having to say, and that's a hard. Like I don't know why. Like I don't know if there's like a sign on your head. Is what but it feels like I almost feel like like you have to understand like in some way, shape, or form, your energetic signature is qualitative to having a sign over your head. Is what I keep on hearing. You just have to recognize that you've just got like an auric sign over your head that in some way, shape, or form does somehow say therapist on. It's like people could just, it's like they don't even know. They can just smell it. I keep wondering, they can just sense it. They're like, I don't know why. Like, I see the energy going. I don't know why. I just feel very compelled. Like, I feel like it's like, it's always funny like that because, like, you have to make peace with it, is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing, making peace with it is you holding boundaries on it. Like, and you have to understand it's okay to do that. Like you making peace with it is like allow like is the space by which you can hold boundaries on it. Is what I keep on getting. Because it does feel like I see the fact that you attract a lot of that energy towards you, even without trying to, right? Like it's like the like you're like we like the like I'd be curious about where your Chiron placements are. But the thing you have to say to someone, right, is and usually like and I know like I even feel like I know that this is gonna be hard for you to say, you having to say to someone, I don't know if I'm the person you should be talking to about that. And I think it's important because it's saying to me, like, be conscientious of someone. And I keep on hearing that's what a good confidant says. I need to point this out. Like, I keep wondering, that's what a good confidant says, right? Like, the modality by which you say to someone, I want to make you aware that you have a tendency of talking to others about the problem that you have with someone, right? Like it almost says to me, like, and I want to describe it as it's not confrontational to say, what would you say to them about that? Write that down. Write that down. What would you say to them about that? How would you address that with them? I don't know why they're articulating something about that. I keep on hearing like that's going to effectively help you in spaces by which I keep on hearing energy trying to connect to you by saying, I'm unhappy. Like that's what I keep on getting. Like you get a lot of energy that comes towards you, trying to broadcast to you that that they're unhappy. I keep on hearing no sad puppy dog energy. No sad puppy dog energy. Which is, and I keep on hearing the way that you can redirect like sad puppy dog energy or somebody saying like, I'm unhappy, please save me, is the modality by which you say, what would you say to them about that? How would you address that to them? Right? Like that, I keep wondering, that's you doing the gentle parenting of like guiding someone and bringing them back to confront. I keep wondering, bringing them back to confront their problems versus potentially creating the space by which they're trying to articulate the fact that they're looking for someone to help them move away from something, is what I keep on seeing. I think that's really important in relationality to some of the work that you have to do, because I keep on getting the modality by which, and I think that and it's interesting too, because I know that this is a mind, body, spirit reading, but they're saying that there's a deep connection in terms of, I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship is going to be a relationship by which someone comes towards you with their hands free. right? It's not going to be the energy that says, I'm in the middle of something, I need you to be patient. It's the energy that says, I've taken care of it, is what I keep on hearing. I'm not bringing any of my energetic mess towards something. And I think that that's something that I see that you're actively healing from. Because I like to point out that I keep on hearing the energy that articulates that they're in a bad situation got into the situation by articulating to another that they were in a bad situation, right? Like the modality of recognize, I keep wondering, you're getting better, your health, I keep wondering, and I'm not going to make this a health reading, but I feel like you're getting better in recognizing save me energy, which is energy that tries to articulate the fact that they're that they're in some kind of like dire circumstance rather than facilitating upon making healthy choices. So I think that that's hard because I feel like it's hard because I see that it's hard because I see that you naturally attract energy like this. And a lot of the work that you've had to do is, I keep on hearing, it's like understanding it's not your responsibility to heal them for it, but redirecting them back to the source of the pain so that they can address it. Because I keep on hearing when you don't, inevitably you will become, right? You will inevitably become the thing that they need saving from if they're constantly in a space by which they articulate the fact that like I keep on hearing like unhappiness is not found in relationship. It's something that we work to cultivate within one. So I feel like that's a lot of the work that I see that you're doing. But I also feel like it's you having to navigate a lot of trauma from healing from situations that and I keep on hearing like, and I don't mean this in a crude way, but you can sometimes tell a tendency with energy like this in relationality to having a a very dispassionate view of, I keep on hearing an overly dispassionate view of parental energy, which is the modality by which another person doesn't see their caretaker as a person, but only from the space by which they facilitate things for them. And that's a very, I don't know why that was coming through, but it feels like something very, very specific in relationality to healing from some deep relationship connected to trauma by which another person was trying to project their feelings upon a caretaker onto you, is what I keep on hearing. And that's why I keep on getting, like, this is why I see that so much of the work that and this is why it's coming through right now, because it's saying to me that so much of the work that you're doing right now, like, is in the relationship sector, even in the space by which you're holding yourself more preciously. Because I keep on hearing the same message coming through, which says healthy relationship is never going to question your standards. They're never going to have you in the space by which you feel like you have to reiterate them over and over again. It's the clarity that you build forth with another person. And I like to point this out, like and the funny thing, here's the funny, and you know this, you've been here before. The funny thing about standards is you learn everything you need to know about a person in the context of talking to them about it, right? Because when you're in a good place, talking about your standards feels silly, right? Like, that's the funny thing about standards. Like, when you're in a good space, talking about standards feels like the silliest conversation, right? It's the modality by which you say something and another person goes, well, obviously. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, right? Like the modality by which you say something and another person looks at you and you feel silly for stating it. Congratulations, right? Like, that is the best way that conversation happens, to be able to articulate a standard and another person makes you feel like silly, even in the context by which you articulate it. That's usually identifying the fact that we're in a healthy space, because it's the modality by which you articulate a standard and another person goes, I can't believe you would even say that. Why would you even bring that up? Why, like, I can't believe you even have the audacity of suggesting such a thing. Ding, 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 ding. Like, pay attention. I keep ringing. Pay attention to the ding, right? Pay attention to the ding. right? We don't get temperamental on things unless we're energetically triggered by them, right? We don't get temperamental about things. Like it's saying to me like that is remembering that that isn't you doing. You don't break anything healthy by articulating standards. You discover what's not. And I feel like that's you kind of healing from the space of energy that was trying to make you feel like, I don't know why that's saying to me like energy that says like, if we hadn't had that conversation, we'd still be together. No, you wouldn't. Right? The fact that you had to have the fact that somebody could not have a healthy conversation about standards without taking it personally is exactly why you should get away from someone. I'm going to say that again. The fact that you could not have a normal conversation with someone about healthy standards without them doing what I'm seeing here, like that's exactly why you made the right decision. That's distressing. It's not you did that's it's you did you I keep on hearing that was not a misstep. That was hitting the target. That was not a misstep. That was you hitting the target. Yeah. They did not walk away from you, right? In the modality by which you articulate a standard and somebody says, I'm out of here, it's because you just articulated to them something that they wanted to do that you made very clear that you would not be okay with, right? The energy that pay attention when I keep on move all the argumentation away, right? I'm out of here, right? If that was all it took to get them to go away, that's because that's what they wanted, right? I literally see somebody saying, I can't believe you ruined this over a silly conversation. You didn't ruin it, they did. Right? We don't let conversations go. There's no healthy relationship on the planet that requires you to let go of a conversation in order to facilitate remaining in the partnership. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, because it wasn't silly, there wasn't anything silly about it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 56.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Okay. All right. And just reading over here, the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. I'm taking notes. I feel like I have the same sign over my head some days, sending you support, good vibes. Hold on a minute. Hi there, Esteban. How are you doing today? And thank you for reposting, Lone. Yeah, that was the 7 of Swords. I love this 7 of Swords, though. Like, I'll just show it to you. It's a very, I love this, though, because this is what I mean about that being so important to the reading. Because, right, like somebody being like, you don't know what you're talking about, but the roar is like right on target, right? Like that's exactly what we're talking about there, right? Like an inappropriate response to, I keep wondering, an inappropriately volatile response to an innocent question is all I keep on hearing. An inappropriately volatile response to an innocent question. An inappropriately volatile response to an innocent question. Yep. Yeah, I remember when I said that to someone. I'm not their therapist. As you know, my competitive self will claim it. Got that Aries energy. Here's the thing about it. Like I love like Aries and Sag energy will always be like, hold my beer. Like, yep. Thank you, Per. I feel like I have the same sign. Yep. Setting healthy boundaries since last year. Continue to do so. That makes sense. I'm questioning myself. Why do I? But this is like, here's the thing. Like, okay, thank you. It's a good. Like, I want to point out. It's because like your steadfast energy. You know, like your healing looks good on you. Energy that needs it is going to feel appealed by it. But I keep on hearing it's not your job to fix someone. They need to come towards you in the same energy by which they find you. Yeah, sometimes I feel like taking a professional course to make that. I mean, I feel like there's something where you'd be very, very, like, again, especially if you notice that you attract energy like that towards you. It says to me, like, I was getting like the fact that there's a connection to it in the past life was what I was reading for. Yeah, they should have to heal their own traumas. I'll check that first. Yeah, they trigger me as well, and you need to heal from that because I keep on hearing like I keep on getting like there's some kind of modality by which like I don't know why I was keep on getting that there's some kind of past life connection there, but the modality I keep on hearing you I keep on hearing like I literally see a situation of you saying to someone I can be your therapist, but you have to pay me first. Like keep on saying like you being like I'm very good at it, but you have to like you have to put something here is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, that's connected to my childhood traumas too. I've been healing. I can see it. It's hard. Yeah, because often energy that's in that capacity will say to you, "You're failing me," right? And they'll be like, What am I failing?" And they'll be like, "You're failing because you're not healing me." And being like, "It's not your responsibility to heal them. They have to do that themselves." Yeah, the Nine of Wands is beautiful. Yeah, which deck are we talking? Which one are you asking about here? Oh, this one. Yeah, this one. I know that Nine of Wands. Isn't it gorgeous? This is the Tarot of the Divine. Absolutely stunning deck. Highly recommend. A lot of research put into this deck. Each card is a different myth. It's very, 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 very well done. Highly recommend the deck. Really good quality too. I actually had a super unhealthy person make me feel super silly for articulating a standard. Well, and again, not the space by which another person mocks us, right? I'm not saying mock, but the space by which we feel silly and is someone being like, of course, like someone being like, yeah, why would you like the space by which to say like, why would you even like, like that's the modality by which we sometimes feel like that's the silliness I'm talking about, not shame, not shame. Yeah, that's why I let them go. Of course, it's not easy journey, but worth it. But the fact I actually had to bring it up in the standard in the first place. Yeah, correction. I need to point out silly, not shame, right? Like not like you're describing someone who made you feel shame for doing like the same thing. Yep, that's how you know something's off. Yeah, I already felt unsupported and misunderstood. I'd rather choose myself. Healthy energy is going to support you in that choice. And I let them go, and me telling them goodbye, no need to be friends, sending you support. You're so welcome, Kath. I hope those messages helped. And thank you for having that reading with me. And again, just a reminder, if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And France, thank you for the follow. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this one. Hold on a minute. Just reading over the comments. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. I know. Hi there, Nikki. I had a reader do that to me yesterday when I asked how her cat was. What did they do? She was like, that was in the past. Why would you bring it up? I mean, what? I was like, wait, what? Okay. Interesting. They got triggered by the question? Hmm. It was weird. That is weird. Okay. All right. I was like, maybe this relationship was sending you support, Bridget. All right. Maybe you caught them in a weird moment. Oh, you didn't know. Well, that's the thing. You didn't know, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for right now is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. And before we continue right now, and just let me just post here. Also, when we get to 100K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. Also, for anybody who would like to become a subscriber, we also are offering free one-card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, you will also be eligible for a one card, and a baby dragon also will get you on the list today. All right, just bear with me a moment. And just a reminder to anybody who has become a superfan today, welcome. Your superfan status will make you eligible for a one card. And if you would like to message me directly from this live with a disco gift, I'll be happy to send you an invite to the disco. If you would like to, now in the disco, you will find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the world card. But if you are not a subscriber, I do offer a smaller coupon code here only in this live. Message me the word class. And if you would like to learn more about the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip and I will send you the details of that retreat as well. All right. I want a baby dragon. Oh, welcome, Joseph. It's a really cute gift when it's posted. Half the reason I ask for it is just because it's too adorable. All right, and we're reading for, and thank you so much, Rain, for the follow. Before we continue right now, let's again warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Purr, you are hilarious. Oh my gosh, I love this collective. All right, where were we? And let me just pin up Ivana here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. 4 cards, please. Good Lord. I don't know why I keep on hearing it's karmic resonance. Don't worry about it. And it feels, I keep on hearing, it feels like it's in relation to something distressing coming through. Is what I keep on getting. Like it feels like it's in relation to something distressing coming through. Potentially even in the dream space. And it's a continuation, it's a continuation of what we've been seeing in a lot. It's a continuation of what we've been seeing in a lot of the readings that have been coming through so far, which is you cannot get anywhere with someone who mythologizes on their pain, is what I keep on hearing. You cannot get anywhere with someone who mythologizes on their pain, which is somebody who says, if not for this pain, who am I? Right? Like that is what I feel like this is why it's so important that, and I keep on hearing like, and it's interesting too, because I don't know what's been coming through to you in the dream space, but I want to walk you through what I'm seeing here. Okay. and this is kind of like, and it's interesting because it feels like it's coming from the higher self, right? Because it's understanding that I keep on hearing what we've experienced should inform us. It should not define us. What we experience should inform us. It should not define us. Because when we go through, right, when we go through trauma, we have two choices, is what you see, right? Like the modality by which we understand that we experience trauma is the modality by which we recognize and identify the trauma for what it is. And that we say, I work to understand it so that I can make sure that I energetically suppress that quality or characteristic within me, right? The observation of understanding the modality by which we work to experience, and that we arrive into those qualities or characteristics by which we navigate this space, by which we build empathy for how another person could energetically feel in the context by which another person hurts us or we experience something. But then we effectively identify and recognize that we work to effectively, right? Like when we understand ourselves, right? We see those tendencies that arrive within us. And we go, oh, no, 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 right? Like we go, oh, no, no, no. Like, it's like, yeah, and like, nah, no, thank you, right? And so I feel like there's a lot of that work that I see that you effectively navigate through in relationality to kind of going through those experiences by which you had a lot of empathy things, but the observation of being able to find that modality within the self that says, I understand that, and I understand, like, this is what we often recognize with like those who are like building into their Chiron placements, right? The wounded healer is often the articulation point of saying we go through things so that we can spend the rest of our time healing from it. So it never again, right? Like this is what we articulate when we truly mean never again. It's not the modality by which we say, I'm going to become the thing that hurt me, but the observation of saying it ends here, right? Like that is the act of love that we bring to the world, the modality by which we experience something and we understand it fully and we say it stops today, right? That understanding of being able to amplify and articulate what it is that we're working to resolve and change. And that's why I keep on hearing the modality by which we become too attached to our trauma is often the modality by which we become the same force by which we experience trauma in the first place. Right? The space by which another person says, I went through it, so you have to go through it, right? Like the modality of someone who becomes enamored, like absolutely enamored with their trauma, right? Is the modality by which another person wants to effectively relive that trauma in different forms. And in the modality by which they effectively they become the same force that hurt them in the first place, is often the articulation of the negativity that we find in this world, because it's the amplification of understanding that if something hurts us, our desire to become the thing that hurts us should be something that is avoided at like all costs, right? Because you literally like, ooh, that was awful. I would like to perpetuate it. Like it literally doesn't make any sense when you recognize it, right? Being like, oh my God, that hurt so much, and now I become it. Like, okay, that's great. But that's in the space by which somebody who like literally mythologizes their trauma in the space of saying like, I experienced something and now I got to make it everybody else's problem from here into infinity, right? It's like that type of energy. You can't get anywhere with energy like that, right? Energy like that is always looking for a reason, right? There's always a reason to indulge in your most negative quality, right? And this is why we talk about the fact that there's literally like the worst thing you can ever put, the worst message that you can ever put in the incredible machine that is our person here is the modality by which you articulate that you did something because someone hurt you. Because if you tell the programming system of the self, right? If I give the programming system of the self and say I did that because they hurt me, the brain, right? The brain only hears one message. It says, okay, they just said, did you hear what they, yeah, I heard what they said. Yeah, yeah, I heard it too. If they're hurting, we could do anything. Like that's all the control system of the brain hears. The control system of the brain just hears, yeah, they just said that if they're hurt, they can do anything. And so the body, right? Like the body will look like, I like to point, it's like the opposite of the body that keeps score. It's the body that is perpetually looking for something to keep score on, is what I keep on hearing. Like the modality of the self that is looking for an energetic reason in order to move towards the worst possible characteristic of the self. So the modality by which we work through the understanding of not allowing, right? Not allowing the context of pain to energetically inform us, right? The space by which we're energetically informed by it, we recognize what it is that we're working to heal from. And in the modality of understanding and building energetic sympathy towards it, we heal our own sympathetic system, right? Because we can understand something, but it doesn't make it energetically okay. Also, but I feel like that's the hard part about it, because I feel like I see that you've got a lot of, I feel like you've got a lot of, I feel like you've got a lot of energetic sensitivity, particularly and especially in the modality of experiencing others who are in pain. And I keep on getting the same energetic message that comes through on that, because it's the modality I keep on hearing that works through the space of navigating I keep on hearing the wall of another's suffering is not something that we ourselves can breach, right? The wall of another's suffering is not something we ourselves can breach. So the modality by which another person navigates the fact that they're feeling energetically hurt often creates the barrier by which we can't necessarily have something energetically productive to articulate, because it's working through, I keep on hearing, our sensitivity is energetically precious. But when we're navigating our sensitivity preciously, we allow the context of being uncomfortable within it, which is to say that we navigate, I keep wondering, this is the sound of building sanctuary, which is the space by which we navigate uncomfortability to build into something that feels like it's energetically stronger. But, and I keep on hearing, we calibrate for the fact that we don't become overly, I keep remembering, we don't become overly energetically sensitive, because when we become overly energetically sensitive, then we can't proceed effectively, right? It's like we're looking for reasons to feel energetically sensitive about. And so I think that there's something really important about that, because I don't know what you do, but I feel like it's like the space by which you help another person like identify that. I feel like that is effectively helping another understand the shape or nature of the work that you're trying to facilitate upon. And I keep on seeing, like, it's almost you having to say to someone, like, we're going to be brave. We're going to be brave in what we're sensitive about, which is the modality by which I keep on hearing, like, having to help someone understand that like working into a brave space is the space by which we feel our energetic sensitivity and we push forward through it, but not so much that we feel over, like, not the space by which we feel super uncomfortable is what I keep on getting. And I feel like it has to do, like, I feel like there's something about that is working through something that I feel like you're trying to karmically heal. But I feel like the hard part about that, and this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to it. Thank you, dear. it's, I think that it feels to me like like, and it has something to do in terms of the work that I see that you're helping another person through in helping. And I keep on hearing the best thing we can do for someone is, and I keep on hearing this is what we talk about. The best thing we can do for someone, even in the space by which we have to build something that's supportive, is articulating to another what they need to address something. So make sure that you're giving someone healthy directions is what I keep on seeing. I think that there's something really important about that. Yeah, particularly with the hangman energy, you know. And I feel like, I don't know why, but it feels like it's saying to me it has a lot to do with the work that we see that's happening for you in your dream space. Because I've read into your dream space, and I know it's a very, very complicated space. But I feel like, and I keep on getting the messages coming through with some of your guides is saying that they're bringing you back to uncomfortable situations in the past, not because they're trying to hurt you, but trying to show you their perspective in terms of understanding what was in your power to change versus something that you yourself were experiencing. So I feel like there's a lot of that healing that's helping you in relationality to letting go of some kind of guilt, in relationality of like, I keep on hearing you should not, your job is not to be perfect, but your job is to recognize those who demanded perfection from you, to understand that that is the nature of what you're healing from. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, and it's interesting, I just keep on getting the same message, Ivana, which says, like, it says to me, especially if the guides are bringing you back to unpleasant experiences, I feel like they're trying to bring them back to say, they're trying to help you understand and say, was, like, you know, was the unpleasantness coming from you, or was it being perpetrated upon you, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's why, like, I feel like, and I know I can feel the fact that something about it feels like it's triggering, but I keep on getting, like, that is effectively the message is coming through some of those experiences, you know? Thank you so much, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. And if this message is connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. Great time to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much, Stevie, for the follow. Hi. Hi, Tiff. How you doing today? God forbid the girl care about furry creatures. Oh, Lord. What happened? Who made you upset? Who do I have to hurt, Bridget? Oh, no, I get it. I understand now. Yes. Hi there. I've been looking to answer. Is this in relationality to a dream, Stevie? I mean, we can definitely try to read into it. If it's from a dream, I can definitely do a dream reading. If it's something that you've been getting in your meditations or a dream space, all you have to do is send the donation to get on the list. Absolutely. Yeah, I had a dream last night. Oh, were you? Is this what we're reading for? I can't wait. Woo, I'm excited. And thank you for the follow, Stevie. You're so welcome, Ella. We can fill a book with the quotes. I literally have a desk drawer full of them. Oh my God, I hope you're not talking about things I've said. Now I feel now I feel now I feel embarrassed. That's unhealthy. What experience should inform us, not define us? Yes, exactly. Oh, thank you. You guys are gonna make me cringe. Yeah, I know, Bridget. There's a ton of them. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. May not be exact. You guys are really smart by writing them down. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna hide under my table now. Okay. Oh, thank you. That would be a great idea, Per. But then I have to like, yeah. Thank you for that baby dragon. We got to see it. And thank you, Malu, for the follow. Happy Friday, Lisa. Grand Rising, Angie. Good to see you today. All right, let's continue right now. Thank you, Nikki. Never, never. All right. All right, let's continue. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. and if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. All right. We're also at 61.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading. This is two Leos fighting with each other. Accept it. Never. All right, let's continue right now. Nikki, are we doing a general reading right now, or do you have a specific question you'd like me to like me to read? And we're gonna do before we continue, we are gonna do a intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. Nice. So close, Nikki. So close. All right, let's get to it. I love it when that happens. Excellent. All right, let's get to it. Where were we? Dream in the disco. Excellent. Dream reading. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna do a sound. We're doing dream readings. How was that? All right. And let me pin up Nikki. Angelica, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Nikki. And we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed today. That one actually didn't sound bad. That one had some bars, you know? All right, where were we? Bum, ba, bum. All right. Where'd it go? All right, outside tea. I had a dream where I was talking with friends about how sometimes when you mention someone's name or think about them in one place, they suddenly show up, text, or react in some way elsewhere. In the dream, this happened twice, which prompted confusion from the people I was with. I explained to them that when people are emotionally connected, they exchange and recognize each other's energetic frequencies. And once you know someone's frequency, it allows for a kind of telepathic communication. I remember thinking that some people, like my parent, are more closed off, making their frequency harder to access, while others may have weaker or less perceptible frequencies, which felt like a loose thread in the dream's logic. I went on to explain that this is similar to how, when you spend enough time with someone, you can know what they're thinking without them saying anything. At first, I questioned whether that was reading facial expressions, but then I realized that sometimes you can anticipate someone's emotional reaction even when they're not physically present. That realization felt important in the dream. It reinforced the idea that we each emit a unique frequency, and that we can recognize and respond to the frequencies of people we're close to, even from afar. The dream felt less like a story and more like me actively working through and explaining a theory about connection, perception, and communication. I felt like some sort of teacher or spiritual scientist. What was this dream trying to show me? Or was it just me being nerdy in my sleep? 4 cards. You're landing upon the hard part about being in an energetic experience, which is often having an unrecognized gift. And the problem with having an unrecognized gift is our obvious is our expertise. And often the reason that we sometimes go for decades, absolute decades, without realizing the fact that we have a gift is because we just assume that everybody else like is just operating in the same way that we are. So what's happening in this dream space is this is the higher self articulating something that is your gift that you experience that you are oblivious to, because the fact is that it's a gift, so you experience it obviously. And often there are these, this is what we talk about, awakening comes in many different forms. There's the awakening that we have by which we recognize something that we could not see in the past, right? Awakening is recognizing something that we did not realize before. And the funny thing about awakening is often not like that light that comes down from the heavens that goes, you can do this now. It's like, oh, it's the moment that you're like the whole time, the whole time, the whole time. It is the obvious, it's the moment that you realize that you have a gift in the space by which you explain it to another person and they go, what now? Can you just back up for a second? You can do what? You can do what? Can you just please repeat what you can do what? No, I have no, and then you go, you know what I mean? When you do that thing when you just read into the end, you can just kind of, you just think about someone and then they're there. And then sometimes you just like feel into the energy and you can kind of figure out if they're going to, not everybody can do that. No, the answer is no. The answer is a resonating what? It's the moment that you say something and you go, well, obviously, it's just like that. And everyone goes, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. Please go on. Please walk through that for me. Right? So this is effectively you coming into, and what's funny about the dream is it's the higher self that is effectively informing you to something by which others would be very, very eager to understand more about it. And even in the space by which you're articulating it, and again, I understand it. I understand it. I've been there. The modality by which you say, oh, like that thing you do, when you just think about someone and the next thing you know, right? And sometimes, and you're right? And I like to point this out. This is how we identify. And this is why I like to say healthy intuition, the way you can tell between delusion and healthy intuition is healthy intuition has a miracle attached to it, right? The way you can identify the difference between intuition and delusion is that intuition always has a miracle attached to the end of it. So the modality by which you articulate the fact that you said you think about someone's name once or twice and then suddenly they show up, text, or react, that is what we would identify as confirmation, right? The modality by which the you learn to feed into, and this is what's beautiful about it when you start to pay attention to it, is you can start to identify the difference between the feeling of saying like, okay, yeah, oh, there it is. There's the confirmation of being able to help one understand what feels like it's energetically true when you start to pay attention to it. So the modality by which you said, and this is something that we're potentially identifying as a quality or characteristic that you came with, it is a bit of a leonine quality. Leos have a very good attachment to this, Cancerians too, right? The modality by which you can feel into energy, there's certain signs that have more of an adaptability point. So the modality by which we identify that you're working through those experiences by which you said, this happened twice, and I want to stress this, the fact that you said it prompted confusion from the people you were with, right? That is the confirmation that this is in fact a gift, because you have basically, right, what you're effectively articulating is the fact that you said in the terrestrial, right? You said in the terrestrial something that you thought was obvious, right? You're like, that thing that happens. And someone looked at you and went, who in the what now? No, never had that happen before. Can you please explain that a little bit more? Like the modality by which you say the obvious and is met with confusion that helps you arrive to the understanding that it is an effective gift. And so what do we see? Often the funny thing with guides is they don't like to articulate and show us things until we arrive to them on our own. So the modality by which you arrive to that in the space of the terrestrial understanding, right? You're like, dun da da, like it's like you understanding and recognizing that is bringing you into the space of having the energetic dream and relationality to it. And what do we see? That like you're having the higher self introducing themselves, going, yes, let me tell you a little bit more about that. So you basically, I love this because what you basically had happen was you connecting to your higher self in which you were being. And what did you see the higher self doing? They were articulating on it. They'd refined the understanding upon it. And what did the higher self do? And this is how we can tell. A beautiful dream provides us confirmation. So you said people are emotionally connected. They exchange, and this is the theorization of the higher self, going, people are energetically connected and emotionally connected, not just energetically connected, but emotionally connected, because emotions are also energy. They exchange and recognize each other's energetic frequency. Not everybody. I like the fact that you say that. You say that. So I like that the higher self says it as is. And here's the thing: we move towards the higher self in the space by which it's a no-brainer, right? You're experiencing the higher self. You can tell it's the higher self because the way that the higher self says it without question, right? The higher self doesn't put a maybe in this. They just go, no, it's just a fact, right? Where the higher self exists, right? What's the higher self? Higher self's not going, I wonder if. Higher self is going, hey, no, I'm telling you about it. They exchange and recognize each other's frequencies. And once you know someone's frequency, once you familiarize with someone's frequency, it allows you to kind of a telepathic communication. You can feel into the energy of that person, right? It's their signature. We all have an energetic signature. And so once you know someone's frequency, it allows, and this is, again, you can tell it's the higher self because you're like, wait, what now? The higher self goes, once you know the frequency, it's a logical next step that you could just communicate over that frequency all the time, right? So this is the higher self telling you what they have effectively arrived to. And I like to point out, if you are leaving this dream going, what now? Like, that's how you can tell it's the higher self, because they're talking to you about what they've arrived at. And you said you remembered thinking that some people are more closed off. Correct, right? Their frequency is harder to access. This is also potentially true. Hard to read, right? Others may have weaker or less perceptible frequencies. Well, I wanted, and this is like, and I like to stress this, right? Because, and this is what's wild about it. And I like to point out, do you see the difference, right? Do you see the difference between what the higher self is stating? And this is what's cool about the dream. We can see the space by which we hear you seeing yourself, communicating as fact, and then you experiencing, right? You experiencing the fact with a question. You're learning from the higher self in the dream. Because then you said, I remember thinking that some people, but here's the thing, you were thinking towards the energy that was articulating to you, right? Like the higher self was saying, this is how it works. And you're going, I wonder, right? And this is the best part about it. You brought a question to yourself. Do you see what's happening here? You are watching. You have not, I need to stress this. You said in the dream that you were teaching others, but I need to point out, when you explained to me this dream, there was nobody else in that room but you. This was a dream of you teaching you. And you're bringing your questions, because you even wrote in the dream, you go, I asked myself, right? I asked myself. I asked my higher self. And what did the higher self say? I went on to explain. You see what you did? I went on to explain that this is similar to how when you spend enough time. So again, you asked your current self, asked your higher self in the dream space a question, and then your higher self took over again and I went on to explain how when you spend enough time with someone, you can know what they're thinking without them saying anything. Again, that's a gift that the higher self has reached. Okay, not necessarily in the present context. And you said, at first I questioned, and now you're telling yourself about the history of the self. You go, at first I questioned, and so now do you see your higher self is articulating to you the experience by which you find yourself now, and you're reaching up towards them. You and I question whether that was just the facial reading of expressions, but then you realize that sometimes you can anticipate someone's reaction before they were physically present. So you are in conversation with your higher self, being like, how can you do that? And the energy is explaining to you. I know it's getting really surreal in here. Okay. The energy is explaining to you how you arrived to the understanding, okay, in the physical present. The realization felt important in the dream. Of course it did. This was the higher self telling you how you get there. It's an incredibly important dream. It's an incredibly important dream. I like that you say that it felt important. It's really important. It's literally the higher self giving you directions on how to do it. I'm sorry, I'm laughing so hard because you're like, it felt important, being like, it clearly is. And then you said it felt important in the dream, and it reinforced the idea. And again, and now we see you slipping back into the higher self again. It reinforced the idea that we emit a unique frequency, and we can recognize and respond to the frequencies of people we're close to, even from afar. Pausing, the dream felt less like a story and more like you actually working through and explaining a theory about connection, perception, and communication. I also love your higher self because even in the modality of you explaining it, you're slipping back into the higher self. Every time you say it felt like. And then you said, I felt like some sort of teacher or spiritual scientist. What was the dream trying to show you? Or was it just you being nerdy in your sleep? Yes, you were yes, because your higher self is very nerdy. Okay. Like the answer is just yes. Was the dream trying to show you? Yes, clearly. Was it just you being nerdy? Yes, your higher self is very nerdy. And they love talking about this. The only thing is they've removed they've removed the if. They've removed the I wondered, and they've moved into the space of saying that's how I figured it out, right? They're literally imparting the knowledge to you in the dream space, saying this is that moment that you arrived to, was you reaching into that point of understanding. And it started when you realized that you had a gift. And the funny part you recognize, and this is what we talk about with awakening, realizing you have a gift is often not the feeling of a gift that's imparted to you from the heavens. It's realizing that you do something all the time that nobody else is doing. And they go, what? They go, what? They go, explain? Huh? So this is you arriving to the understanding of the self, and in the modality by which you arrived to the understanding of the self, you got into contact with the higher self, right? And the higher self saying this was the start, and this is how we proceed forward from this point. Bottom of the deck. Prepare for it to it gets a little weird. Now I know what you're wondering right now. I know it. I know you know what you're wondering, right? You know what you're wondering. There's another wonder here, right? We're gonna get to it. You know what the next step is, right? What did you have the higher self saying to you? What did you have the higher self saying to you in the dream space? It's very easy. Once you know an energetic frequency, it doesn't take that much work to go back and to energetically connect to it once you're familiar with it. You see? I guess you're wondering why I'm here, is what your higher self was saying. You see? You see? Okay, I hope you see. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Thank you so much for having that you get it? Okay. They were literally also explaining to you how yeah, okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to connect to these messages as well. We're going to continue right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely, I love that. And we're also at 66.4K likes. And when we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Oh my gosh, that dream was fantastic. And just reading over. Oh, I love this. I got to read over these comments here. 1 second. Oh, so many comments. Close. Yes. You're getting better with the dream jingle. Angie, let me confirm. I've got you on the list, dear. You're the next person we'll be reading for today. Yes. I wonder how the reaction is, if it's a reality. Thank you, Kath. Maybe both. Oh, wow, sweet. I feels like the dream applies, but like, you know, and this is like the whole time. Yeah, the whole time. Exactly. The gift. What's the gift? You know, what's the word for the gift? Right? It's interesting. Yeah, the whole time, the realization nobody else can do it. We're not many. Exactly. It's a wild thing to realize. We're reading energy. Yeah, exactly. No, so I'm not crazy. No, everyone is open to knowing about it. Yeah, exactly. I had the moment, but in reality, but I was explaining about, so I had that moment, but in reality, you were explaining about crystals and protection, right? It's the modality, but you go, you know, the way it is. And someone goes, what are you talking about? Yes. I wonder how my friends will react. Yeah, I know a lot of people just look at you like you're crazy. I used to visit my then boyfriend in the astral 20 years ago. On his side, objects would just move. That's wild. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, they think you're talking weird. This reading is for all of us, I guess. You're welcome, Per. It is cool. That's exactly what it was. An energetic frequency. Yeah, an energetic frequency signature, right? Yep. And yes, there are spots today if you'd like to be on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting about the heebie-jeebies, Bridget. Yeah, I was totally like communicating with my higher self back and forth. Yeah, I think it was a sequence of discussion. But yeah, no, but here's the thing about it. Like, again, your higher self is working into the connection with the self. I haven't heard that word in so long. It was a very interesting dream. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to read for it, dear. Yeah, that's her higher self. We were having a full debate. You weren't having a full debate. You were having a class, right? You were having a class with your higher self. They were walking you through how you arrived to the understanding, right? They were helping you. It's super cool. Thank you, Rihanna. Absolutely. It is. It's a wild dream. That is wild. It is very etheric. I love the potato. Absolutely. Thank you. Feel into it. I see that. Hello up there. I love that. Hello. Yes, I love that reading. I did too, Jojo. Yes, your very own with your higher self. Thanks for the visit and the debate. To get on the list, there she goes. All you do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it, and you'll be added to the list. You'll be the third person read for today. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. When I was a kid, it was not a gift. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. My spirit team lately has been saying, you cannot explain magic to a muggle. I love that. Absolutely. Yeah, my mom was ready to put me in. Oh, sending you so much support, Per. Sending you so much support. All right. Yeah, the dreams have been so vivid, and it felt like, well, and I like to point out, like, you know, it's interesting that you're articulating upon poetic, you know, if you're having dreams, related to collapsing timelines, like that can vary in relationality to how you're experiencing it. So again, if that's something that you wanted to get more clarification on, we can always read into the dream there. I do again, just a reminder, we just did a dream interpretation. If you would like to get on the list for a dream interpretation, you can include the notes about the dream in the donation space, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Yeah, I mean, it can feel very isolating. Absolutely. And thank you, Merlin, for the follow. Yes. Excellent. I'm going to have to get one because I've had a dream journal. Yeah, absolutely. I'm a very strong proponent in keeping a dream journal. It's a good, even in the space, especially, I'll point this out, especially if you can't remember your dreams. Especially if you can't remember your dreams, then you definitely need a dream journal. I said what I said. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Angelica. And we've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards. Oh, Poetic. Yes. No problem, dear. And also, I'll let you know, too, Poetic, we do free 1-card readings for subscribers here as well. So if you become a subscriber, you're always entitled to a free card each day that I'm live. And I'm pretty much on live daily. So thank you. All right. I said what I said. I said what I said. All right. Excellent. All right. We're going to continue right now. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots left before the list will be closed. And you'll be the second person read for today if you get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Flying in dreams, again, Avatar. And here's the thing, you'll know this when you come to me for dream interpretations. I am not, and this is why I'm not a big proponent of like books of dream or like dream symbolism. The identification of a symbol in dream has a lot to do with the person having the dream. So, and this is why I like to do dream work with my clients, because what we effectively try to do is we try to map the landscape of the dream space. Because once we map your landscape, then we can figure out what the symbolism is in relationality to something that is happening in the dream space over and over again. I am of the opinion that that changes. In my experience of reading for others, that context changes, can be very different depending on the context of the individual. So that's why I'm not a big, you'll never, when you come to me and say, what does this mean? Like I'm never in the space by which I'll say, like, if you have a point blank statement about a dream of this, it means that. It really, it can vary from individual to individual in relationality to what it could symbolically mean. So, and it's changed as you've aged. That's fascinating. Excellent. Well, again, if you ever want to do a reading on those dreams, I'm always happy and receptive towards it. And thank you so much, Angelic, for getting on the list. We've got 3 more spots today before the list is closed. And the next person we're reading for today is Angelica. Angelica, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. So Angie, I just need to be clear. I cannot, hold on a minute. Let me just read over the comment. Okay. So I need to be absolutely clear. I cannot provide anything in any legal context. So nothing I say here should be ever utilized or articulated in any way, shape, or form in the space of anything legal-wise. I can read on the energy of that person. So please let me know with that clarification. If you still want to read into that person or if there's another topic that you wanted to explore. And thank you, Tina, for getting on the list. We've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. Thank you for confirming. Excellent. And I got you, dear. All right, so we'll just do, okay. All right, can I please get, I'm going to pin you up here. Guys, please make sure to give them, to give Angie some love. Can I please get an energetic read on that individual, please? Highest party messages from Spirit. 4 cards, please. And thank you. Sorry, 3 cards. All right. You know, I have to stress this, and I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, I've got another energy attached to someone, you know? And it honestly, like, I keep on seeing someone say, why are you energetically obsessed with them? Like, I literally see somebody that is, and it's interesting too, because it feels like someone that is supportive towards you, you know? Like, this feels like somebody that has got your back on something in like a way, that you might not necessarily recognize or anticipate, you know? Because I almost hear somebody saying, you're not going to find a relationship like this, is what I keep on hearing someone say. Like, I literally have somebody who's sitting them down and trying to say to them, like, you're like, it's like, I hear somebody saying it's unhealthy how energetically obsessed you are in terms of what you feel like that another person owes you, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I literally see somebody working into the context of trying to articulate, like, it feels, and I keep on hearing, like, it actually, I feel like it's somebody who's like speaking your word, like speaking your word, like speaking towards you in the best way possible in terms of articulating to another person and saying, I'm really concerned with how much attention you're bringing towards this, because it seems to me like and I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing somebody say to somebody, what are you seeking from them, you know? And I keep on hearing somebody's trying to say, like, you know, and I keep on hearing somebody say, like, I want what's mine, and being like, you recognize they're not yours, right? Like, the modality by which another person is trying to help someone see, like, it feels like somebody who is identifying the fact that they're not over something, and the fact that they keep on hearing, the fact that they keep on demanding, like the fact that they keep energetically demanding. Like, I keep on hearing somebody say, when you're demanding more, there must be a floor, is all I keep on hearing. When you're demanding more, there must be a floor, which is somebody saying, and it's interesting too, because when I keep on hearing floor, it's turning into flower, which is the modality of saying, are you demanding more from that person because they actually owe you something? Or are you demanding more because you're just in the space by which you are trying to put attention towards someone, because, you know, you don't want to see them move away from something? is what I keep on hearing, right? It's almost like somebody saying, I keep on hearing like somebody trying to identify or articulate to someone the fact that it's an unhealthy attachment that is potentially blocking a present blessing. Because I almost hear somebody saying to someone, if you go ahead and do that, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back, is what I keep on hearing. Like I literally hear somebody saying, if you go ahead and continue to bother that person, I'm going away and you're never going to see me again. Like there's a lot of that energy that I'm seeing in relationality to a situation, because I keep on hearing, like it feels to me like somebody who is trying to articulate to someone the difference between what feels like that it's reasonable versus what feels like an unhealthy obsession. So I keep on getting, like, that's why I keep on hearing someone say, what would it take to energetically satisfy you? Because I keep on getting, I almost feel like you and another person, like that's the wild thing about it. Like I almost see the fact that you and another person are supposed to be on terra firma, you know? Like I literally see a situation of someone being what is the issue? This was all energetically settled, right? So I keep on getting and I keep on hearing somebody say, like, I literally see somebody saying, like, you are creating your own disaster point. It almost feels like somebody trying to prevent someone from moving into a tower moment, coming back towards you again. And I just keep on seeing that the shape by which another person is trying to articulate that has to do with what feels like it's energetically reasonable. And I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing somebody say to someone, like, I literally see somebody who's articulated and said, if you do that, you will never see me again. Like, if you do that, you won't. I keep on hearing somebody say, if you do that, that seals us. And it's interesting, guys. I was going to say, it's interesting because I was about to say, if you do that, that seals it. But I tried to say, if you do that, that seals it. And instead it says, if you do that, that seals us. Because I almost see, like, I feel like there's some kind of energy that's been in connection to that person who's been watching something from the sidelines. And the modality by which they kept on articulating and saying, as soon as I got this, like somebody saying, like, if I reach this point with them, I will be able to walk away and I will not turn back. And the modality by which they're already seeing someone that's turning back, they're going, if you do that, you will never see me again. Like literally, like I literally see somebody that's saying to them, if you do that, I have seen all I need to see about this situation. So I want you, I mean, like, again, in relation out, like, and everything. And because I keep on hearing somebody saying, like, I feel like I see somebody around them that's trying to say, like, we need to concentrate on what we're trying to grow and build together. Like I see somebody trying to say, like, your hands should be, I keep on hearing somebody say, your hands should be in our earth, is what I keep on hearing them say. Like the space by which somebody's saying, your hands should be in our earth, which is them saying, we should be planting seeds right now. We should be focusing on what it is that we're trying to grow together. But the modality by which you keep turning back and trying to demand recompense from something in the past is showing the fact that you have an inability of letting go of things that is preventing our ability to move energetically forward. So I keep on getting, and again, I would be very conscientious because I keep on seeing, if they go ahead and do that, and I just want to state this, I don't know if you've been having dreams about it. Like, I keep on hearing, if they do that, they brought it upon themselves. I don't know what the dream you had related to around this. Because this is happening in spirit too. Like the modality by which another person says, like, I keep on hearing they brought it, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the words, they brought it upon themselves. Because the modality, like the modality by which I see, like, I feel like that's what's so painful about it. Like, I literally see somebody who, I keep on hearing, you guys should be square. Like I keep on hearing, like, you guys should be square, and they're trying to circle back. Like the modality by which somebody says we should be square, and instead of being square, they're circling back, is the modality which I keep on hearing, like, a bunch of energy. Like I keep on seeing a lot of energy going, and we're done. Like, we're done. Like I see somebody being like literally, like, I would worry about a person in this capacity. I don't even worry. I don't, like, when I say I worry about them, I mean that their spiritual energy. Like, it's not just the fact, like, I keep, like, when I hear this, like, their spirit team is saying that to me. There are things we can do that move our spirit teams against us. So I keep on, like when I see that modality, like I keep on getting, like, I just keep on hearing, like, it's funny because their spirit team is communicates, their spirit team saying, like, if they're square, if they should be in a space by which they're square and they're circling black back, like the hands I see, that are washing themselves are not, it's like there's energy in the terrestrial doing that, but it's the energy doing it in spirit. It's the energy doing it in spirit going, and that's that, right? Like it's saying to me, I feel like it has, like, it seems to me like somebody, because it feels like some kind of modality by which someone has been given all the tools necessary in order to move forward, right? And this is what we talk about. When we have all the tools necessary in order to move forward, we navigate that from a space of prioritizing the energetic piece that we're trying to build forth towards, right? So I just keep on, and that's why I keep on, like, I keep on hearing, like, there's like a red alert energy around somebody. But the conscientious point that I'm seeing is the red alert isn't, like, the red alert I'm getting is not coming through in the terrestrial, it's coming through in spirit. Like, it's the energy that's going, like, it's the energy saying, like the space by which they're working through that. Like, I would be very, like, I'm worried about them, but I'm worried about the quality of their spirit if they proceed in that way. Because I keep on hearing they're going to be alone. And when I hear alone, I don't mean alone terrestrially. I mean alone spiritually, which I know doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is. It is. It is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you, and again, like, I'd be very curious if you've been having dreams about it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I keep on hearing, like, I'll just tell you right now, all I keep on hearing from someone on their spirit team is, like, they won't just be divorced terrestrially, they'll be divorced from spirit. Like, I've never heard that before. Like, that's what I mean. Like, that's what I keep on hearing. They'll be like, oh no, the divorce will be final, is what I keep on hearing. But it's not your divorce. They're saying to me, no, the divorce will be final, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. I've never heard it either, Bridget. It was wild. Like, I'm shook from reading it. Absolutely. One moment, please. Hold on. So I'll read the list right now for anybody who's asking their spot on the list. If you sent the donation and I haven't named you, just send me the initial where you sent the donation. Don't put the full name. The apps don't like to hear the other apps' names. I've got Angelic, Tina, and Julia. And we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed for the day. Yeah, those dreams happen too. I remember holding awake after, like, oh, did I fall? Oh, interesting. So you were having dreams related to it. Thank you for confirming. Hold on a minute. And thank you, dear. I do, and I have that feeling, sometimes more of a hover over things. It takes almost half an hour to fall back asleep. That's wild. I don't experience nightmares anymore after, oh, wait, really, Per? Oh my gosh, I'm so honored to hear that. Oh, thank you, Per. That means a lot to me. You don't experience nightmares anymore? Oh, that makes me so happy. Excellent. Sorry. Oh, I was really touched by that. Yeah, your heart is racing like you actually did you fall? Yeah, those are hard. I only had one where I didn't wake up and I hit water. Oh, wow, that's wild, Nikki. I think the guides don't need to shout anymore. That's fair. That's okay. That makes sense. Well, I'm very glad to hear that it's having that impact on you. For real, I was like, I'm done. I fell in a dream somewhere. I've had dreams where I pulled up into tornadoes and oh, wow. But again, that makes a lot of sense, Bridget, given your past lives. Like you actually did that. Like I've got a past life where you used to just like walk straight into a tornado. Yeah. Oh my gosh, really, Bridget? That's wild. One moment. Yeah, I think it was the number one. Thank you, dear. Absolutely do not want them back. Oh, I'm sending you so much. I hope like it's interesting too, because I gotta tell you sometimes, Angie, like that was not a reading. It felt like it was a warning, you know? Like sometimes when I'm doing readings, it's like and it's not, and I keep on here, I need to stress this. The warning isn't towards you. The warning's towards them. Yeah, my ex. Oh my gosh, that's wild, poetic. Yeah. Oh, sorry, terra firma. Terra firma means firm ground, right? Like terra firma means like we should be square, like we should be good. Yeah, he needs to listen to that person. Again, it almost feels like somebody, like it feels like somebody in the like terrestrial that is like speaking on behalf of spirit is what I keep on getting. Exactly. And thank you for the follow, your girl. Yeah, that was weird because it said Kath got the number one. Oh, that's weird. Interesting. Thank you as well. Yeah, thank you for confirming. Thank you as well, BB. There are so many conversations happening at once. I know there are a lot of different, you picked up on that too, right, Avatar? A lot of different streams. Yeah, when I say they need to move forward, like the message isn't like the message isn't coming from your spirit team, it's coming from theirs. It's coming from theirs. Yeah. Hi, channeling. So good to see you, dear. Thank you for also receiving this message. Yeah, it's an opportunity for growth. 2, 3, 4, tap to claim. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad to hear you received an apology. And thank you guys for supporting each other during these readings. Yeah, a chance of closing cycles. Tap to claim 1234. That was enlightening info to learn. You're absolutely welcome, Avatar. Yeah, it feels like I keep on hearing like that. It wasn't a reading. It was feeling like a warning. You're so welcome, dear, and I hope that helps. And I gotta tell you, I feel like they're probably like I keep on hearing like they're getting messages about that, like all around them. Confirmation. Thank you as well, dear. And thank you, user 18, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yeah, I've never heard that before. I haven't heard it before in a reading either, which is I was like, whoa. Yeah, I seriously needed to hear that. It's incredibly intense. Yeah, I look like I am also here experiencing these readings. Yeah, I feel like that would require some serious healing to mend that connection. Absolutely. Hi there, Emily. How are you doing, dear? Good to see you. And I'm learning about this as well. Yeah, I have full-on discussions with my spirit team. Yeah, no, you got it, Julia, right? You know, or like it's a lot of help. It's like a lot. I like to point out the way the way I like to read into spirit is spirit's always like, help us help you. Okay? Like, help us help you. Which is like, you don't have to be perfect, but well, you gotta put the work in. It's like, help us help you. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, all right, let's continue right now. And sending you so much support on this journey, Angie. And thank you so much for having that reading with me. It is, right? And that's what we do. We honor our work in spirit by doing our best on our side of things, right? Like that's what we do. And we're not perfect, right? But we don't need to be perfect. We need to work towards perfecting. All right, let's continue right now. The next person that we're reading for today is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. While we wait for Angelique, and again, as I mentioned, we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. Hi, dear. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Also, please remember we don't put the full name of the app. The apps don't like it. We just put the initial. Thank you. All right, and before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And let me just pull up Angelique's question. Bear with me a moment. One minute. One sec. All right, one sec. And also just a reminder, hold on a minute, we've got 3 more readings today before we move into 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are here seeking a 1 card reading, just hang tight and we will be getting to those readings shortly. If you would like to become a subscriber to receive a 1 card reading, all you need to do is go ahead and post, you just become a super fan. Your super fan status will make you eligible to a 1 card. And bear with me a moment. All right, where'd it go? All right, just bear with me, dear. I'm just pulling up your question. There we go. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Okay, so I need to clarify this. So Angelique, you said that you sent it in a direct message on the Clock app. I'm on the Clock app. It's not possible for me to read the direct messages while I'm actively on the app. So I would like to request that you post, that you either email it to me directly. No, because again, I think that there's a limitation. I might be able to. You can probably actually. That might actually be possible. I suppose. Yeah, you can probably send it to me there too. You can send it to me there, or you can email it to me. So why don't we do this? Why don't you Well, we're gonna pass. We're gonna hold on your reading for a moment so that you can go ahead and get that to me, and you'll be read for after. Like you'll be read for. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. Actually, 1 second. I might be able to do it. I got it. Never mind. I was able to find it. Okay. Never mind. We got it. We made it work. Okay. Thank you for your patience, but just in the future, it's a little bit difficult for me to read on the app when I'm on the app. All right, so hold on. I need to read over. I'm going to need a moment to just read over the context, so just bear with me a moment and we'll get to it. Okay, that's a lot of information, but let's see if we can find out. This is because of the sensitivity of the reading, I'm going to be keeping this internal. Can I please get again 4 cards? Yeah, 4 cards, please, in relationality to navigating forward. I keep on, it's very similar to the reading that we had on this a few days ago, which is I keep on hearing the modality by which you effectively are, I keep on hearing the modality by which you're able to effectively articulate and document your particular experience of something is I keep on hearing that experience is the modality. Like I keep on hearing like that should be your energetic shield around something is what I keep on seeing. And that's why I keep on hearing the same message, which is being able to, I keep on hearing instead of addressing things is what I keep on hearing. Instead of feeling the need to energetically address another or to effectively try to reach out to someone, I keep on seeing like working into the space by which you effectively just articulate. And I keep on hearing the space by which you state your case, right? Which is the modality by which you simply come into a space by which you articulate upon your experience of something is the best energetic preparation that you can bring forth to a situation. And I think that there's something, and I do feel like there's something that you've been doing in the space by which we had the reading between where we are now, which is articulating again. I keep on hearing like the modality by which you're trying to reach out to others. It's not, I keep on hearing it's not, and I keep on getting the space by which don't feel like you're in the modality by which you feel like you're trying to change someone else's mind about you is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the understanding, I keep on getting the same message, the understanding that our job is not to change each other's minds, but to be energetically conscientious in relationality to how others feel about things. I keep on getting the same energetic message coming through, which is, and this is what you have to understand. Like when you're working through another person's projections, then, and especially if someone, I keep wondering, if someone is projecting something negative towards you, then no matter what you try to bring towards them feeds into the negative projection, right? It's the modality by which you recognize or amplify or it doesn't, I keep wondering, it doesn't make it better. It sometimes makes it energetically worse. So I keep on getting, if you are navigating a space by which you feel like you're experiencing others' projections, like the modality is not, I keep wondering, the modality is not to chase after the energetic projection, because I keep on seeing, like, if somebody's projecting towards you and you direct energy to it, you worsen the projection instead of making it better, but rather the space by which you're effectively able to effectively just articulate upon how you experience something, right? And being energetically patient in the modality of allowing another person to come towards you to address it. I feel like that is the experience by which you are allowing, I keep wondering, like, you're allowing another person to identify or articulate upon the landscape that you are experiencing. So be very energetically conscientious about that in relationality to the situation, because I keep on seeing that there, like I said, if it's like it's saying to me, and I just keep on hearing the same thing. If somebody has an ugly perspective on you, right? And then you try to do, like, I keep wondering, like, and this is what we mean with a perspective, right? The identification point of another working through their own negative projection. Like the sound that we recognize that we are in a trauma zone is the space by which it feels like there's nothing that we can do that is right, that everything we do feels like it's the wrong thing to do. So in that modality, the space by which you could be articulating and saying, what would you have me do better? Right? And so those are the two modalities by which I think that you should be energetically expressing something. This space by which you're energetically present, right? You're not trying to change another person's opinion, or you're not trying to shape another person's opinion, but the modality by which you're energetically present for their opinion, but then you meet that experience, that opinion with your experience, right? You prepare, even in the space, I keep wondering, even in the space by which you articulate to another what that experience is, right? So not being in the space by which it feels like you're being reactive, but more in the space by which you're being informative. So make sure, I keep on getting the word that you have to understand. I keep on hearing present and informed is the modality by which you welcome a conversation, right? You welcome the opportunity to have a conversation, but you can never chase after a healthy conversation, because in the context of chasing after a healthy conversation, it becomes an uncomfortable confrontation. So make sure that you're not getting into the space by which you're chasing after someone to have a healthy conversation, because there's no such thing on this earth as chasing after someone to have a healthy conversation. It becomes, in their perception, an uncomfortable confrontation. Bottom of the deck on this reading, right? I know that that's difficult because I can see him. I can see a situation by which you're working through, right? You're working through another's misconceptions of you. And often I keep on getting, let's often in the space by which we experience another person misperceiving us, we want to alleviate the misperception, right? We want to rush in and say, like, no, you've got the wrong idea there. But the modality by which we recognize and identify that is the amplification of understanding that, again, the context of being energetically receptive does not require us to get into a confrontational space in terms of trying to energetically negate another person's experience, right? So make sure that you're not getting in the modality by which you're articulating or trying to negate another person's experience, but saying, this is what I experienced. This is my perception of it. Because it's not the space by which you're being, and I keep wondering, the space by which you're understanding and recognizing that potentially someone has a false perception on something is the modality by which you can articulate to them and say, I don't know if you have full clarity around that, right? Or you might be energetically misremembering something, right? The modality by which you're effectively identifying or articulating, like I keep on seeing, assume, assume positive intention, right? And allow for the, keep on hearing, allow the modality. And I keep on hearing, especially when we're working through this, we, we assume the best as it relates to what it is that we can bring towards things, because even in the space of the identification of assuming the best is the modality by which I keep on hearing, not coming into a space by which you articulate or get energetically angry, right? But the modality by which you say, like, I'm energetically eager to clarify or to allow this to be an opportunity to learn more, right? So let this, I feel like, make sure that you're taking, make sure that you're taking that space of seeing it as a learning opportunity, because I keep on hearing a learning opportunity is the modality by which one could be receptive in the experience of saying, understand. This is a hard part, right? This is a hard part that happens in relationality to our own experience, right? The modality by which we can say, I can see how one might have gotten the wrong idea there, but the ability to effectively amplify or articulate or clarify something is the space by which we're able to work towards something that feels like it's productive, supportive, and healthy. So, like, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're being patient. And I keep on hearing also, be patient in the way another person is energetically articulating that they would like something energetically addressed, right? Make sure it doesn't appear like you're trying to energetically circumvent a situation in the context of working to resolve it, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I have one more spot available today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 83.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Absolutely. Got it. What, Nikki? How could you say something like that? Oh my goodness. And thank you as well, Avatar. I apologize, as there is no, you have nothing to apologize in relationality to the amount to read. I think that it was important for you to give the context in relationality to what's occurring. Thank you for confirming. And I hope these messages help. Yep. Nope, we're in good shape. No problem, dear. Excellent. Good to know. Honestly, I want to be fair. Well, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like, it feels very similar to the other reading that we had, which is the space by which I keep on hearing, all you can do is give someone another, is to give someone your energetic perception of what's been occurring, right? The gift of understanding how you yourself have been experiencing something, right? And I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not going, the space by which you're doing that, but not feeling like you're doing energetically more, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. I mean, again, and like I said, like, everything I keep on hearing is, remember that a healthy conversation becomes an uncomfortable confrontation when we try to chase after it, which is the modality by which we can articulate the fact that we're trying to, I keep wondering, we can try to resolve to work something, but not feeling the space by which we're making another person feel energetically uncomfortable in the space by which we want to have a healthy conversation with them, right? Like, make sure, I keep wondering, make sure that you're honoring others' wishes. Yes. Thank you as well, dear. I understand. It seems like a very, very intense situation, and I hope these messages help. And again, I need to stress this as well, and I'm going to continue to reaffirm this. We never put our autonomy in the cards. We never look to the cards to make decisions towards it for us. We look to the cards for advice around situations, guidance, but never in the space of saying, should I do this or should I do that? And I hope these messages help. Absolutely. And again, and everything, I think that, again, just Angelique, I think everything I articulated is an answer to that question in relationality to the energy that you should bring to approach the situation, which is saying being able to energetically be eager to give someone the gift of your own point of view, but not feeling like you're trying to work to change another person's perception of how they're experiencing it. I hope that helps, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. Continuing right now, the next person on the list for today is Tina. Tina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And also, friends, we're at 84K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. And we've got room on the list for 1 more person today before the list will be closed. And I've got you here. Guys, make sure to give Tina some love. Life guidance job. Okay, so that's a lot of different things to hit in a single reading. So we're going to have to keep it very truncated. We'll be doing 1 card for each of those situations. Can I get 1, please, on life, 1 on career, and 1 on that energy? Thank you, dear. So there's something really important that I see that's coming through right now in relationality to being energetically patient towards situations. But there's a lot of different work. Like, I feel like all of these are requiring different things coming from within you. When I'm reading right now for the energy in relationality to, and just a reminder right now, the list is closed. Thank you for getting on the list, dear. So in relationality to life guidance, I feel like there's something really, really important that I'm identifying in working through and understanding that the best way to heal from the past is to effectively have one's hands full of the present. And I feel like I see a lot of that work here. And I can see why I feel like I can see a situation by which it may feel energetically hard. You know? I feel like I see some energy around you changing to a certain context as well, because I just keep on hearing the way we heal from the past is not by holding on to it. It's by having our hands full of present. It's by building into, it's staying very energetically focused on the now is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something really important in relationality to that, because I do feel like there's something about there's something about this energy that is saying, that is working to get ahead of oneself, is what I keep on seeing. Something in relationality. I keep wondering, like, the nice thing about getting ahead of oneself is the feeling that we're not feeling perpetually rushed, is what I keep on seeing. And I know, I feel like that's hard, because I see you having to navigate a lot of different energetic obligations. But there's something really important that I see you working through. And I keep on getting, it has a lot to do with the observation of, and I want to like say this to you, and I want you to write it down, because I feel like it will help you, especially if it feels like you're going through the same problems again and again and again, right? Every frustration, a new lesson, okay? Every frustration, a new lesson. And what does that mean, right? Every frustration that comes to us creates the opportunity of creating a rule by which that frustration will never happen again, right? And that's the beauty. When we come into that modality, then we don't get frustrated upon the fact that something keeps happening, because it stops happening, right? The modality by which we feel frustrated on something that keeps happening, and then we put an energetic rule in place, right? See how quickly those frustrations go away. And not that there won't be new frustrations that crop up, but the work I see that you're trying to do is making sure that you're not getting into, I keep hearing no rerun energy, right? Which is not having to work through the same problem over and over and over again. And I think that that's going to help, because I want you to recognize, I feel like what you're really doing right now is you're healing your relationship to frustration, right? Like it's not working into the space of having to like white knuckle through something. It's observing and recognizing the changes. Now the hard part about that is, and we can talk a little about this too, because that might change some of the energy around you, right? Like that is the when I keep on hearing every frustration, a new lesson, is you holding very strong boundaries to things. And understand that in the modality by which you start holding boundaries to things, some energy is going to love that. Some energy is going to hate it. But everything you need to know in relationality to the work of holding those energetic boundaries, and I want you to understand this, healthy energy loves to see standards on us. Healthy energy loves it when we start raising our energetic standards. Unhealthy energy hates it, right? They're going to potentially, like, I feel like they're going to energetically articulate upon the fact that you become, and like, listen, like the space by which another person articulates upon your standards, creating inaccessibility to them, tells you everything you need to know about the nature of a relationship, is all I keep on identifying. Because that modality or that situation, I just keep on hearing the message coming through, those standards look good on you. Those standards look good on you. So if you understand that with every frustration comes a new lesson, and those lessons are becoming standards, it's going to change the context of the energy that's surrounding you, right? Having to effectively, I keep wondering, like having to effectively, like be more, I keep on hearing like be more energetically consistent with the self. And I keep on getting, and I think it's important too, because it feels to me like there's something about you doing that work. Those standards become the standards of everyone around you, right? Like it's the modality or the experience by which you're amplifying and articulating upon those changes. But I keep on hearing it's not just the change that you're working on within. I feel like it's the observation of seeing and recognizing how those changes affect the environment outside of the self. And I feel like you're already, I feel like you're, I feel like I'm kind of telling you this already. I feel like you've already started to do this to a certain extent. Um, but I feel like there's something about, I keep wondering, and it's coming through in the work of, there's something coming through in the work of the career that says no encroachment energy, which is the modality by which, again, we set healthy standards, because when we set healthy standards, it doesn't feel like our job encroaches into our personal life. And I feel like that is kind of a conversation I see that you're working through, because it does feel like when I'm reading into your career space, it feels like there's a little bit of that encroachment happening there, right? Some kind of work-life balance. It feels like it's becoming too heavily like weighted to the work side. And I keep on hearing healthy work wants us to be able to separate from it completely. We should be able to turn off. We should be able to turn off and not feel the energetic weight in doing so. So I feel like there's something about you doing that that's going to feel effective, not only to you, but some of the energy that's around you. In the relationship space, it feels like clarity of direction is needed, because I've got a lot of chariot energy here. So make sure that you're having healthy conversations in relationality to where things are going. Remember, the difference between a pipe dream and a plan is a date. And if someone's articulating that they're not in the space by which they can put dates upon something, the best thing you can say to them is, when is a good time for us to return back to this conversation, right? The understanding that the relationship, like, it's not something that's going to go away, but making sure that you're on the same page in terms of like what that timeline is, especially if there's distance between you and them, because I am sensing a lot of distance there, or something that like one has some kind of plans. Like I keep on hearing like understanding the difference between like a long-term plan versus when that plan's going to become a reality is like helping another person say like, look, this is something that I can navigate in the short term, but only so long as there is a change that is clearly in the distance. So make sure that you're putting dates on those plans. And if somebody says now is not the right time to put dates on them, say, when is a good date to return back to this conversation? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I feel like this is like, I keep on hearing that this is a continuation. Like you've got a guide next to you that says like these standards look good on you, right? I feel like this is the space of understanding. A healthy relationship does not require us to surrender our standards to move towards it. They help us see our standards even better. So make sure that you're doing that work in relationality to identifying and recognizing what it is that you're trying to do more. But I keep on seeing like that is like the modality by which you're doing that. Like if another person is in the modality by which you're holding standards and they reject you, rejection is protection. Rejection is redirection. So again, if you're in the modality by which you're holding healthy standards and it starts to change the energy around you, understand that that too is a blessing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, for those sticking around for 1-card readings, we've got 2 more readings today before we move into 1-card readings for subscribers. So go ahead and stick around. If you'd like to be entitled to a 1-card, your subscription, your superfan status will make you eligible for a 1-card. I love that perspective. You're so welcome, Rihanna. Thank you as well. There she goes. Yes, distance, sending you support. Absolutely. If you're having a time crunch, Ruby, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Just let me know what the question is. I got you. We are 10 hours apart. Been trying to reconnect. Dates are hard for him. But I keep on seeing, like, I know they're hard, but I keep on seeing, like, the space by which you identify the fact that they're necessary is what I keep on getting, you know? So I keep on hearing, so like I keep on hearing, so you're not always at holding bated breath in relationality to when you can realistically see somebody, right? When we care about each other, we don't require us to hold on to bated breath, right? Which is the space by which we're able to say like this is what you can reasonably expect. I mean, unless somebody's occupation makes it impossible for them to be able to do so, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Julia and Ruby. I got you. It feels like somebody who's like in the middle of a rebuilding year. You know, like I see somebody who's like trying to decide where they want to be, you know, or like I don't know if somebody just moved or they're thinking about moving. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I feel like you found somebody, like I don't know why, but it feels like they just finished something. I don't know if they just finished school or something. Like I almost see somebody inhabiting like a liminal space right now. Like they're not like they're trying to figure out like what their next thing is going to be. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, but that's why I see somebody that's why I see somebody like what are you doing here? You know what I mean? Like I see somebody being like they weren't expecting like I feel like there's something about you or them encountering you that feels like there's some kind of surprise there, you know? Absolutely. All right, before we continue right now, we're going to be doing a, yeah, thank you, dear. All right, before we continue, we are going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow energy. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Julia here. Make sure to give Julia some love. A highest and best message for my future higher self. I'm also open to her fully saying, Julia, just join me in meditation. And not wanting to deliver. That is very funny. All right, let's get to it. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Julia? I'm going to walk you through something I'm seeing here. And it was funny because it actually was coming through in the cow energy was coming through. Because when I was pulling the cow, I wasn't seeing the cow in relationality to the context of your reading. I was literally seeing a drama llama is what I was getting. And why was I seeing an energetic drama llama? But like they're basically and it's interesting because what they're basically saying is like your dharma is going to stir up some drama is all I keep on hearing. And the keep on getting like the space by which and I keep on seeing this like and this is why there was that spirit guide that was coming through, right? Because you moving towards like and I keep on getting this, it's like it's somebody who feels like they are, and I want to describe this for you so you can understand just how wicked or just how unhealthy something is. The modality by which like I see us, and I want to describe this because what I see is so ugly. The modality by which somebody saw somebody hurting about you and said, you know what? Now would be the perfect opportunity for me to throw some salt on that wound. Okay? I want you to hold on to that. The modality by which you have an experience, by which you, and this is what I meant about, like, this is what I mean about you moving away from some kind of drama llama energy. And that's the type of drama llama energy that I'm identifying. The modality by which you're energetically witnessing somebody who claims to care about someone, right? Somebody who claims to care about someone and already recognizing, right? Like, it's saying to me, this is the what they like, this is the what they did. The modality by which you will one day tell somebody the experience, and I keep on hearing the space by which they will one day come to you and they will recognize that this occurred. The modality by which they said, I thought that they were my friend, but now I realize that they found an opportunity. They found a chink in the armor between you and I, going through a moment by which something was energetically recoverable, and they threw salt in there, and they made sure that somebody else damaged something irrevocably, is what I keep on hearing. I literally hear an experience in, like, I'm getting here in 10 years. In 10 years, someone is going to come back to you saying this, saying, I did not see it at the time. I never spoke to them after that. They're going to do it again. They're going to do it with the next person. It's going to take the second time. It's going to take the second time for them to see it. The modality of someone keeping someone close to them, right? I keep on seeing the modality of someone who keeps someone close to them, that in a moment of vulnerability, kicks them directly in the most vulnerable place, right? It keeps on saying to me, it was a well-placed arrow, right? It was a well-placed arrow, which is the identification point of someone who saw someone suffering, who claimed to be their friend, and then said, I know how to seal this so that that person never speaks to them again. And they're saying to me, pay attention how well they aimed. Pay attention to how well they aimed that arrow. I keep on hearing, pay attention to how well they aimed that arrow to the marrow. You stay away from them. You stay away from them. Regardless. I keep on hearing, regardless of what they try to come to you. And I keep on hearing, they said you have nothing to say to anybody. You have nothing to say to anybody, because the only thing you should hear in the modality by which someone says, do you see what they did, being said, that the answer should be, I know that person. They wouldn't do that. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody. And the modality by which another person says, I have some questions, instead of saying, there's some ridiculous stuff happening, if they're not coming to you being like, this is ridiculous, you have nothing to say to them. Because I just keep on seeing, it feels like there's a lot of sore feelings in relationality to you moving away from a situation. And I keep on hearing, there should be no sore feelings in the midst of a celebration. There is literally somebody that is utilizing an estrangement point to try to effectively, energetically create distance there. They're going to recognize it. Like energy like that, it usually, I keep on hearing energy like that, it takes a little time for someone to energetically realize the source of the chaos. But when I see it, I keep on hearing prepare for apologies, but at that point, I keep on seeing you're already going to be clear of it, right? The energetic apologies of someone trying to say, I didn't realize what they were doing. I already see your higher self saying, by the time they come, you'll be far away from it. And that's why I keep on hearing, don't, right? That was that guide that was coming through that I read to you. What was that guide saying? Don't interfere. If you see someone trying to instill fear of you in other people, don't interfere. Let them. Let them. Don't energetically interfere. Allow the context by which it happens. That is their blessing. I keep on hearing, even in this, a blessing. Because the modality by which they see somebody around them trying to instill fear about you to another, and they don't realize the source of the fear, I keep on seeing prepare for the apologies, because energy like that never stops, right? Energy like that never stops. I keep hearing energy like that never stops churning the drama wheel. Energy like that never stops stirring that pot. Energy like that never stops turning that pot, and that pot always turns on the people that are in it, right? The problem with the churn of that pot is it always needs someone to burn. The problem with the churn of that pot is it always is looking for someone to burn. There's always somebody. There's always somebody that they want to turn their attention to. And that's why I keep on hearing the energy, just saying, I keep on hearing, even in this, a blessing. So be patient with yourself. Be patient with the energetic connections that you're building at this time. And if you're not hearing, and I keep on hearing, the only sound you should be hearing right now is, I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you. If those are not the sounds you're hearing, don't interfere. Observe, don't absorb. And I know that that's hard because it feels so painful, but I keep on hearing, like, this is what happens during a maturation process. A maturation process helps us identify who gets to come with us. And the modality by which we understand and amplify and recognize that, it can feel painful, right? It can feel, I keep on getting like, and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing your higher self saying, these are the sour grapes that will make your wine, is what I keep on hearing. These are the sour grapes that will make your wine. And I keep on seeing the space by which you say, I would have preferred anything not to see it. But the modality by which I keep wondering, the modality by which you can see energy turn so quickly upon you, even in this, a blessing. Even in this, a blessing. Because I keep on hearing, healthy energy does not turn over, is all I keep on hearing. Healthy energy does not turn over. It energetically supports us. It energetically holds us up. It energetically articulates what is energetically important. So effectively allow that to, like, I keep on hearing, it's not always going to be like this. And I keep on hearing, the relationships that you build going forth from this point are true relationships. And why are they true relationships? Because they say to me, they're relationships based on, I believe you. The reason that they're built on truth is because they rest on, I believe you, instead of prove it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Oh, this card today, I know, right? You can't, like, and I like the seven, like, again, the 7 of Wands in its reversal. When I say there's some unhealthy energy surrounding someone, the modality by which, I keep on hearing, the modality by which another person sees someone already in the moment of being vulnerable. I keep on hearing someone say, the thing that they should have said is, why would you say something like that at a time like this? Right? Why would you say something? I keep on hearing someone say, like, I keep on hearing the energy goes, I never told you. I never told you. I keep on hearing somebody going, I never told you. They're now saying something that literally isn't true, right? The energy of going, I never told you this. And then literally just making stuff up. Because what's happening right now is they're realizing, right? Like the space by which they realize that they've already created an energetic rupture. I keep on hearing, they're just fabricating at this point. They are just in this, I keep on hearing somebody's in pure fabrication mode and they're pushing it. Is what I keep on seeing. I literally hear someone going, I never told you. And I feel like I feel like they already slipped. is what I keep on getting. I never told you, and then they just said something that is so untrue that I keep on hearing. They've already, like, I already see somebody going, wait a minute. Like, and that's what I kept on saying. I'm like, I keep hearing, like, I literally see somebody, but like, I keep wondering, I never told you, and then they let such a lie rip. I keep wondering, somebody said, I never told you. They could not resist. They could not resist. They said, I never told you. And then they let such a lie rip that I think that they already damaged the fabric of something that they were trying to fabricate. I keep on hearing I keep on hearing somebody say they already damaged. It's already starting to crack apart. They've already damaged the lie that they were trying to fabricate. I keep on hearing it's already starting to come apart. I feel like that like, wow. Like I said, I know how energetically triggering this is, but I just keep on getting the same message from your higher self, even in this, a blessing. And that's the thing, when it's angelic, and that's the thing about it. Angelic energy shows us, right? It shows us the heart of others. So the modality by which I say, like, your ability to see those energetic hearts right now, I keep wondering, even in this, a blessing. It's not your job to change another's heart. It's just your job to recognize if they're holding you with the same compassion that you hold them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you so much for that, for becoming a super fan. There goes. And just a reminder, we've got one more reading today before we move into 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a super fan and would like a card pulled, just stick around, because once we finish this reading, we'll be moving to those 1 cards. And if you'd like to become a super fan, your super fan status will make you eligible to receive it. If you just became a super fan, I would encourage you to message me directly from this live with a disco gift, and I will send you an invitation to the disco channel. If you would like to in the disco channel, make sure that you introduce yourself to the collective, and in the perk section, you'll find a special coupon code to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card. And if you are not a super fan, would still like a discount, I do offer a smaller discount if you message me directly from this live with the word class. If you'd like more information on the trip that we're hosting in August, message me the word trip. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. Yeah, right? It does feel a lot like that. Who needs enemies with friends like this? Yeah. My spirit team's been working overtime. I know. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. It's so strange. Why would they ever do that to some? Because misery, I keep on hearing, because misery loves company. I know. Yeah. And sending you support. I know. I know. I can see, like, I literally, like, and that's why I keep on seeing, if it's a tower moment, your guides are saying, keep walking. Like, keep walking. I know. My spirit team wouldn't give me much reasoning. Yeah, I know. It's hard. And sending you so much support, dear. Ugh, I know. Brushed up. I know. It's a lot of old wounds is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing, like, prepare, like, I can see, like, when they see it, like I already see, like I can already see the situation. Like I can see somebody's wheels turning and being like, why would they, you know what I mean? Like they're starting, it's like it's already, I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing they already went too far. They pushed it. They pushed it. And Bean, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I know they are. I can see it. It triggered my old wound. Yeah, I didn't need it to happen that way. And I like to point this out, like this is often what we do when we're working to heal from something. It didn't have to be that way. And the guides are like, it didn't have to, right? Like the modality by which you're saying it didn't have to be that way. They're like, we're with you. We're coming with you. Yeah, energetically pulling on you. Thank you as well, Rihanna. And thank you as well. Yeah, I can feel the energy. No, I feel like, here's the thing about it. Like, I feel like it feels like somebody who was energetically eager for a fight. It feels like somebody who was trying to assume that, I feel like it's somebody who was assuming that you were going to try to run back into something and make it right. You know, like that's what I keep on getting around something. Yeah, thank you as well, dear. And thank you as well for the follow. Yes, we must leave the village to see. Yeah, but here I need to point this out. Like a healthy space is one that energetically supports us, right? Like when we are in a space by which we feel energetically supported, it doesn't, I keep on hearing healthy energy does not require perpetual convincing that our intentions are pure, is all I keep on hearing. Healthy energy does not need perpetual convincing that our intentions are pure. It's the modality by which we understand and recognize that allows for that context of being able to move towards things in a healthy way. So I keep on hearing, like, let those pure intentions guide you. Thank you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Rihanna. Rihanna, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Rihanna's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. And just a reminder, if you're here for a one-card reading, we will get started as soon as we complete this reading. Thank you as well, dear. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to read for you. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. All right, hold on. I gotta let Strega in for this one. You hear her? Hold on. I gotta let her in. Hold on. I'll be right back, dear. Hold on a minute. Hold on, I'm coming. Jeez Louise. You couldn't wait till I was done. You happy? You want to come say hi to everybody? Yeah? Okay, I got you. Yeah, I know. You're a little nakey baby. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Somebody had to come in. So here she is. You want to say hello? You don't want to look? There, you guys are always asking to see her. Oh, we got to 100K. Yay! All right, honey, go for it. Knock yourself out. Okay. Yeah, the baby. I know, the baby. Sorry, she was being all pushy to get in. Oh, wonderful. We got to 100K. Excellent. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that. I know, she is a little meatball. Yes, Strega's like, let me assist you. Oh, you wanted to say duck and swan. There, I mean, what is a goose but somewhere between a duck and a swan? Well done, Ivana. Yep, I know she is a meatball. I know the talking. She's so noisy. She says hello. I don't know if you guys have heard her, but she has figured out how to say hello. She says hello all the time. She goes, "Hello." I haven't gotten it on film yet. She's like the dancing frog. Like every time I try to record her doing it, she stops, but she's like, hello. Yeah, she's so cute. I know the tummy. Excellent. Oh, I'm having a lovely day, Lila. Good to see you today. Oh, you got the screenshot. Nice. She always looks so grumpy too. She's like, all right, let's continue right now. Rihanna, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? My brother's cat says hello. It's so wild. She's really good at it. She's nailed it. She's like, hello. It's incredible how they can mimic us. Yeah, well, I was like, it's interesting because they don't meow to each other. They meow for us. Like they're talking to us when they meow. Excellent. All right. So before we continue, actually, Rihanna, hold your question for a sec because, oh, I got you. Advice on how to handle. Okay. Before we continue, though, we're going to do an intuition. We're going to do the giveaway for the 100K. So I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 42. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No. 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 Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. 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 Oh, wait, I think I saw it. Let me just check that's the last. Everyone stop. I saw the number. I just want to make sure that that was the only one that came through. I'm pretty sure it was, but oh my goodness. Oh, that's wild. Hold on, just checking to make sure. I'm glad I checked because I missed it the first time. Hold on. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any other ones. Just double checking. Please hold. Oh. Wow, there's a lot of numbers that went through. Hold on, guys. I'm just double checking to make sure. Yep. Per got it again. Per, you are on a roll today. That's wild. Congratulations. Good Lord. All right, let's get to it. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again when we get to 150K. Good job, Per. All right, let's get to it. All right, where were we? It was 39. And I missed it. I missed it the first time it went through, which is why I'm glad I double checked. Okay, let's get to it. All right. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Rihanna, and it sounds like we're looking for advice on a particular day. And Rihanna, if you could just comment again so I make sure that you're here. And guys, please remember after this reading, we'll be moving to one card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber waiting to get your card pulled, just hang tight and we'll get started. And if you'd like to become a super fan to get a one card reading, just become a super fan now and you'll be able to ask for one card. Oh, Per, thank you for giving that away. Deeply appreciate that. Excellent. And guys, I'm going to pin up Rihanna here. Make sure to give Rihanna some love. Three cards, please. No, 4 cards. Oh, snap. So I don't know why I keep on hearing, like, it's funny because I just keep on hearing, um, and I think that there's something really important that I'm identifying in relationality to you working through something in a space by which I keep on getting, um, going through something with a fine tooth comb is what I keep on getting. And I'm also getting the message like making a list and checking it twice, which is working through something by which I keep on hearing like the modality by which you go through something, but then you go through it a second time. But like the space I keep on hearing, and I don't know, I'm also getting some kind of message in relationality to like having some kind of space that requires you to energetically read the room, as it were. And why am I getting some kind of message in relationality um, to reading the room? Because there's something I keep on seeing. Um, there's something I keep on seeing about. And I don't know why I keep on getting there's some kind of sense of not being able to know what one is going to energetically expect somewhere. But you don't need to know what you can expect. You just need to know what you can be prepared to expect, is what I keep on seeing. So I think that there's something like really important there. And also, I'm identifying that um, I don't know where this is coming from, but like getting comfortable with talking about yourself is what I keep on seeing. Why am I getting some kind of space? I keep wondering, I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody say, you can practice talking about yourself, is what I keep on getting. um, and the reason I keep on getting, you can practice talking about yourself, like something that I'm identifying there is, um, and I want to kind of like, I want to stress this. You can get somebody to help you with that. Like there's something I keep on getting about a dry run, which is, and I keep on getting the nice thing about a dry run is the modality by which, um, because I want to describe like and I like to I like this point. There's the way that things like, especially if there's a conversation that you're having. There are the conversations that we have in our head, and I keep on hearing the thing with a conversation in our head is it always flows, right? A conversation in our head always flows, but when we actually like say something, it can create more of the space by which we feel a little bit like awkward or uncomfortable in relationality to how we articulate something. So I almost feel like just have someone run it through with you. Like talk to someone, be like, listen, can we just practice this? Because you can even say to them, like, I'm not really good at talking about myself, and I'm about to be in a situation where someone's going to ask me a lot of questions. So I want to get more confident in talking about myself. And like, even in the space by which you feel silly, I keep on hearing prepare for it to be silly. Like prepare for it to feel a little silly as you do it. But I keep on hearing the silliness will pay off, because I feel like this is you getting, the hang of something, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep wondering, it's okay to be self-referential, you know? Um, and I keep on getting, like, I don't know, I keep on hearing the words, uh, self-referential has potential, because I don't know, I keep on hearing self-referential has potential because the modality by which, um, and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing self-referential, not self-reverential, is what I keep on hearing. Self-referential, but not self-reverential, which is the modality by which another person, like, works through a reverence for something, right? Like being able to walk into the space by which another person articulates upon something that others revere, and being able to effectively personalize it, but being able to articulate why something has meaning to the self, is what I keep on hearing. But I feel like overall, like, I gotta stress the energy that I see around this. Like, I know that there's anxiety here. Like, there's a Three of Cups in its reversal, but I also see, like, the Six of Swords in its upright. I feel like there's something. I feel like there's really something significant and important. Um, I keep on hearing there's something to be said about taking a personal moment and making it about something more, is what I keep on hearing. And I think that is like a lot of the work that I see you doing, which is almost like allowing for an opportunity to be able to articulate upon something that has a lot of meaning to the self, is what I keep on saying. Like, I literally see a situation where which someone's trying to make it about you, and I see you being like, it's not about me. It's not about me. It's about everybody. Right? Like, that's what I keep on, like, that's all I keep on seeing. Like, somebody being like, more about you, and you being like, not less about me, more about everybody, is all I keep on hearing. So somebody being like, about you, and you being like, it's not about me, it's about everybody, right? I feel like I keep on seeing you kind of like doing that space of working to effectively like articulate upon something personal that becomes profound, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, the five of swords in its reversal. So the Five of Swords in its reversal is, I like to describe, it's like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the content, I keep on hearing the value of a relic is the modality by which, and it feels very scorpionic because it's understanding that the value of a relic is the modality by which the more you carry it in time, the more its meaning changes, right? Like, that's literally the definition of a relic. Like, the modality by which a relic is not a stagnant space, but the beauty of a relic is something that the more that you carry it through time, the more significant or valuable it becomes because it means different things. And I think that there's something about that. Like, I almost feel like that is you articulating upon something by which you identify, like the space by which you articulated initially upon something, and the space by which you experience it now. Like, it speaks a lot towards your own energetic journey. So I keep on hearing, that's why I kept on getting, it's okay to be self-referential even if you're not self-reverential, because it's a modality by which you understand that something can have meaning to you, but could have a completely different meaning to a different person in a whole different context, is what I keep on seeing. And it is interesting because it does feel like something that is navigating something out of context. And I keep on hearing something out of context isn't necessarily a bad thing, because I almost see like the space by which you identify how others take something out of context that becomes something that feels very interesting, is what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing, it's interesting, isn't it? Right? Like, that is what I almost see you kind of working through. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And Sharon, thank you so much for the follow. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. The number was 39. Yep, that was wild. I'm going to, and thank you, Per. That's so kind of you. Excellent. Does she get to pick a new number for the giveaway? Oh, I mean, that's a question. How would you like to give that away? That's an excellent idea. I'm happy to do a number. I'm happy to do another number giveaway if you prefer I give it away that way. And Supernatural, welcome. How are you doing today? I'm happy I got it right again. You're doing great today. You did, good. Yeah, that's the thing. You got it right too. I saw that. It kind of makes your day. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't mind sharing. This has to do with okay, and again, right, reading into the energy. Like that's the thing about it. Like I keep on hearing like self-referential, but not self-reverential, which is you effectively being able to articulate something in a personal way. But in the space by which I keep on hearing you saying like talking about something, it feels like you being like trying to articulate upon something because it's energetically important, you know? And thank you as well, F4, for the follow. I always learn something from how you articulate. Oh, thank you. I do my best here, good vibes. I'm so glad there's something here that helps you as well. Yeah, it affects so many people. You're so welcome, dear. And Sharon, thank you for the follow. All right, so Per, did you want me to do another number giveaway for that reading? And guys, please thank Per for being able for giving away that reading to the collective. And Sharon, thank you again for the follow. I just want to know before we get into the one cards, because I don't want to do the, I actually rather give it away to someone who doesn't get a reading often yet with you. Oh, that's beautiful. Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you, Sharon. All right, well, we can discuss that further as well. All right, let's shelve that for a moment, and we'll figure out how to do that in the best way possible. And good to see you, Yaz. So we are going to get started on one card readings right now. If you are a subscriber who would like a one card, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, your superfan status will make you eligible for a one card. And if you'd like a animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, all you need to do is recharge your heart needs, and you'll also be eligible for a an animal spirit. Ivana, one card angelic. You've got this angelic that is so strong right now. This angelic is a no-nonsense angelic. And the thing is, and I like to point this out, when we're doing big work, like I feel like this angelic comes towards us because it's like you don't have time for distractions, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like a lot of that is helping you recognize, like helping you see the difference between someone who understands the significance of the work that you're doing versus someone who energetically trivializes it, right? Like I feel like they're helping you. I feel like they're giving you those eyes to help you see like what it is that feels like it's energetically supportive to you versus energy that effectively trivializes something that you do, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on, yeah, I knew it. They're like, it's like the opposite of beer goggles. I keep on hearing them say. It's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of beer goggles, right? It's like helping. Like I feel like it's saying to me they're sincere goggles. Is what I keep on hearing. They're not beer goggles. They're sincere goggles. Ella, one card. Oh, from that energy, one card message. You know, all you can do. Healthy energy does not look at us from the modality of an entitled perspective, which is the space by which they say, Why did you make that choice? Failing to recognize that there was no choice about it, that you were operating from need, right? Bottom of the deck, right? We don't take entitled views upon things. We understand the context, right? The difference, I keep hearing, the difference between doing something because you choose to versus feeling like it's the only choice you have, not letting someone take an entitled view upon a moment by which you are operating from a state of need and saying to you, why did you make that choice? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the otter energy. And it's interesting too, because like, I feel like it's saying to me, it's like it's helping you pay attention to like shrewd energy, like shrewd, and they're saying like shrewd energy, which is basically saying like somebody who's trying to constantly keep you in a state by which you feel like you're perpetually having to make up for something, rather than articulating to you clearly what you could do that would make something okay. That's shrewd energy, right? It's awful. It's an awful convenient position to put someone in, right? Ella, thank you again, dear. Melissa, one card. Oh, I lost your spot. Hold on. Where'd you go? One card, highest priority, please. Don't get frustrated. Get focused. Right? Now is not the time to despair. Now is the time to figure out how to get there. Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the two, especially with the Two of Wands. I just keep on hearing now is not the time to despair. Now is the time to figure out how to get there. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right. Everything is energetically possible. But I feel like I see you saying to someone, I don't know how I can make you care. Right? Like the modality, like I keep on hearing, like I feel like somebody being like, why do you care so much? Being like, why don't you care more? You know what I mean? Like it's almost like that space by which it's not your job to fix someone's heart space. It's just to recognize whether their heart's in the right place. Bridget, one card, highest priority, please. Woo! Where'd it go? Oh, it's transverse. Why do I keep on hearing wait for me? It's giving me the justice and it's transverse, which is working through. I keep on hearing like, hold on. Hold on. I owe Melissa an animal spirit guide heart card. Hold on. Yeah, the Taurus energy. Sorry. So that was what I was getting to. Like it's saying to me you like you working through something is helping, is like I keep on seeing you say it as like it's saying to me that like one step at a time, right? Like don't get frustrated, track your progress. Sorry. Bridget, this is something I keep on hearing wait for me in relationality to this reading. And it's interesting too. Yeah, especially with this, like this, oh man, this Empress energy and its reversal. Somebody's crashing out. It's not you, it's not them. Wow, like they're saying, like it's saying to like I literally I feel like I keep on hearing somebody get like a call being like, you'll never guess what happened kind of energy. But this is what I mean, like I need to point this out, you know? Like this is literally a situation by which and remember how I said, like I'm just gonna give you some, remember I said something was under wraps? Like someone was saying to somebody, tell no one like what my plans are, like them being like, I am gone, you know? Like this is what they were energetically worried about. Like I literally see a situation by which I keep on, like I just want to describe this. Like it feels like it feels like somebody healing from toxic energy, like the type of energy that was just invested in making someone feel energetically uncomfortable. And the modality by which they walked in somewhere and they said, "Where are they? I haven't seen them." And they're like, "Oh, they're not here anymore." And then being like, that's like, I literally, like, I got somebody like going through like the energy being like it feels like somebody who like had it out with another person on behalf of another, saying, why are you so obsessed with them? Like, let it, like, they're literally, I see somebody being like trying to figure out where somebody went, kind of thing. Like, it's that type of energy. Yeah. Oh, you know, like this is remember when I said that somebody was getting guidance from their spirit team that they made the right choice? Like, I feel like this is the context by which someone said, right? Like, I feel like it's somebody saying like, what, like they, like, it's somebody, like, I literally see a situation of someone saying like, I like, I almost hear somebody saying, I didn't like whatever, like, I don't know why I keep hearing somebody say like whatever craziness they expected before was nothing compared to like something that was happening, in the context of someone realizing that something that they expected would persist had reached an energetic endpoint, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Wow, that's like a very heavy clearing someone's going through. Rainbow, one card on this weekend. Hope you're doing well, dear. Oop, got two cards here. Um, we say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way, right? We take energy at face value. We trust, we articulate, we navigate, and we navigate and honor each other's wishes, right? I keep on hearing like, we honor each other's wishes, but I also keep hearing no fishing, which is the modality, like recognizing someone who tries to withdraw their energy, hoping, like, I keep on hearing, like, hoping that it draws another person closer to them, right? Like, we don't withdraw our energy like that, hoping that it makes somebody energetically obsessed with us. The space by which we navigate or honor our wishes is the space by which we wish each other best and we continue forward, especially if someone keeps on coming towards you in some kind of weird way, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, like, yeah, especially with the bull energy, like, stop, this is like stop being weird with me kind of energy, right? Like the modality by which I keep on hearing, like, pay attention to someone that only communicates to you in non sequiturs or doesn't answer questions, right? Like, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're facilitating a healthy conversation between you and another person, not the space of another person, like trying to see if they still like I keep on hearing like, not like I don't want to keep on hearing like no I don't want to keep on hearing no fishing energy, which is somebody who's effectively, like, I keep on hearing like the modality by which they're being weird but not clear, right? But then trying to see, but then getting energetically frustrated when, like, if they feel like the connection's gotten weird in the interim, like, that's not your weird, that's their weird, is what I keep on hearing. Chrissy, one card regarding the connection, please. I see somebody really going through it. Like, I have no idea, like there's a lot of energetic pain here. Yeah, it's the same thing. I keep on hearing someone say, I've been holding the wrong people close to me, right? Like the observation of someone who feels like they were holding the wrong people close to them is, I keep on getting the same modality of someone that feels like the advice that they've been getting from others hasn't feel like it feels like it's supportive, but something that feels like, I keep on hearing, like, for entertainment purposes only, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like Blackbird. Like, this is like, again, it's like, I'm not here Like it's them kind of like closing an energetic cycle by saying to someone, I'm not here for your entertainment, right? This is my life, is what I keep on hearing them say. Thank you so much. Avatar, one card highest, please. Whoop. Hold on, you got more cards coming out. This is the sound of you making healthy choices, right? Like I see you, like I see you working through something in a big way. And I just keep on hearing like the modality by which you're making healthier choices will tell you everything you need to know in relationality to the context of the energy around you, especially with this world card, right? Healthy energy supports those healthy choices, right? It's the modality by which like this is how, like, I need to point out, like, this is often why when we start making healthier choices, we find the energy that we're in alignment with, because it's the modality or the experience by which we say something about the fact that we're holding ourselves more preciously, and another person articulates their joy in finding us there, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, it should be celebration, not rumination, right? I'm with you every step of the way, is what I keep on hearing. Got you, good vibes. One card on love, please, for good vibes. I feel like this is you getting into the space of being able to enjoy something again. You know? Like, don't let somebody rob you of the joy that you used to find in something, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the judgment card and its reversal. They don't get that, you know? And I feel like something about that, like I feel like I see you doing the work of healing. Like I need to point this out. Like it's often difficult when we're recognizing the modality by which another person um, like steps on something that we care about. But I feel like this is the space by which you're energetically, like, keep on hearing, like, you're reclaiming that space for you again, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bear energy, right? They don't get to take, like, they don't get to do that, right? The modality, and I feel like that's some heavy work to do, right? Often I keep wondering, often the space by which we build an association on something we care about with someone that's hurt us. I feel like this is what we talk about with reclamation, right? They don't get that. Like you get to continue to enjoy that. And often it requires you to have to like move through all the complication of doing something in a way that says it's okay, right? To feel it's okay to feel complicated as you're reclaiming something for yourself, is what I keep on hearing. Sarah, the list is closed today, but you will be the first person on the list for tomorrow. Thank you so much, dear. And Ava, one card on soul family, please. Yeah, I feel like this is the energy this is like the lifetime that you're coming into contact with that energetic soul family. An unhealed karmic will prevent you from coming into connection with your soul family because it's a modality or the experience of understanding. Like, I feel like there was a lot of that past life work that you were going through in terms of someone like making you feel energetically afraid to embrace who you are. So I feel like there's something about you reclaiming yourself that's bringing you in proximity to that energy, especially with the judgment card in its reversal. Like, that's saying to me that there's a lot of work that I see you doing in like becoming energetically fearless in this life. And I keep on getting, especially, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Like, that is you overcoming your energetic fear, potentially in relationality to recognizing and identifying your own sense of the self. Like, I keep on hearing who you are is a blessing. is what I keep on hearing. Like as long as you're doing the work to heal the self, every part about you is a blessing, right? It doesn't create the space by which you have to fear the self. It's a space by which you understand that like that fear is healthy, but only, I keep on hearing the fear is healthy, but only in small doses, right? Like the modality by which we're able to navigate and work through the, like, like the modality by which we work to like clear the fear within us allows the space by which we're able to identify and articulate even more. So I feel like that's something that I see that you're moving towards as it relates to, as it relates to another person, like trying to, like, I keep on getting the same message coming through. Like there's some kind of karmic that I feel like you're healing from that was making you perpetually feel like you should be afraid of yourself, is what I keep on getting. Yes. And that's why I feel like that soul family is almost articulating their love that they have for you. I love the sincere goggles. I liked it too. I hadn't seen that before. I kept on, it was really weird for them to say the opposite of beer goggles. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, sincere goggles. Yeah. You're so welcome, Ivana. Oh, I got you. One card on the pet reading, please, for Purr. Oh, it's interesting. Like, it's funny because, like, it feels to me, um, there's something about the energy moving away when they hear me that says like, oh, they're busy. Remember when I said that the energy like works through like satellite, like the modality by which they're like, I don't want to interrupt you if you're working. I feel like they have the misconception that they think that we're working. Like when they hear me over the like, I mean, it's not untrue, but I keep on hearing like it's almost like the energy that says, oh, they're in here cleaning again, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, especially with the Queen of Wands, right? The Queen of Wands, like I almost feel like there's something in modality by which I see somebody that's trying to stay out of the, I keep on hearing somebody trying to stay out of the way when you're working because they're understanding or they're feeling the energy around you at the time that you're in this space. And so I almost feel like the energy is like, oh, I don't want to, like I see maybe like, oh, I don't want to bother you if you're busy kind of energy. That's very interesting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? Like they're saying to me like it's interesting because they're saying it's funny because they're saying that it's a frequency issue. It's not a frequency issue, but it's just them picking up on the frequency and being like it's something about when you're in this live feels like it's akin to you being in work mode. So them being like, oh no, I don't want to bother them if they're working, is what I keep on getting. Alexandra, one card please on love. Look at like your counterpart is going to love those boundaries on you, right? It's giving me like somebody who sees you as like a shield maiden, animal spirit guide at bottom of the deck, right? Like someone being like, no, I love that. Like I see you being like, there's some kind of no nonsense of someone being like, I love the fact that you have those boundaries. I love the fact that you're not easy to impress. I love the fact that there's like, I keep on hearing like they like your spikes is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, salmon, right? I like your spikes because it means I'm doing, because it's like the energy that says like spikes don't, I keep hearing somebody say like spikes don't scare me, spikes are sexy, or somebody saying something in relationality to the fact that they like they like energy that is working into the context of like they're like I see somebody being like they get it. You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing like hard outside, soft inside, like somebody who respects that about you. They're not gonna see it. Like they're not gonna see it as hard to get. They're gonna see it as protective for a reason, is what I keep on hearing. Yaz, one card highest priority, please. For Yaz. Who's this? Feels like somebody wants to talk to you. I feel like it might be a guide. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it feels like a guide. I feel like there's something about, I mean, like, I feel like there's something about that. Um, like, I feel like it's almost like helping you heal something that you've been carrying a lot of, I keep on hearing like excessive blame on. I keep on hearing like they're going to help you understand that something that you're blaming yourself for was a blessing in disguise, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like again, the eagle, right? I feel like it's working. I feel like it's also in relationality to some of the signs you've been seeing, right? Like, I feel like there's something about the signs that are saying you're doing just fine, is what I keep on getting. Like the modality by which another person um, is trying to. I don't know if you've seen, like, I don't know why I'm feeling like a strong identification of like a hawk energy around you or something about seeing a hawk, but it's almost saying to me that it's trying to help you understand that like they've got your back, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's not easy. Like even hearing somebody say like it's not easy, right? And like something in relationality to that. Um, I keep on getting like it's helping you understand that you're not alone in relationality to something that you're moving towards. It feels like this is you, like the like I keep on hearing um like alone but not lonely is a beautiful place to be, because that's the space by which you find new possibility, is all I keep on hearing. One moment, please. You're welcome, Ava. Hold on a minute. Yeah, that was my thought about this as well. Nothing to do with, no, I keep on seeing it has to do with the energy, like they're, like I told you, it's like they pick up on it similar to you being at work, is what I keep on seeing. Sarah, these are one card readings for super fans. If you would like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you, dear. You're so welcome, Alexandra. You're so welcome, dear. All right, my friends, final call right now for one card readings for any subscribers who have not had a card pulled yet today. If you are a subscriber, yeah, this is my workspace. You're welcome, Yaz. That resonates a lot. Is there an indication of who that guide might be? They don't want to. They don't want to reveal themselves to me. I sometimes like it's saying to me like it's a ubiquitous guide, which says to me like they want to show themselves to you when the time's right, is what I keep on getting. I sometimes get that with certain guides. They're like, they're like, no, yeah, yeah. Yes, S, I see the fact that you became a super fan. Thank you, dear. Could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Nikki, I didn't see, did I see, I'm looking back up. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss any. It seems like some messages were filtered. I'm just checking. Yeah, that resonates. Julia, I did not see your one card come through. Maybe I missed it. I can try to back up and find it. I know, I didn't see it. Like the fire dragon was a big one for you there. Yeah, let me see. I don't know why I see, hold on a minute. I'm trying to figure out why there's messages being blocked. Let me see. Um, yeah, just checking. No, we're in a good space. There's nothing that should be blocked right now, but let's double check. Okay. Ugh, tune in, and there's my heart. Oh, hi there, Wushu. Good to see you today. You're welcome, Alexandra. Somebody I cared for lashed out at me in a way that felt out of the blue. Oh, thank you, Rainbow. I'm sending you so much support on that. I hope that added some clarity. Yeah, thank you. I got you, Nikki. One card highest priority, please. All you can do is everything that you can do, right? But not become a pushover, right? Which is recognizing when someone's pushing it, is what I keep on hearing, right? Yeah, animal spirit guide, like stag energy, right? Like, I keep hearing we're generous when we're respected, right? I keep on hearing if someone's not going to respect you, they can miss you with it. You know? When especially I keep on hearing like especially when I keep on hearing especially when someone says like I feel like I keep on seeing something like, aren't you worried about missing it, being like, aren't you worried about missing me? Is what I keep on hearing. Because I feel like it's like you have to I keep on hearing you have to I feel like there's a guy trying to say you have to remember that you are the life of the party. Don't let somebody you can't leave the life of the party out of the party. Recognize there's no party without you, is what I keep on hearing. It's giving me a lot of Sag energy. Yep. Yep. Sending you support on that, Rainbow. Thank you as well, S. Yeah, exactly. I'm navigating and keeping myself a priority in the middle of a building into connection. Continue to do that work, dear. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yes. And again, so Sarah, the 1 cards are for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You're welcome, Yaz. This resonates a lot. Yep. And there goes. I didn't see your question come through. I'm looking for it. Did anyone else see it come through? Queen, good to see you. 1 card on career, please. I keep on hearing, I don't chase, I attract. Right? You're not going to miss anything that's for you. Bottom of the deck. I don't know why I feel like you're doing some kind of work right now in career that feels like a bit of a balancing act, which is saying like the space of like navigating a balancing act is not, I feel like it's not saying if you want to do something, but when you want to do something. Not if you're going to do it, but when, if it feels like it's the right time. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, not what you want to do, but the order by which you do something is what I keep on seeing. Like being able, I keep on hearing, like making sure that you're prioritizing upon what's most important at this time, not feeling like you have to do everything at once. Yep, Dada, that's crazy. I was just thinking about that last night. I'm alone but not lonely. Tap to claim, Dada. Minnie, 1 card, please, on how they will handle things while you're away. Wonderfully. I feel like they're going to miss you like crazy. You know? Like I see a lot of that, especially with the moon energy, right? I feel like there's something important in relationality to them recognizing like the space by which like the significance that you have in their life is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bear energy, you know, I see somebody putting a lot of time or effort in towards themselves or catching up on things that I feel like they've been putting off is what I keep on getting. Yep. Ain't no party like a Leo party. I like that. Yeah, hold on a minute. I see you. There it goes. It's there now. I'm seeing it everywhere. Thank you. Yep, I just saw yours, Queen. And S, I got you, dear. S, can I get 1 general, please? Oh, that's interesting. Now you're showing up as a super fan. Thank you, dear. Don't get in the habit of having to explain to somebody what your standards are. You give someone the opportunity of telling them what your standards are once. They either respect them or they go. Yeah, there is no redirection. Like I keep wondering, there is no rejection. Rejection is redirection. Like don't let someone change the subject in relationality to a conversation on your standards. Your standards are your standards, right? No, I keep wondering, no technicality, right? Don't let somebody say, well, you didn't technically say that. You don't, when we're operating in a healthy space, we don't talk about technicalities, is all I keep on hearing. Yeah. Right? Don't let somebody be like, well, like, I keep wondering, none of this like evil genie stuff, being like, you didn't technically say that, being like, I shouldn't have to, right? The modality by which you say to someone, like we understand, like when we're on the same page, we don't feel like we operate in the space of technicalities, is what I keep on hearing. No problem, Yaz. Hi there, Nikki. Julia, 2 cards. Got you from 1. Yep. My 1-6, I believe. Highest and best feedback on moving forward. Remember when I said this is you moving to energy that says, like, I keep on hearing, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. I should have believed you. I should have believed in you. That's what's so hard for it, right? The modality by which somebody says, I'm sorry I ever doubted you, is often the space that says, you're right, you should have believed me. You should have believed in me, right? Like this is why I keep hearing sometimes when someone says, I'm sorry I've ever doubted you, like the bell has already been rung, right? Like I keep on hearing like that, like that's the sound of a bell that's been rung. The harm can't be undone, because the modality by which another person could say something ridiculous and create a bunch of nonsense over nothing, like I literally see that something is already coming through in the space of them energetically pushing upon something that, like, I feel like they're identifying the source of the drama, right? And I keep on hearing the drama causes trauma. The drama delights in trauma. The drama delights in trauma, which is, and that, because I feel like it's helping to answer your question, why would you do that? Because the drama delights in trauma, because the ability of seeing all of the trouble that they can create by making, I keep hearing like by making an energetic big deal out of nothing, right? Like that's what I keep on hearing. The drama loves trauma, because it's the modality of them effectively, like I keep on hearing, like stirring something up that feels, I keep on hearing like the energy that has a lot of people reaching out to them, right? Like I feel like it's saying to me, it's attention seeking. Like the drama loves trauma, because when the drama loves trauma, it's the energy that reaches out to them being like, oh, have you heard about this? Like somebody who's hungry for attention in the modality by which they recognize that everybody is talking around them about something that they energetically created. Not, I keep wondering, not a swan, not a swan, I keep wondering, not a swan, right? Because not, I keep wondering, not a swan, because it's the understanding, right? Of somebody being like, oh, like I keep wondering someone being like, yeah, it was so weird. Like somebody trying to claim, like someone who's trying to claim like, oh, it just came out of the blue. Like instead of understanding the fact that it was something that you talked to them about before, right? Almost something by which they came to you, right? Out of the blue is forgetting the fact that they came to you. Potentially someone who initially came to you about one of their dreams at one point, which would elicit the fact that you would tell them about your dream, and then them trying to say, oh, it just came out of the blue, instead of articulating upon the fact that it was something something that you and them like just energetically shared, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. Please, the first is one, please, on the text I sent. There goes, I'm looking for it. I'm trying to see it here. So you may have to I'm just checking back. You may have to restate the question. If I'm missing it, you can let me know, but I haven't, I'm just pulling back to see if I missed it. There it is. Okay. Oh, one on the text. I see it there. One on the text, please, for there goes. Oh, on the text. I get it now. I understand. It feels like someone trying to check in on you, you know? Someone trying to articulate the fact that they still think upon you. Yeah, especially in relationality to like distance. I don't know if there's distance between you and them, like somebody who recognizes it's been a while since they spoke to you. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the bull energy. I don't know where you left it with them. Making sure that you come back to the conversation, especially if there was a situation by which they left an uncomfortable conversation. Yep, I found you as. It's weird because if you go up to some of your comments, you don't have listed as a super fan, and then you do. So it almost like shows exactly the moment you became a super fan. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yep. No party without me. Yeah, I got you, dear. Yeah, it was weird as it took a minute for it to switch over. I apologize for that confusion. You're welcome, Angie. I hope you have an absolutely beautiful day, dear. And bear with me a moment. Yeah, absolutely. Lies, these are one card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Hi there, Heather. Good to see you today. Okay, I got you. There it goes. And Hannah, one card on the weekend, please. This feels nice. This feels being able to catch up with someone or having a really productive conversation. Yeah, potentially with that 9 of Cups in its reversal. Somebody feeling like they don't have to overly explain something to you. Like they kind of say like, you get it, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the salmon, right? Potentially somebody who feels relieved in terms of not feeling like they have to over explain, but feeling like you and them are on the same page in relationality to like going, like I keep on hearing like somebody going through like a me thing, but then like also being like almost apologizing and you saying like you have nothing to apologize for. I get it, you know? Excellent. It's crazy because I would have never thought they would be like that. So I know, sending you so much support, dear. Probably why Spirit was so adamant on bringing the truth forward. Again, Julia, sending you so much support. It is. It feels like a tornado. Yeah. No, that I know. I understood. There goes. I had to read back up to understand. Yep. Yeah. No, it took me a minute, Bridget, but I saw it. No, I got it. You're welcome. All right, my friends. Final call for one card readings for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled today. And again, just a reminder to anybody who has become a super fan this evening, can I please give my 50K to Rainbow Heather? Oh, you want to give both away? Absolutely. Happy to do so. And thank you so much, Per. So the first one we're giving away to Rainbow. And the second one we're giving away to Ella. And thank you so much. That's so kind of you guys. Please thank Per for their generosity. And again, thank you as well. Final call right now for any of, I love this collective. And I love how you guys take care of each other as well. Nikki. Nikki. All right, my friends. If you just became a subscriber today, I would encourage, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our Superfan Only Disco channel. You will find in that channel, in the perk section, a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is next week. And also, if you sign up for that class, the amount that of the discount pretty much negates the amount that you pay here for the subscription, so you're not going to be double paying. For those who are not super fans, I do offer a smaller discount in this live if you'd like to become a part of that class. If you just became a super fan, send me a disco gift and I'll send you the invite to the disco. If you would like that smaller discount code and you're not a super fan, message me the word class. And if you would like to learn more about the trip that we have planned in August, message me the word trip. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, so 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Sarah, you'll be the first person on the list tomorrow. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Anyone else who signs up for the list tomorrow today will also have an additional card in that reading. So make sure if you're trying to secure that extra card, you sign up sooner rather than later. We will be doing, I'm going to stress this, we'll be doing personals first tomorrow. So we'll be doing personal readings first and one cards. So if you would like to get on the list, make sure you do so sooner rather than later. We will see if we have time for the collective tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your morning and afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful evening. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.